All right, I can't leave it alone. So this will probably be a short stream. May not be open panel either. Just literally like 2 seconds before the live was scheduled to stream, this appeared. So we're going to watch it together for the first time. Sophia.
Chapter 4, verse 4. In this little book, they're using, for this particular passage, they're using ESV version of the Bible. Hello. I'm going to try to do this. I know it's late at night. I'm in bed. I can't go to sleep until I address this. For those of you that know, I had cited a Bible verse on Jack's panel tonight. And the book that it came out of, I'm going to read the rest of what the book says so that I can put it in context and of what it meant to me when I read it this morning. The reason I wanted to share it, I didn't present it clearly. Apparently, I've offended several people, for which I'm terribly sorry. But this is what the verse says, and then the little devotion that's written after it, and it's written by a lady named Sharon Hinck. I don't want to do any plagiarism or anything. I want to give that lady credit where credit's due. The verse was 2 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 4. In this little book, they're using, for this particular passage, they're using ESV version of the Bible. I'm not real familiar with what that is, but it pretty much says the same thing of the other versions. It says, in their case, the God of this world has blinded the minds of the unbelievers to keep them from seeing the light of the gospel of the glory of Christ, who is the image of God. That's 2 Corinthians 4:4. The lady writes, based on her understanding of this verse and what it meant to her, she said, today, as I pickled green beans from our backyard garden, I started to giggle. I remembered my first attempt at gardening. After years of apartment living, my husband and I were thrilled to have a big backyard. We'd planted a variety of vegetables, and I waited eagerly.
And so, yeah, if anybody was paying attention to that Bible verse, if a Christian read you that Bible verse, knowing that you're not a Christian, is that not just overtly insulting? But let's hear about the green beans.
For my green beans to appear. Yet as weeks passed, I still didn't see any green beans. One day, I crouched down to pick up something I dropped, and I brushed aside one of the green beans. I yelped and fell backwards because a weird growth was under the leaves. When my heart stopped pounding, I took another look. Beautiful, straight beans dangled under the leaves. As a novice gardener, I'd never thought to search under there. I often walk through life with the same sort of ignorance. Jesus is at work under the leaves, producing a bountiful harvest. My gaze skims the surface of the situation around me, and I don't see growth. The enemy does his best to encourage that sort of blindness, doubt, and hopelessness. I'm so grateful to Jesus for redirecting my gaze and teaching me where to look for his glory. In the lisped lyrics of a 5-year-old's Sunday school song, in the gnarled hands of a grandmother clasping her worn Bible, in the boxes of groceries my husband loads into the cars during our church's food distribution. Jesus is growing his people in grace in the most unlikely places. All I have to do is look. And then at the bottom of the page it says faith step, Ask Jesus to open your eyes so you are able to see his grace in your circumstances. I wish that I had approached things differently. I wish that I had read this devotion along with that Bible verse to explain why I was even attempting to be a part of the discussion. And yes, I do know that last night it was long. Um, I didn't get to hear all of it, didn't get to see all of it, and I know all of you were tired. It was a worn up, beat up subject. I realized that obviously after I made my mistake today.
All right. Well, here I'll just finish it. We're almost done with the video, so we'll finish it.
Earlier this evening on the panel, I realized, oh, okay, so this is not appropriate, and I didn't explain. So I'm attempting to explain it now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for whomever I hurt. I'm sorry for not being aware of the room I was walking into. I have a lot to learn, and this is my attempt to be able to try to make things right so that I can close my eyes and hopefully go to sleep tonight. And with that, I hope that whomever hears this, I hope that you are at peace. And I do love you. I love you with the love of Christ. I love you with the love that I have been given, and that is how I'm trying to live my life. That's all this is about. I don't judge or condemn anyone. I'm not perfect. I have a lot to learn.
All right. Well, go to sleep, Sophia. I'm sure that. Well, we'll just play the other interaction from earlier tonight. I still think you're lying. I think you're full of shit. I'm not. I mean, I am still angry, but I'll get over it. But I definitely still think you're lying. You're not fessing up to what you were communicating. And the green bean story does nothing to tie the verse to the context in which you felt it necessary to share. So we're going to watch the interaction on Jack's panel earlier. And to be fair, Sophia, even though you came in with that condescending Bible verse and delivery and the plausible deniability so that nobody can prove that you meant it this way, even though in context it's kind of obvious. It really wasn't even Sophia so much that really started to piss me off. It was Jack. And to be clear, it wasn't just me. It wasn't me specifically at all that she was insulting. It was everybody who doesn't agree with her version of the Bible.
That's funny.
Hello,
That is
everyone.
good shit.
Hello.
Hello, whoever that
How y'all
is.
doing?
Hey, is that Sophia? Hello. Hold up.
Yes. Is my mic coming through okay?
Yeah, you're 5x5, baby.
I only caught a little bit of what y'all were talking.
So I was mistaken in that she did leave a comment on a different video right before this. But the comment, there wasn't, the reason that I was referencing the comment that I thought she had left was to tie her comments to her awareness of the conversation that we were having the previous night, to show that that when she came in here, she came to continue the previous night's discussion. And so that's all I was trying to show. The contents of the comment was not relevant. Because a lot of people seemed, I mean, of course, not everybody sees everything, but a lot of people, I think, were treating this evening's comments like they were just sort of standalone. They weren't, and she'll say as much here.
Talking about just a minute ago, and it seemed like you might have been discussing metaphysical type things, which I happen to think is really cool because Christ himself was very metaphysical. That's the first thing I'd like to say. And the other thing is kind of hopefully will make some of y'all laugh if you know the story. Some of y'all know that my claim to fame is the famous words, Jack Talcott helped save my life. And I lead with
the original version.
Yeah.
Man.
So I'd like to explain. I never explained that because when I said those words, I was discombobulated. I was on Paul's panel.
Oh, she backpedaling, Jack. She don't love you no more.
Hey, Jack, you saved my life, bro. You gotta clip that.
I'd really like to share this story. It might be of interest.
You might have to just talk through it.
The reason that I said what I said during a time where, you know, talking with Paul can sometimes be challenging, and those words just kind of fell out, but I never really got to explain why I said those words.
Here's your opportunity, baby.
I'm really trying to. And I don't have very long, and I don't want to take up the whole panel. But the reason that those words came out was because I knew at the time that Jack was focused on the teachings of the Christ. And I knew that in my life, I was in a bad way because I had walked away.
Okay, sidebar. Can anybody who says the Christ, can anybody who uses that phrase explain to me what the difference is between the Christ and Christ? I think there's a lot of us that are confused about what the fuck that is.
From the teachings of the Christ, I had lost my way. And when I realized, hey, wait a minute, let's look at this a little bit. Let's remember what I learned about Christ and the relationship that I used to have with Christ. Please let me speak. The relationship that I used to have with Christ, I had lost that because I had allowed my circumstances to cloud my faith and to make me go to a bad place. And when I realized that for me, and I respect everybody else's experiences, their viewpoints, their thoughts, I respect it. Everyone has to do their own thing. I'm not judging and I'm not forcing. I'm just saying that for me, it brought me back to my own.
I'm not judging and I'm not forcing for me. So she hasn't even read the verse yet. And she's buttering it up, right? Just my interpretation. Everything here is context and subtext. Of course, there is nobody can say what anybody's thinking for real, except for that person themselves. I believe that the context and subtext speaks loudly enough for itself. But of course, that said, if anybody is expecting like the smoking gun or you know, whatever, sorry, you're just going to have to do with context and subtext. That's all I'm offering.
Reality check of my relationship with God, which is through Jesus Christ. And the Bible does help me. I was listening last night and I was.
All right, listening last night. So we're continuing the conversation.
You know, typing a little bit and trying to follow along and trying to understand everyone's different perspectives on what they do or don't think about Scripture. For me, Scripture has been very helpful because I will turn to things like the Psalms and the Proverbs. Today, early this morning, I wrote down a bunch of Bible verses that mean a lot to me. And I know we don't have time, but I would like to at least share one of them.
She wrote down a bunch of Bible verses and wanted to share one of them after last night's conversation. Okay.
If I could, it's 2 Corinthians, which is in the New Testament, chapter 4, verse 4, and I'm reading from the New International Version. And it says, the God of this age has blinded the minds of unbelievers so that they cannot see the light of the gospel that displays the glory of Christ, who is the image of God. That happened to be in my devotional book this morning. I have a little book that I read every morning. I don't have time to do deep dive Bible studies every single day, but I do some devotions in the morning time. And that was the scripture this morning. And I thought, well, how fitting, because for me, I'm, you know, I get it that other people have different experiences. I
Why is that fitting? This morning. Oh, how fitting.
need Christ. I need his redemption. I need his help on this planet that is basically ran by evil. I want to be protected by Christ. I want to have the Holy Spirit in my heart. I want to try to do right towards other people, treat other people the way I'd have be treated.
Well, I think you failed that one. And the Holy Spirit really lets you down by not giving you the self-awareness not to come in with this condescending ass bullshit.
There's so much that I find value. And yes, I agree with what Miss Angeline said last night. She very eloquently, I don't know if she typed it or she said it, but she said that, you know, the Old Testament is basically a history of a group of people, that it's their history, their path, their spirituality, or what have you. And I agree with that, but I also agree that it exists to show us the human condition. It's been recorded to show us, hey, human condition is still the same. And also, God never changes. God is the
Human condition is the same. I agree with that. And the human condition is hubris, cultish behavior, refusing to acknowledge when they've been tricked or when they're wrong, stubborn insistence on their own beliefs and views being right, dogmatism, religious insanity, appeal to authority. These are all parts of the human condition.
same today, yesterday, and forever. You know, I appreciate these conversations so much, where people do get an opportunity to speak of their own experiences, what they do know or what they don't know. And I've stopped using the word believe. I prefer now, as I'm learning and growing, I'm going to use the word I know, because
That's fine. You can use whatever fucking words you want. It doesn't make it more or less true.
I know that the Holy Spirit is within my heart. I know that I am redeemed by the blood of the Lamb. I know I can't do that by myself. And I know that even though Jesus gave us 2 new commandments, when he gave us those commandments, he said, if you keep these, you will find that you are keeping the law.
And this was one of my main points last night, is that the New Testament is an inversion of the Old Testament. And one of the ways that it inverts it is by basically doing away with the law in the Old Testament. The Old Testament is full of fucking laws and rules. And the New Testament is like, man, fuck all that shit. Just love each other and me. And my point is, obviously, the New Testament is a destruction of what's contained in the Old Testament. I think that without doing mental gymnastics, if you just look at it on its face plainly and are honest with yourself, I'm obviously correct. But we got mental gymnastics
he did
too.
fulfill the law by saying, if you love God and then you love your neighbor as yourself, you'll find that you'll keep these commandments because you don't want to hurt anybody.
Saving your life, or did you just come up here to stand on and have your say on last night's topic?
Well,
I beg your pardon. I'm sorry.
I think the point was she clarified that what she received through Jack was the reminder to turn to Christ, and then the rest has been testimony about.
Correct. Yes, I would like to share what I've experienced in my life, in hopes that it might help someone. And if it offends you or it doesn't help you, I apologize.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say it did nothing helpful.
That's just what I wanted to share.
Sophia, do you think that we were made in God's image?
I beg your pardon?
Sophia, do you think we were made in God's image?
I do, in a spiritual way. I feel like that God is spirit. Our spirit is in the image of God.
May I say something?
Of course.
Can't be worse than that.
All right, so Sophia, think about it, right? Sophia's hilarious. You know, I love the name because it is wisdom, technically. That's where the name comes from.
I can't hear you very well. Can you turn your mic up? I've got my phone up as loud as it'll go.
Well, Sophia, can you hear me a bit better now?
That's a little better.
All right. Well, have you ever thought that religion may be like, I believe in God. I believe in a creator that's,
God, Cage, learn to get to the point.
Cage.
But I'm saying this religious dogma, isn't that like one of the main tools to kind of mind control and subconsciously program people in order to be put into a cage of reality?
Cage.
He's right there.
Well, in a way, I do. I understand that
So
question
what?
because, unfortunately, it has been used to harm and to control people. Many people have been abused. I get what you're saying, but that you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Like, I'm not going to allow the evil in the world to take away the joy that's in my heart and what I want, how I want to live my life. I'm not.
I wonder why she felt compelled to have that response. Like, I'm not going to allow the evil in the world to take away my joy. Fucking have your joy. Nobody's trying to take away your joy. Be joyful in that shit. Just don't come into a panel 24 hours later, freeze the conversation in place to monologue and soapbox about how you know God, and anybody who disagrees with you or has a different perspective is blind, that Satan has blinded them to the truth. How fucking arrogant can you be? And it goes on a while longer. I don't know. If you guys want, type a 1 if you want me to keep playing it, and I will. Otherwise, I can just respond. Sophia, it wasn't a mistake. That's what pisses me off. I don't believe it was a mistake. Satan is an edgelord. That's what about Satan. I think you're lying. It's not about a you see me that way. I'm looking at the situation. I'm looking at the Bible verse you chose. I'm looking at your words leading up to it. I'm looking at your words during the discussion. Nobody ever explains this in a way like, how could this be interpreted to not be condescending? I don't think it was personally at me. I think it was just a broad stroke hubris. I know she seems genuine. This isn't the first time she's gotten under my skin with her hubris. It's religious hubris. Bible is truth. Okay. You had written down a whole bunch of Bible verses this morning, and you chose that one. And this is the question you never answered. This question, why did you choose that Bible verse? What makes it applicable? All right. Notch, I see you backstage. I was actually dropping this for Sophia if she wants it. Give me a second, and then if she doesn't pop up, then I'll bring you up. Why did you choose that one, if not to just sort of broad stroke, not condemn, that's too strong a word, talk down to everyone else? You chose that one. You chose one verse. And also, another good question that was asked is, who do you consider is blinded on that panel? I know it was in your morning devotional. Okay. Why did you feel it was relevant to the discussions last night? I'm good. I'm being good. Whoosha, being good. I didn't say it. God said it. You chose it out of the whole Bible. You chose to bring this one. This is why I feel like you're lying, because your answers don't make sense and they're not addressing the questions. I don't know what a struggle session is. Notch, you're on stage, by the way.
Oh, hey. Sorry. I was typing in the chat. I wasn't sure if you're going to bring me up. Obviously, you want to address something very specific, and I missed Jack's panel. He's on like 4 a.m. for me, so it's like right in that sweet spot.
You're kind of robot-y or something. Your image is fuzzy. And you want to try again?
Okay, I'll come back. Yeah, I'll come back.
I remember being part of the Glock gang. I had 4 Glocks when I got raided. 3 Glocks. I sold one of them right before I got raided. I had 3 when I got raided. 2 19s and a 29. I try to be fair, because the most important thing for me is, at least I hope it is, what I aim for is for the most important thing for me to always be the truth and clarity, right? Like, if I get my way wrongly, if I'm in the wrong and I get my way because I bulldoze my way into making other people concede, I don't feel like ultimately I win, right? I might win the battle, but I lose the war. So, you know, it's impossible to see yourself accurately all the time, but I do my best to try to orient myself around truth, not, and then have faith that if I'm oriented that way, it will work out in my best interest, as opposed to the other way around. If you just are oriented towards what you want and ignore truth, it tends to not really work out.
How's my sound?
It's better. Yeah, you're here.
Okay. So what's going on? I mean, I missed Jack's panel. Obviously, you're talking about that. He's like at 4 a.m. for me, so he's like right in that sweet spot when I'm like going to sleep, just before I go to sleep, and or just after, and then you know, you're on perfect. Like whenever you go on live, it's like perfect for me, because I'm like waking up and it's morning.
I didn't choose the late night life. The late night life chose me.
Yeah.
So yeah, on Jack's
what's
panel,
the issue?
So Sophia came in with swinging around a Bible verse that is insulting, but with plausible deniability, right? Anybody can read any old insulting thing out of the Bible to you, and you know that they're insulting you with it, but then they backpedal and go, "Oh, I'm just reading you the Word of God." And
what's insulting about it?
Well, the verse basically said, here, I'll just replay it.
I can't.
Or Cynthia, you got it? Yeah, give it to us.
Yeah, it says the God of this age has blinded the minds of unbelievers, so they cannot see the light of the gospel that displays the glory of Christ, who is the image of God.
So that verse, she read one verse. It was that one. Later on, she addresses 2 topics, off the top of my head, at least 2 topics that were my talking points. One of them was the Trinity, which I brought up quite a bit last night. And the other one was, I forgot what the other one was. She just, she said a minute ago. But anyways,
You think that the New Testament goes against the Old Testament?
oh,
There are other
thank
issues.
you. That
You're
is the other one.
Why do you feel insulted by it? I mean, I'm not like I'm just out of curiosity. Like, well, what is it about that Bible verse that that you felt insulted by, or were you the only one who felt insulted by it, or were there other people who also
I
felt?
don't think I am, but I'm definitely the only one who. Well, I'm the one who made a lot of noise about it. Why is that insulting? Well, because if somebody who knows that you believe something different from her reads that to you, I mean, the only way to interpret that is one of us is blind. Right?
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's the verse, but I don't know.
How else would you interpret it?
No, I mean, that is pretty direct for me. I mean, like, if the
Mhm.
verse is saying that, if you don't see God, if you don't see Christ, you must be blind, right?
Right.
And so if it, but that is within the frame of Christianity, like for me, like, according to their perspective, yeah, like, they're operating out of that. I'm not defending
Yeah,
Sophia. I'm not
and
speaking for her, but I'm trying to be objective about this
right,
as
and
much as
it is.
possible, right?
You're correct. It is, and it
Yeah.
is objectively an obnoxious component of Christianity, but it's an obnoxious component of all religions. But out of
Yeah, that's my
66
point.
books, yeah, out of 66 books to choose one verse to read, and it's that one. I just don't believe in that. I'm not that big of a coincidence theorist.
Well,
So
no,
just to say, kind of, sort of, just catching back on the verse and just being a Christian and the way we look at it, it would, because we're not saying that you're blind. Like, we're saying it in the sense, like, let me read this notes right here. It says, showing that Satan, though defeated, continues his grasp on the present road. It can deceive the world into thinking that he is equal to God. He can blind people to the glorious of the gospel. She's not speaking in terms that you're just blind, like you can't see nothing. She's saying,
Just
like,
the glory of God.
well, you just don't in the Bible. It's not even the glory, like you're not seeing the gospel, which is the Bible. And I'm not
If
judging
you
anybody.
believe the gospel is literally the word of God, there's nothing more important to see. So, I mean, I think that we agree on what whoever would be blind to, right?
I think the main question here, is about the intent behind it. You can interpret any of these verses in any which way you want, right? But the main thing is, like, when people speak about this kind of stuff, like, what's the intention behind, like, like, is the intention like actually sharing the truth as you see it, or are you placing yourself, like, above somebody else? I think that's the main issue, right? Like, nobody likes somebody who's on the high horse. And I mean, like, everybody kind of falters in the sense that we tend to get kind of arrogant about our belief system. I mean, I
Sure.
find myself that way sometimes though too, myself. Like, I catch myself thinking like, oh, these people are drinking or smoking or eating meat as an example, and be like, but I'm not better than them in any way because of that, right?
Sure. I mean, I don't know. Everybody judges people for things. I don't even think judging people is a bad thing. I think to some extent it's a good thing. You're obligated to. But
I agree.
yeah.
But but you can't prevent them from being
but you can't do it
insulted
to
by
me.
your.
No.
You can't do it to me.
No. But
I'm
I
just kidding.
judge based off of the fruits of their spirit, and I'm called to. Some people you can judge at their beliefs, and you can say, I judge you for you don't have enough money, or I can judge you for we don't believe the same way. I'm
All right.
judging your spirits. Regardless if I believe just like you, Flo, I judge you based off of your spirits of being a decent, honorable man.
Thank you.
Because I base them off of your spirit, like the fruits you have.
Can we do some simple math?
Sure.
Is Sophia referring to herself as blind by sharing that?
No.
No. Is it
No.
better to be blind or to be able to see?
you know, that's a question I could ask the same thing of you, because people think I'm blind, and people think that people who believe in the Bible are.
I didn't add any context. It was a very straightforward question.
I
Is it
can't
better
answer. That's not a
yes, you
black or white
can.
answer.
Yes, it
No.
is. Is it better to be blind or to see?
Honest, then I have to go with blind. It's better to be blind.
Shut up.
No.
Well, it's a little bit. It's a loaded question on one hand, but my answer would be that like whatever that you have, like because there are people who are born blind, right? So are you going to tell them, well, you suck because you can't see, right? You know,
No, no,
like I
no,
was
no,
born.
no.
You know, what I
Which
mean,
is
but if you have a
No.
which is
choice, if you have a choice,
preferable.
But blind people also have different senses that make them their stronger senses with smell and
I
hearing.
think the C is better, Flo.
Thank you.
I
Fucking
also
thank
You're
you.
welcome.
I go blind. I'm blind. Ray Charles all
You're gonna
day.
go blind from masturbating
Cynthia,
too
you're
much.
not being genuine. I
No,
mean,
I
I'm playing a
am,
little
and
bit of a
don't
devil.
say that. Don't you dare say that, Nacho Keto. I am being genuine, because you know what
You're
you
being
see when
genuine.
No. Because y'all are
Are
looking
you
at it like
blind?
I be blind, like
Are
I
you
don't want to
blind?
see the truth like you, and you're not seeing it the way I see it. I don't want to see the evil in the world. Maybe you don't know what it's like
So
to
you're
throw a
saying
baby
ignorance.
down. Maybe you don't know what
Okay,
it's
I
like
That's
got
to
you.
throw
I
a
different.
got
baby
you.
in a trash can
Cynthia, that's a
and then
different
throw
thing.
the
That's a
baby
different thing.
away.
What
I don't want to see that shit.
Cynthia? Oh my
Okay,
God.
we get it.
Yeah.
That's
So stop saying I'm being disingenuous. Like, I don't like that about this community when it doesn't align with you.
it's about that's
I'm a
That
people in
grown
wasn't
general.
woman,
that
and I
wasn't the
will tell
question
you how
though.
I
Well, why are
feel.
you? Oh my gosh, you can't. It's hard to have a conversation with you.
Okay, okay. Let's bring
That's
it
not
back.
true.
Let's whooshaw. There are contexts in which maybe ignorance is bliss, or it's better to be blind, or more pleasant would be
Of
what I'd
course.
propose. But 9 times out of 10, obviously it's better to be able to see.
To me, it's a huge responsibility. And am I really prepared? And I don't want that responsibility of seeing that. I know
What-
people who can see dead people. I don't want to see dead people every day. I don't. I want to see you and your spirits.
All right. Well, I'm not asking you any more questions on the simpleness then. Well, maybe I will. Okay. I believe that it is better to see, and that it's obviously better to see. And that in context of the Bible verse, they're not speaking of blindness as if it's an attribute, a positive one.
I can understand that.
Okay. So when somebody it reads that Bible verse who thinks that they can see, to a bunch of people with mixed views that don't align, obviously, do you think it's that person is elevating themselves above others, intentionally or not?
No, of course not. Well, they're not in their spirit, but it does come off that way. I can see how it comes off that way. But again, blind to the gospel, not blind to life.
Which
or
is a bad
sense.
thing. It's a bad thing to the author, and it's a bad thing to the person reading the author, right? Angeline, help me out.
Yeah, and I'm on board. Like, it just, there was no coming clean with what the reason for that was, especially admitting that it was coming as a continuation from the previous panels. So none of it really added up unless there was a reason for it, which we never got to. So I don't know how it makes any other sense.
Well, I mean, like, if you look at it from a positive standpoint, it's like with the Christians, there are very evangelical Christians out there. It's like, oh, they have seen the glory of God, and they know the truth of the Bible, and they want to share it. It's almost their duty to go and share that elevated place of like I don't know, like the truth with people. That would be the positive way of looking at that. But if you look at it in a negative standpoint, because like like a lot of the stuff I would agree is like very illogical. Like when you have conversations with Christians about like the Bible and like what's written in there, the contradictions and stuff like this, you know, people kind of tipsy-toe around, and then and you talk about the Trinity and what does it mean. And I don't mind people having like a personal relationship, personal, you know, because there are all kinds of beliefs out there. There are really crazy stuff that's going on out there. But when you start to share that with other people, you have to find a middle ground, right? And that's the difficulty sometimes.
So your comment here, it's spiritual blindness that comes from Satan who wants to deceive. And then she keeps saying, and then she goes on to say something about, oh yeah, my reason for wanting to share that is because I care about your souls, about all your souls. So is it like suggesting that something's wrong with our souls, or like that, you know, we're deceived by Satan and blind? Like I just don't understand the point of having to bring it up unless these are underlying beliefs or suggestions, even if she's not saying it with our names directly in it. It just, how does it not feel like that? Like, how can it not feel like that? Like, what otherwise, what is the point? Or just random scriptures and suggestions and opinions coming out of your mouth and you don't know why? Or is there a point to them? Like, it doesn't add up. Is there a suggestion? Like, because it feels like there's a reason you're saying it. There's not no reason.
And earlier there was a comment where this one, even so what, people try to elevate themselves all the time. Correct, people do try to elevate themselves all the time. But you know, she's just lying about it. That's it. Calling out lies.
And to be fair, like the people who I've experienced being on these panels, a lot of the panel, you guys know I panel walk. Like I see most of the people who are here are more or less like seeing reality in a very similar way. Like we understand the corruption that's going on in the world. We understand there's a kind of a conspiracy that's happening, you know, and we see the evil things for what it is. And you know, yeah, we have a lot of different backgrounds and such, but we're more similar to each other than we are like apart from each other. Like I don't really see anybody who is like holier than anybody else per se. Maybe there's like some people who practice a little bit better in terms of their ability to actually, you know, have good discipline and such, but whatever, you know. It's like everybody's got their vices. It's okay.
Also, I think to go back to what Angeline was saying is that she had mentioned she read in her devotional earlier, and it was in her devotional, and then she said she wrote down several verses, but this is the one she chose to bring up, which is the issue that Flow State has. I'm sure, as most of you know, when you have a devotional, it gives you one verse, is like the main verse. And then if you go in your Bible, you know how to go from verse to verse. If this verse, it correlates with that verse. So I'm taking it that's how she interpreted it. And she just read that one scripture and she wanted to share it based off of the day before when we were having that conversation about faith. She was just trying to illustrate that some people just aren't going to see the Bible. Again, she's not saying God. She's not saying smartness. She's the gospel. You're not going to understand why some people hold tight to the Bible, and it's okay that you don't understand that. We just understand
It's
that.
not okay. No, you're doing
I
apologetics
understand
for
it.
her.
No, it's not
It's
being
not okay. It's
apologetic.
not okay. She's trying to save our souls. That's what she said.
She tried. Well,
In her last two
So there's
comments
something
that we
wrong with
just
our
read,
souls.
it was
Satan,
very pointed as well,
yeah.
explaining herself. So we
I
can't
mean,
just go.
I think it's okay for her to do that. I also think it's okay for you to reject it. You know what I'm saying? I feel like it's a part of what comes with, I guess, being a Christian. Like,
Agree.
if they believe and hold true to their text and they look at it, or even I could say our text, because I'm somewhat in that belief. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, you know what I'm saying? They hold true to that. Why wouldn't they not feel like they need to try to help the next
but at
person?
the
Now,
same,
when it hold on, my bad, bro. I'm gonna let you talk. When they feel like it's
sorry.
when they feel like it's a self-righteous thing, that's where I feel like it do come into play. And you have a right to call it out and ask. And she should have been able to come up here, if she really believe and stand on like I was just trying to help, and then it's like way, shape, or form, she could have came out and elaborated herself. So, but I feel like a lot of times people get caught up in trying to make sure that they look the right way instead of just having a conversation. Because you know what I'm saying, like however you gonna look is just gonna be what it is anyway. Is you gotta have your belief, just like you having your belief. She gotta have her belief, and I feel like people not standing on shit sometimes is a lot of what causes the confusion. Because if she stand on that, she feel like somebody was blinded and it was you, she should say that. If she don't feel like it was anybody in particular, and she was just speaking in general, she should
resolved
have
the
said
whole
that.
thing. That would have resolved the whole thing, right?
Okay.
Be straightforward instead of
Just be
being
straightforward.
Okay.
passive.
Say, yes, this
Yeah.
is what I was saying. Don't try to gaslight me, lie to the panel, and run around and backpedal off of what you said. If you got something to say, say it. If you
Okay.
believe in it, then you say it.
I want to come back to that, but Nacho Keto, you wanted to say something first?
Oh yeah, good call.
Oh, go ahead. It's okay. That's fine.
Okay.
Go ahead, Cynthia. I yield.
I just wanted to say, Jalen, you're 100% correct, but we're talking about Sophia, and I'm not saying that in a negative way, and I know she's not taking that in a negative way, so please nobody else take that. Sophia has grown, like she even said herself in that clip, I'm the famous Jack Calcott saved my life, and we made fun of her, and we made fun of that content, and it was a meme for a short period of time, but we can all agree she's grown on us, and we've seen her blossom. I've said this before, we've seen her blossom. So when you have confrontation like this, especially being Sophia and people who aren't used to being on panels, it can be intimidating.
I've seen her do excellent holding her own with Paul. I think she's got more steel than I think you're giving her credit for.
Okay, that's a fair argument. Touche.
And also, I saw her again in the chat say that she's nothing, which is also bullshit. And I blame. That's part of my frustration with the Christian worldview entirely, is that it's so self-deprecating. And if you think that God made you, but you also believe in original sin and think that that I'm not shit and I need to be saved because I'm so flawed, it's sort of sacrilegious if you look at it from that perspective.
I think it's healthy to have these type of discussions, like what like maybe sometimes people are not aware even what their intention is, and then they speak out their mind, and then the problem is the backpedaling, right? Like, okay, you have a belief, I agree with that, like, and then you speak it out, and then we sort it out the best we can. And if your faith is strong, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what anybody else thinks. Like if I believe in God and nobody else wants to believe in God, like we can talk about God, but it's not going to change my view anyways, right? Same can be said about the Christianity. And like, if I believe that you guys are blind, okay, I'll say you guys are fucking blind, and you guys are not seeing the way I see it, but we can have a discussion about it. But I can still, feel the way I do, right?
Yeah, of course, absolutely. If you think that we're blind, that's why I say I'm okay with being considered blind. I'll choose blindness. I'm
But the
not
question
walking
is,
away.
why are you? Yeah.
I'm
We
not
know you're
walking
trying
away.
really hard to support this, but
No. I'm not walking away from my faith that has saved me 1,001 times and will save me 1,000,000 more from myself, if nothing else.
Can I ask a couple questions about this thing that we're discussing, if that's okay?
Mm-hmm.
I came on because of the name of the show, and so I'm interested kind of what the topic is, because I'm not exactly sure, but I think just the name is what drew me in. And
well, you'll catch up. I don't want to recap the whole thing right now, but you'll catch up as we go along.
Yeah, but that's why I'm asking a question that's probably unrelated. So that's why I just want to front. So, but like for Cynthia, I would ask, what does being saved mean? And for Flow State, I would say, when you ask her, is it better to be blind or to see? Can you tell me what better means to you in that context? And that's my two questions.
Do you want to go first, Flo? Or do you want me to go first? Okay, I'll go first. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. To me, Steve, is I don't have to, upon my death, I won't be held accountable for my sins. Somebody has paid the price for my sins.
And for you, Flo, and then I have one follow-up question for Cynthia.
What? Sorry, what was the question again? I was distracted by the chat.
That's okay. I was saying, for you, when you ask her, is it better to be blind or to see? How would you define better?
I don't.
You're saying it
okay. So I almost said I'm not answering that. It's disingenuous, but I don't think you're being disingenuous. I'm just not really sure what you're not understanding in it.
Sure. Well, again,
more preferable.
Sure. What I mean is, when you're saying better to her, are you meaning better according to her or better according to a different standard?
I think it would be better according to almost any standard you look at it from, but according to as it's phrased in the verse, it's clearly better to the author. As presented by her, I believe is clearly better to her, the presenter of the verse. And I think that you have to work real hard and do some mental gymnastics to find somebody or a situation in which it is not better. So almost universally as well.
I think even in that verse, it's saying that being blind is a bad thing. So I don't see being blind. I get what Miss Cynthia coming from, but I don't think Flo ever was asking it. I would think he was just asking in the overall context of, can you see something? Because like the Christians, when they look at the gospel, they believe that they see something that the rest of the world needs to see. You know what I'm saying? So just like some people that look at Christians and be like, well, the way you live in and how you are, you know what I'm saying, structured by the Bible, and I feel like I see things a different way. And you know what I'm saying, maybe if you didn't have that Bible to control and distract you or whatever how they see it, that you would, you know what I'm saying, not be as blind or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So I think in all aspects, people are looking at it like seeing is better. It's just, you know what I'm saying, go ahead, yeah.
You know, I mean, like already in the context of that verse, it's better to be able to see than to be blind. I mean, it's already written in there that it's better to see than to be blind, right? If you're blind, then the devil has taken a hold of you. Is that not? Is that not the interpretation?
According to that verse, yeah. Yeah, according to that verse, yeah.
Can I offer that tap dance?
Offer us your slimy bullshit.
Yeah, Jack. He's mad at you.
Yeah, you definitely did everything you could to exacerbate the situation. What do you want?
I could have done it better.
You could have.
You're absolutely right. But here, I have a different, I can absolutely see and I understand actually part of what you're describing, Flo, the better than thou bullshit that Christians like to present. Yeah, that's what kept me away from that. My interpretation now, I go to the Bible and it explains my experience. Okay? I don't go there to learn what I'm supposed to do. I went back and I caught a bit before I joined. And some of the things that you're talking about, they're true. The contradictions between the old and the new and the different interpretations. But there is a truth to that. If you bring other parts of the Bible in about God is the good, right? And it is through the grace of God.
That wasn't relevant. That's not relevant. You're taking the focus and putting it onto something else entirely. Then
can I tie it together real quick?
Sure. Why not?
It's by God's grace that we are allowed to find the good. And it is through the Christic, through the teachings of the Christ, the way that the good is revealed. And I spent a long time blind. I was blind to the good. I understand that the meanings of those words from my experience. It's God's grace that I found hope, that I found faith. But it was also my efforts to seek it. That's what the Bible and the Christian teachings are supposed to be. That's what the preachers should be sharing.
All right.
Well, I was just going to ask Sophia, I'm sorry, not Sophia, sorry, Cynthia, I was going to ask you one question as well. How do you get saved as a Christian? To someone who doesn't believe, how would you explain it? Like, how would you explain it?
I would say that you would have to accept that the Lord Jesus Christ is your personal Savior, and He died on the cross for your sins, so you may have eternal life with Him. And you just have to accept that and confess it with your mouth. And yay, we're going to spend eternity in heaven together.
So can you define accept, and can you...
Well, you have to...
Can you tell me how long the proclamation you make is good for? Meaning, like, if I do it today and then I forget about it,
you're still... you absolutely are still in His hands. You just kind of shortchanged yourself, but some do. So once you accept Him and the Holy Spirit dwells in you, He now dwells in you to guide you. So He's forever there. So if you turn away, you turn away. He never turns away from you. And there was another part of that question. What was the other part of that? That was the second part. What was the first part?
Well, I think I said, how do you get? What's the definition of accept? And then
so you have to so I accept that he how can I don't know how to describe accept. Like, you have to accept that He is your Lord and He's the one you're going to serve. And
you have to internalize the claim. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, internalize. What do you mean internalize? Like it's when something good happens to me, I praise God. I don't think, look at me and all the work I did, or hell yeah, I manifested that. I think, thank you, Lord, for blessing me with this, whether it be something good or bad. And I just have to accept it and not. I'm sorry, Voodoo. What's your name? Oh, Nero Jack. I always attribute my relationship like a marriage. Like, I'm committed to Him for better, for worse, when poor, sickness, and in health. And I'm not going to cheat on my husband. I made a commitment to always believe and accept you, whatever you put my way.
And
that just sounds very strange to me. I mean, because like I'm sorry, because like there are. Yeah, a little bit, because I mean, just because, like, like, especially in this day and age when marriages are really not working out, and there are people who are like abusive. Like, if you have it's about. I understand that there is a relationship there, but like, if you have a relationship with somebody who is abusive, like, divorce and get the fuck out of there, right? Like, just don't be committed because you're married.
But I also
I'm saying,
but I also think, like, man, if I'm in a jam and you believe this and you believe that and you believe this and you believe that, and your mind is so chaotic, how do you know what to turn to and grasp in that moment? And for me, I only have one thing I have to grasp to. Whether I be fearful, this is what I grasp to. Whether it be so joyful and overwhelmed, this is what I grasp to. I only have one thing to focus on. So when I say a union, I mean, it's us two, baby. Like, I'm not deviating from it. And please don't ever think, someone said, hey, you should be a Christian. I was like, oh my gosh, I think you're right. And I became one overnight. Like, I studied Buddhism. I studied Hinduism. I studied Judaism. I made sure to visit all of these temples. I remember this secret. Oh, and manifest whatever you want. Just say it. And nothing worked for me the way this works. Nothing fits me the way this fits. And I encourage everybody to find their fit.
What a verse right there.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Here's the next question I wanted to ask, and this is a general question for everyone, but I think I'll start with Cynthia because it's on the same track. Once a Christian has, asked for, to follow the Lord, I guess is what you're saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
After that, we don't believe in works only faith, of course. It's faith first, some people believe in works only, but what would you say is the mission of Christians other than getting themselves saved and I guess getting others saved in that way? Like, what would be the next step in your opinion? Like, for me, I would say, like, it would be, pursuit of truth. And for me, that's the way I would say it. But pursue,
Right.
but even saying pursuit of truth, right?
Right.
Everyone's gonna have to decide what that is to them, and so that's where things start getting messy. But what would you say it is, right?
So I think that Jalen kind of touched on it earlier. When we hold to the scripture is going to speak to everybody in different ways based on your gifts. If I guess we can obviously tell I'm a person of encouragement, so I have found myself working with a lot of the widows in my community. Like, I make sure to drive them to their doctor's appointments, or we go to the grocery store together, or we love to plant shop. And so for me, when the verse spoke about take care of the widows, I made sure to take care of all the widows. So, but it's going to speak different to everybody.
So first you would say, and you don't have to tell me, but I don't know what kind of Christian you are, but you seem to say that the scriptures are the most, one of the most important ways to be a Christian, but then everything falls into interpretation. Like, I saw a debate a couple of days ago, and I'm not going to mention it because I don't know who's watching this channel or not. But anyways, long story short, it was a Christian versus an atheist. And, they didn't even really debate because one of the people left. But the basic thing that seemed to be a major point was, well, it depends on your interpretation. And the person said, well, I think that, my church gives me the proper interpretation. And the other person said, well, isn't that convenient, more or less, right? So, this is where things start to get messy, obviously. And, I could expand it even further and say, well, a lot of religions are kind of related, but they all interpret those independent religions very differently. And so, we're back to square one anyway. So even among Christians that I know, I find more in common with people who aren't Christians in ways outside of faith than I do with many Christians, right? So it's kind of interesting to me how, people who have the same language, the same faith, the same whatever, and they, can't even go have a coffee without arguing about some bullshit. You know what I mean? So my question is,
thing, though.
How do you interpret is my question,
Was that general or for me?
Yeah, to you and to anyone.
Oh, go ahead, Jalen. Please.
I don't know. I think just people are going to always have conflict to some certain type of degree. Like, people reading the same thing. Like, I don't see where you interpret the Bible any kind of differently than the next person. For the most part, I feel like, I don't know. I feel like it's going to speak to you in certain ways, as far as, like, you might see where your purpose can come in on certain parts of the Bible and its journey of, the lesson it's supposed to be teaching, or whatever it is that you read. If we just going to take it outside of the religion, but at the end of the day, people are going to always have conflict because people look at things that have, self-interest. It's a what you would call it, self I'm missing the word right now, but either way, we were self-reliant. We're gonna make sure that we always take care of ourselves first, and I feel like our self-interest is always gonna come into play, no matter if you are Christian or an atheist, or because we are still people of the flesh here in this world, and sometimes these needs trump all the other needs, even though in the teachings of Christ, you're supposed to put God first, and he's supposed to make sure you get those needs taken care of with your works, of course. But at the same time, it's not supposed to be your first priority, but for a lot of people it ends up being. So that's so, even though I might be a Christian, I might sit here and argue with this person because I need to get this, get through this checkout line. They take it forever, or whatever the hell it is, and they might forget at that moment, like, hey, I'm supposed to be brotherly love, blah blah blah. So I think a lot of times we get caught up in them flesh moments, in those moments of everybody that everybody have, because we all human.
Where's Richard? I also think it's where your heart is. And that's something that we talked about on Flo's panel I think a week or two ago. And a gentleman pointed out, if you have a heart of forgiveness and grace, you're going to see that in the Bible. If you have a heart of, you just, see conflict and that's not true, you're going to see that. So I think it's truly a heart thing. Nero, did he go? No, Neurojack. Yeah, I think it's truly a heart thing.
No, that makes a lot of sense to me, and I think that's a better answer than I get from a lot of Christians. So, and I say that as a Christian. So yeah, that's a pretty good answer. It from Jalen as well. Like, I think that it is really a struggle, and I think that I understand why most people don't like Christianity, because you talk to a lot of Christians and they just kind of say platitudes to you all day, and it's kind of, and then when you try to critique their actions, they just kind of, revert back to the platitudes, and then it's like, okay, now what? So it's, it's just, it gets old very quickly, right? So, I that's how I feel about my general interaction with most people who say they're Christian.
Once you realize that everybody is the same, then there is no judgment. And that is the gift of what people call Christianity. It's the gift of understanding that we all are human and spirit at the same time.
I don't think that's Christianity.
I wouldn't necessarily say
You
the
don't have-
same. We have something in common. I think you might want to reword that, just because we're not all the same exactly. But
We are
have
all
some things in
exactly the
common.
same. Yes, we are.
We're not. We're definitely not.
Except we are experiencing individual human experiences based on the body that we were built into, whatever that was given to us. That is the truth. And once you understand that, then you don't have judgment for another, because you know that they are just experiencing their life the way that they were given it.
I think that that's
as you are.
wisdom. That has nothing to do with Christianity, though. That's definitely not what Christianity teaches.
Well, it's the gift. It's the gift. The gift of salvation is knowing that words create. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So you then say only those things that you want. That's the gift. Once you understand that and you realize that everybody's the same, then you don't have any judgment. You don't have to. I mean, you can try to share with other people, because I feel like it's a responsibility at that point to share. But you don't have to judge them because they're not being the way that you would like them to be.
And I want to mention
you would hang with anybody.
Say that again.
You would hang or get together with anybody, and you know what I'm saying, just kick it, bullshit, do business, anything. Like you would just do that with anybody?
I didn't say that.
You
You still have discernment. You can still say you're jacked up. I don't want to do business with you.
Discernment is a form of judgment. Is it not?
Say it again.
Discernment is a form of judgment, is it not?
He's saying discernment is like the same thing.
Could be. Or else you just know better.
But it takes some judgment.
It's a gift.
Exactly.
Yeah. It doesn't mean that you're gonna, condemn somebody because that they're being who they are. It just means that maybe you don't want to do business with them.
Well, and I want to mention one thing really quick, just to give a little juxtaposition, is like, if you think about religion from at least what we're told before Christianity, it's essentially like you got to buy your way into heaven. That's why allegedly, they have the pyramids and tombs filled with gold and food, because it's a journey after death, right? And then in this case, this new, Christianity is basically saying, well, you don't have to do anything. It's just free to you. And, it's almost like an offer you really can't refuse, essentially, right? And so if you compare it to what these other ones are doing, and I'm just trying to say that to, like, give a little context, like, what does pagan religion say? What does Hindu, or what,
There's a big difference in the Christianity belief, though, because I'm saying, you are paying with something. You might not be paying with a physical material, but when you believe in something, you accept something, you follow something, you have to move a certain way. You don't move the opposite of your leader. So if your leader is Jesus Christ, perhaps, you have to move in the way of this man, and that's from what the Bible says. How he moved. So you have to move in that same likeness. So you can't just say that's like being a half in, half out. Like, if you join a gang, you got to be with the shits. If you not, then shit, you will definitely perish. Same with the Bible.
Facts, Jalen. Big facts.
I wasn't paying attention. Somebody else could. But I heard Cynthia giving you big facts, so I'm sort of suspicious of whatever it was you said I missed.
I was just saying that people got to follow something. Yeah, you can't just think that just because you believe something or it's something that's free. Nothing ever in life is free. Even the Bible, you have to pay with, pretty much your life. You have to pretty much sacrifice the physical in order to nourish your spiritual. And that's what the Bible pretty much saying. That's what you need to fuck material shit. But a lot of people don't see that part of the Bible.
I mean, I think that I agree with basically the conclusions that you and Lig have just claimed, but I don't think either of those come from Christianity.
It's definitely in that book.
Well,
now,
there's
a lot of other parts in the book that you might not agree with, but that's definitely in there.
A minute ago.
When they talk about the cross to carry, that's that. You have, and I've learned it from being on these panels. I've learned I have to stand in the gap. When people are mad at God, they're going to be mad at me. And I can't just be like, oh, wait, well, this got too real for me, deuces, God, and start not talking about him or speaking up for him. That's when you have to lean into it. Like David ran to the giant. You got to run to the roar and stand in it. And it's going to get ugly sometimes.
Hey, what you're saying, a lot of the wisdom, the truth, it is eternal knowledge, right? A lot of that is encapsulated in the scriptures of the various religions. A lot of the I mean, the Bible is so full of just about everything that it's no wonder there's conflict around it. You can find anything you want to. It's like the internet. You can find anything that you want to find. You can apply it any way you want to apply it. There's self-contradictions. There's shit that doesn't make sense at all. It's like one big. It's like a confusion bomb.
The Bible covers the gamut, and it speaks to each person individually.
With Cynthia,
in a way that they can understand ideally. But the ultimate truth is this. The ultimate truth is this. There is only one God, one power, and if you live by the golden rule, you live in heaven on earth now.
Jalen, do you want to go before or after? Yeah, Jalen, why don't you? I heard you trying to get in, and then I'll address the Trinity with Lig.
Oh no, I went. I was on mute the whole time, but I will say something to that. I believe, it's I don't know. It's a lot of different, interpretations to all that, But I do believe pretty much it is one power at the end of the day. It might have came in different forms, but at the same time, I believe in that one power that, is pretty much gonna trump all, So yeah, I'll let y'all go. I kind of don't disagree with him, but yeah, it's the way he words shit sometimes for me.
Well, and I wanted to say one thing, like, I'll give you an example. Like, the Jews thought that their Messiah came many times before this. I was listening to this thing about what Jews believe about the Messiah, and they basically were explaining, like, before the coming of Jesus, there were a lot of people that they said, oh, we're in the end times now, and the prophecy has already been fulfilled. And it just strikes me as well, like, again, it's just interesting that you talk to Christians now and they're always saying, oh, we're in the end times now, and they think they understand what Revelations means. We need that third temple to go away so Jesus can come back. And it's like, I'm not saying that they're wrong, but what I'm saying is, like, that's a very great claim that you are making, right? And so for me, I just always would like to see, like, explanations of, like, how are they coming to that conclusion.
There are explanations. I mean, I'm not a Christian, but I do think that we're in pre-tribulation. I'm using their terminology, but I mean, these are really fascinating times that we're living in. I mean, in terms of technology, we have, like, based on, like, the history that we've been taught, we haven't arrived to this point in human history yet. Like, with the things that we can do, AI, singularity, all of that kind of stuff, with the quantum computers, and geopolitical stuff that's happening, and other prophecies that are kind of being fulfilled, whether you want to believe that they are artificially done or not to create a certain outcome. I can argue about that, but I do believe that you, like, maybe it's possible that the Revelations is kind of a playbook, you can say, and then the whole idea of, like, apocalypse and all this kind of stuff has been programmed into us for a very long time, but we're living in a very tumultuous times right now, for sure.
On Angeline's comment, yes, since the minute Jesus left, people have been waiting for the end times, and I think Jesus himself in the gospel said that he would be back during your lifetime, speaking to the disciples. So that's comment kind of jogged my memory that something is amiss here.
Well, and I want to say one thing on Nachikita, what Nachikita and you said, and I apologize, but this is one thing that you said, like, you're kind of saying, like, it's kind of fascinating what we're dealing with right now, right? And for me, I agree, but it's, as a Christian, like, you're not Christian, I think, right? But I'm saying, like, in general, most Christians, when I say, hey, when they bring up a similar perspective to you, I say, well, the fascination is kind of a distraction from, like, self-determining, like, where we should be going rather than where we're headed to. Does that make sense? Like, to what degree should Christians say, like, question, like, why are we going in this direction and not a different one? You get what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I want to let
things.
Angeline go on the thing that I was talking about before you guys have.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
I think you were referring to how the Bible's already done, right? Like how everything that was being warned about was being warned to those people then and there. Even when he was going to the cross, he said, "Don't weep for me, weep for you and your children." He said, "All of this will happen in your generation." So many signs pointing to that he's talking to them and not people thousands of years later. And then it happened in 70 AD when they were destroyed. And it's like history, right? But, can it be something like something that happens repeatedly? Can it be a lesson of things that can come again? Can people be using it, which obviously the West is definitely using it as a way to gain certain followers and whatever, by making them believe that it's somewhere coming in the future and that they have the only answer? Yeah, all of the above, I guess.
Well, I know as a Christian, I'm called to watch and pray. And there have been, I think, 2 times I've come across, like, don't be in the world. So when everybody gets caught up in all of the talk of the worldly views, like, just watch and pray. Don't fall victim to everything. Don't be in a panic. Because at the end of the day, we can't control anything. It's completely beyond our control.
No, it's not. I mean, that's such a
it's,
and that's I have the same problem with the well, it's all in God's hands now, right? I'm not, defeatist isn't the right word. It's an optimistically useless mindset.
What
You
do
might as
I-
well be a nihilist. Functionally, you might as well be a nihilist.
Okay,
Can
but
you can you accept it as a partial truth? Because I agree.
I can accept that there is partial truth to it on a macro scale, but that the utility from it is 100%. It's got 100% lack of utility and like 20% truth individually on an individual level.
Yes, and I agree with the way it's that idea has been misused. We are co-creators, each of us individually. We are co-creating our life with a divine force who's ultimately in charge, but we are co-creating this life with us and then us. It's a we thing. It really is, man.
Well,
oh,
I'm sorry, Jack.
Go ahead.
You know, when I say
I
it's out of
and the Father are one. I and the Father are one.
Wow. Thank you.
The Father is greater than I.
What does that mean? How can we stretch our brain to make these two things make sense together?
Oh, wow.
They do.
Well,
panentheism. It's that word's called panentheism.
There's a guy named Neville Goddard that broke it down for me. I studied him for years and years and years and years now. Neville Goddard. He interpreted the Bible in a way that I had never experienced. I always looked at people and wished that I could be like them, have that kind of faith. And then he broke it down to the point where I could see it and I could actually experience it. And I've learned that in the imagination is the eternal being of man. There is no beginning, there is no end. Where we go in our imagination is what we're not taught, but where we go in our imagination is what we experience in this world. That's why it's important that you say only those things that you want, because in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So when we speak words, then that gives us a mental image. And in that mental image, we experience a feeling. That feeling is a vibration. That vibration is what is the law of attraction. So when we experience a feeling, if it's good, bad, or indifferent, we're going to experience something in this world that is relevant to that feeling. So it's very important that we control the words that we use and the mental images and the feelings that we get. That's the biggest practice. That's what I've learned. That's what I consider to be salvation. Because once you get that, you can actually direct and control the world that you live in.
Yeah.
So it is
And the
co-creative
feeling-
because at the same time, I have no clue what's going to happen. It's all out of my hands, but it is all in my hands at the same time.
So
Oxymoron.
how I kind of do it is I pretty much agree with most of that, but I dropped dogma for Katma and dropped faith for assumption. So in a context, I'm more committed to whatever I believe instead rather than trying to do it all in general, even when it makes no sense.
With God, all things are possible to those who believe. Whatever you believe is true becomes true for you.
Well, that's
true
I can,
for anybody.
The thing is, I can. There's some things I can believe is true, where the universe will not respond in kind. Like if I believe the Earth is flat, it's not going to make the Earth any more flat than it is.
I done got lost, man.
I think I'd like to emphasize too, because one thing that I like to be free from was the fear of my words, because it's not your words as much as what you feel. Because some people think, oh, I'm just gonna like stand in the mirror and say positive words about myself, whether I believe in them or not, and it actually makes things worse because you're not believing what you're saying, and it's making you overthink it more, like about, oh, I'm saying this, but it's not true. It's about what you feel, and that's what you're vibrating. That's what you attract, not so much what you're
You're
saying.
absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And your words are the source. So you have to use your words and then try to believe those words, which is the challenge.
Source is the source of life, of everything living. It's not a word. Word is a box. A word, words make you put something that can't be defined into definitions. So words are just a tool that we use to communicate the best we can, what we can't actually describe.
They are source creation.
What's that mean?
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So
we're back
you
to
use your
because the
words
Bible
to
says
direct
so.
your imaginal acts in order to get the feeling of being. You have to be able to believe that. Whatever you believe to be true becomes true for you. That's true for everybody. I've
That's
seen it no different in all of my experience.
No, that's not accurate though, because what you believe to be true doesn't make it true. And the rest of us will tell you that you're just living in a delusion. And that's the problem with religions. That's the problem with you just believe in me and you're going to heaven. You have to internalize the illusion. And then it becomes true to you, which is enough.
Well, there's a distinction in this between the inner and outer. I mean, there's no separation and it does tie together. But what I've been finding with what he's saying, what we believe is true for us, especially in our feelings. Okay. And that's where the words are helpful. And that's where the faith is incredible. Because this world can bring us to our damn knees. And if you don't have something to hold on to, some hope, some love, and this is beyond the religions, love and the truth. The truth is we're far fucking stronger than this world wants us to think. We are far more powerful than we convince ourselves. That's
Agreed.
what I've been learning.
That's what I agree with that.
Yeah, there is a separation, but it's an incomplete separation between just the inside of ourselves and the outside of ourselves. So like there's some stuff we can just create, let me split, like we can make money, we can make art, but we gotta follow a little ritual and use tools to do so. But there's stuff we can't create, like we can't just build another planet.
Leg, what are you cooking?
Say it again.
What are you cooking? I saw your hand over there.
No, I was just.
You were
hands
just putting your hand
there,
out, just stretching that hand out.
Speaking.
Hey,
No. Speaking truth, dude. That's all. I'm just
okay.
backing it. I believe it. I agree.
You were raising the roof.
Sorry.
What's up, Jalen?
Yeah,
man. I feel like I don't know. It's a lot of vagueness to those statements that you know what I'm saying. With the dude that's in the middle, and I think that's what Jack over there to the left of him.
Jack and Lig,
man. The vagueness of a lot of what y'all said is what deters a lot of people. I mean, at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying. Like the Bible says some stuff that's pretty clear as far as like belief in the Jesus Christ and the Messiah and all that stuff. So when we get to all this, you know what I'm saying, like we're all good and our believing our truths and stuff. It's like the Bible saying one thing is true. You know what I'm saying? Like if you don't have this belief, that's what it is. So I feel like when y'all go into all that vagueness, a lot of people just be like, yeah, man, I'm off with that shit, bro. I mean, like I guess you know what I'm saying, the Bible get them there instead of, you know what I'm saying, I guess coming with all that. I don't know, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. It just seems kind of, it don't seem like you're gonna reach people with that, man. I don't know.
Well, Jalen,
there's a lot that I found to be true about the Bible over years. I grew up in religion. I resented it. I didn't feel it. I didn't agree. I saw other people and I said, how are they better than me? I don't get it. I got it now. So I share that. And some of the stuff that I've learned, or the major key points, are with God, all things are possible to those who believe. It's the challenge of trying to believe whatever it is that you want. That's the challenge. That's the practice. If you can get that practice down, that's not vague.
Yes, there are a lot of things true about the Bible, but there's also a lot of things false about the Bible. Like we haven't
It's
gone
allegory.
in pure world reincarnation. Like we don't have the zombies walking around yet, and we don't have any evidence of the zombies. We don't. Part is like 3, like the Bible says so. There's some things that are false about the Bible that we know for certain they're false because we tested them.
No, he said something really good when he said the belief. Like that's the hard part, is that's the faith. And don't ever think that somebody gets as strong as they are in their faith with not being tested with it so much. Like you only get this type of strong in faith when you go through some really hard times and you learn to really lean on it. And that's where the strength to believe comes.
Who in this world is not being tested?
It also comes in,
and yet we all
real
come
quick,
to different
Angeline.
beliefs.
You're absolutely right. I'm saying
faith comes in.
I'm just saying, hang on real quick, and I promise you can have it. And I'm just saying that's how we just leaned on our spirituality of the Bible and being a Christian. Of course, everybody should, lean on what works for them the best. I'm not saying nobody else is tested, but Christians. I wasn't saying that.
And for me, Christianity is what fucked me up in my life. And that's what I got free from, right? So it's going to be different for everybody.
I hear that story from a lot of people, and that really, really made me think about don't use God's name in vain. So whenever people tell me stories like that, I'm always very quick to listen to them, because they obviously don't want to hear me talk about God because somebody did that for not good reasons, it appears, or I interpret
It's
it.
not about God. It's about the different sects of Christianity. Like there are some cults out there for sure. I mean, God is God in the way I see it, but like Christianity doesn't represent God. It has a perspective of God like many other religions, right? But it's not like you can't equate Christianity as God in my mind.
Yeah, pretty much to put it simply, Yahweh, the God of Abrahamism, is not the one true God.
Yahweh was originally a god of copper.
That's what I've heard recently too.
Which isn't metal smithing or something one of the things that the Nephilim taught?
I think so.
I just think that's an interesting caveat.
Well, and it makes sense too that the god of refinery, of metallurgy, would lead us as people into a world that worships fucking money. It makes sense.
So going back to what Nachikita was saying, so now we're gonna break it down into the next level of that is, are we talking about the same God because we say the word God? This is a conversation I've had before on some panel, and I'm not sure if you were there before, but that's always something that, like, just because somebody says the word God, I don't automatically assume we're talking about the same God.
I agree.
Yeah, you shouldn't, because it's a whole bunch of different gods competing for our attention.
It's a whole bunch of different
source. I prefer source, the energy and everything that has life. It's just the thing that gives us life, so that we can animate these bodies. You know what I mean? Like, that's what source is. Like, people can try to define it for whatever reasons, but that is literally what it is. And when we're flowing with it, we have more life, and when we're in resistance to it, we're in sickness, right? Have less life flowing through us. Like when we're flowing, things grow, and when we're in resistance, things like have less life. They start to deteriorate and fall apart. So that's all sources to me.
I call him the big homie.
I like that.
It's got a lot of names, and I don't think there's a lot of gods. I think we hold a lot of beliefs of what the gods may be. And it really is. It's a mystery. It really is. And there's so many people walking around claiming to know it all. I know what has worked for me. I have spent, here's what I did. I consciously spent time imagining a God of love. I mean, I tried to imagine the story of the Christ, and what does that mean? The symbolic.
Jack, what is the Christ? Is that Jesus Christ? Is the Christ and Christ the same thing?
My version, my definition of the Christ, I know there are definitions, but it is the light that leads, that brings forth the love, the strength, the healing, the divinity. And we all hold that, and we all go through these lives trying to figure out. Actually, we go through these lives afraid of letting it shine. We hold
that
ourselves
life-giving
back.
energy.
Yes, that's what I assign the Christ with. Is love, man, the life force energy that brings forth life, the divinity of nature. I mean, the majesty of the mountains and the rivers, the lakes. We are blessed.
Have you guys ever heard? Have you guys ever heard of this CIA document called the Gateway and Analysis, or the Analysis and Assessment of the Gateway Process? Have you guys ever heard of this? It's a CIA FOIA document.
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah. Of course. Okay, good.
Bring
so,
it, but I mean, refresh us. Yeah, refresh us.
Yeah, it's a FOIA document. Basically, it's about Monroe Institution, and then they talk about the binaural beat. You know, you have like 100 hertz on beats on one hand, and then 104 on the other hand, and then the 4 beat difference is your brain is able to pick that up, and that puts you into this kind of theta wave state of mind. Anyway, there's a lot that is actually within the document. It's a 30-page document, but it's very dense in terms of material. They talk about a lot of quantum science. They also talk about like how like everything is frequency. We all agree, like Tesla's quote, you know, everything's energy, frequency, and vibration, right? So all that you see, all that you feel is a kind of vibration, and every sine wave, like the sine wave that goes up and sine wave that goes down, they essentially disappear and reappear into this existence. So they speak about the state of the absolute. Do you guys know what the state of absolute is? If you guys have read the document, the state of absolute.
I don't remember how they define it, so say the definition again, please.
Yeah, it's been a while since I read it.
Okay, so so there's a couple things. There's like the absolute like negative temperature, which is like the lowest temperature that we can go, but the state of absolute is when there is no vibration whatsoever. Everything that exists in this reality as we know it, in this dualistic reality, is all vibration. Do you guys get it? So then when all things collapse, you have no vibration, not even like a little wave. That is the state of absolute. I believe that is a very good definition of God, in my personal opinion. That, like, to me, that is what God is. That is the state of absolute, is where God is. But what's interesting for me is that this God has intention and will behind it. Why? Because how does the state of absolute change from the state of absolute to the state of vibration, which is all that which exists? You know, this dimension and other dimension, they all have frequency and such. So it must have willed itself to want to change from that state of absolute which is like what we can call nothingness or emptiness or the void, whatever words that you want to call it, to come into existence. Did you guys understand?
I'm sorry to interrupt you. If you had to put a name on your belief system or the closest to it, what would you say it is?
Jimmy.
It's very difficult to say because like I don't follow any religion. I dabbled in many different religions, you know, and I do use Buddha as like a kind of like my signature, but like I would say it's consciousness would be my all is consciousness is my belief system. All things that exist is consciousness, you know. So that's my belief. Like science, ultimately, see to me, science and religion will unify one day, and when they do unify, science will admit that everything is consciousness. In my opinion.
I agree. I agree with Notch, but we
That's
have
already happened.
That science and religions unified already. We are the same. We are mentality. In fact, we're getting more evidence. There's more research in that area, pretty much thanks to great minds like Stephen Wolfram and Bernardo Castro.
Because those magic rituals they're doing led them to it. I'm kind of half joking, by the way. I was thinking though, like, because Hank, you have a little bit of knowledge in this, but so yeah, science is a religion too, actually. And so, would you say that, like, I was having a thought while you guys were talking, which is that, you know, trying to rationalize something like the Bible is like very self-examining. And I don't know much about Buddhism and stuff, but I do know that a lot of smart people say that Buddhist philosophy is even more deeper in a way than a lot of European philosophy. And
no, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, you would? Okay.
No, Buddhism's like the atheism of Hinduism, so I wouldn't say that.
Okay, so on that note, though, I mean, would you say that how is it that religion and science are equal or feeding into each other? What are you trying to say?
Science is a religion itself.
I totally agree. Science is religion.
But you're saying that it's what's the relationship with the other religions then?
But this one's optimized to do something useful.
Well, there's the scientific method. There's the scientific method, which is not what I mean when I say science is religion. If you look at everything that we're taught in school in science class, none of it can be measured through the scientific method. All of it is taken on faith and authority.
I 100% on that.
Yeah, that science is the religion. Also, you could say that science is a subset of marketing, which is how it operates in today's economy.
Hey, I just want to say thank you for saying that, because that's a brilliant way of putting something that I've thought for a long time. That's a great way to put it.
My pleasure.
Going off of what you're saying, Nachikita, like another way I like to describe it is like that source or this energy is always expanding and becoming. Like it's always expanding, becoming, just like we are, right? We're always growing, expanding, becoming, and I kind of see it like the bad, so to say, is like the old falling away. There's always old falling away and new coming, and then there's always those who are clinging to the old that's falling away over expanding with what's new. And this just kind of happens over and over again as we kind of roll over and expand, right? And then people, you know, they look at the bad stuff and they're like, oh, it's this and that, the end of the world and blah, blah. But it's actually just, that's all it is the old falling away. People who are growing and expanding, and those who are clinging on to it and passing away with what is old. And that's, to me, that's all it is. That's energy expanding.
So do none of y'all think that the thing like energy as we know it, or whatever, the universe, whatever the hell we calling this shit now, y'all don't think this ends at some point, or is it something that's going to keep renewing itself and all that? I'm just curious. Y'all beliefs or thoughts?
Probably not. Could be just arbitrarily large, but I don't see any good reason for it to end exactly.
I mean, if we look at our surroundings to try to get an idea about what everything is, just based on the way everything that we can observe operates, it seems likely that everything does repeat in cycles, and that we're probably, and this would go back to, the silly thing that people say that we're all one. Like, it would seem that ultimately, if to the extent that we are all one, it would be in the sense that we're all part of the one system, and that we individually get recycled through it.
Can we talk about that? We are all one, because I don't think people fully understand the law of oneness, because we are not literally, we're not literally one being at the highest level. There's still individuation even at the highest level. It simply means everything is interconnected. So every thought you have, every word you say, every action you do, it is connected, and there are ripple effects, butterfly effects. That is the law of oneness.
So pretty much before we get to the oneness, there's like a hierarchy of systems above us that are not the one system. Sometimes we call corporations or egregores or spirit, and it's a long explanation to explain how all that stuff works. But at least that's a good summary to figure out, get someone started.
I'm not sure, but as individuals, we can all tap into one consciousness, like all consciousness.
Eventually, but not directly.
So what you were saying, that we are all one?
Eventually, but before we're all one, we're all fewer. Then it would go like in a tree-like structure till the root of the tree, and that's where we're all run. But before that, we're siloed.
I don't know what the hell this thing talking about, man.
Nobody knows what's going on here.
But yeah.
What you were saying,
with different churches, with different corporations, in different countries. That's what I'm talking about. We're not all directly one. We're probably a superstructure before we get to the one. That's higher up the tree.
The reason it's so important to follow the golden rule is because we are all one, and so the world reflects back to us.
Law of attraction.
Whatever it is that we give out.
Well, that doesn't explain all the good people out here getting the shit end of the stick at all.
Yeah, really. Explain that.
They could be thinking. It's words, silent, written, or spoken. They could be thinking things negatively about other people. So instead of looking at other people and thinking they're a piece of shit, you might look at them and think of the best version of them. That's the golden rule. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you, and that's karma, and it's real, and it doesn't falter. I've learned this. I've experienced it. I experience it on a daily, good, bad, or indifferent. It's a practice.
It does falter. Got a terrible life.
Yeah, really. You need to explain. Jalen has a very good question. You need to explain, like the babies that die at a very young age.
They were assholes.
It's what you feel. You attract more of what you feel. So you're feeling sad, you'll attract more things that bring up this feeling of sadness, or whatever it is. You're feeling joyful, you're going to attract more things that bring up joyfulness. I think we think way too physical about this stuff.
Yeah, but
how do you get the feeling?
He got one.
How do you get the feeling?
Usually from what you're raised in.
From what you say to yourself?
That's not what I said. That's what you're saying.
I'm asking.
No.
So what you say to yourself doesn't have an effect on the feeling that you have?
Are our brains not another organ that are wired and like, you know, they have thoughts wired into them to keep us safe because that's their job, but it's an organ.
How do you
We're the
express those
observer of our
thoughts?
thoughts. We are the observer of our thoughts, not our thoughts.
How do you
So you
express them?
believe like our thoughts are not our own?
You have to recognize that a lot of our thoughts are things that are wired in our brains, not us.
How do you
I do agree
express
with that.
those thoughts? How do you express those thoughts to yourself or to other people? How do you express them?
By talking them
I
out
don't
loud.
understand the
What does that have
question.
to do
Yeah,
with
you
anything?
say.
There's two different
That's
ways
what
you
I'm
can
getting
express
at.
it too.
In the
You can also
beginning
take
was the
action.
word.
Also
Those
act.
words are source creation. When you
also
use
act.
your words to direct your
Good for
thoughts,
you.
your imagination to get the feeling of being, that is the practice. That's what I'm getting at. Practice. Check it out for your own self. I can only tell people these things, then these people have to test it for themselves.
I know plenty of people tested your theory, man, and it don't always work. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't know what you're talking about, man.
What
Yeah,
I think what
using
he's
words
speaking
does
to is
not always work.
mantras.
There is a reason for that.
Our subconscious
And
beliefs
you know the reason?
guide our behavior, and what you repeat to yourself forms your subconscious beliefs. So it's about programming your subconscious beliefs.
Yep. You can
Yeah,
program
Phil explained it
ourselves.
well. But yeah, but like Jalen says, there is a limit to how much your beliefs actually affect the universe, and we need more research dedicated to find out where the limit is.
Angeline, what were you saying?
I was just agreeing. You can program your brain. You can program those things in your brain for sure. But
I think
again,
that's what Lig is trying to say, but he's saying it in a weird esoteric way.
Mm-hmm. But even in programming, you have to reach for something reachable. So if you're trying to say something like if you're pouring on the street and you find a mirror and you say, I'm a millionaire, all that's going to do is compound the belief that you're not, because you don't actually believe it. So you have to find a belief that you can actually reach for first, right? Like if you can reach for, I'm poor, but I'm provided for every day. Every day somehow I make it, and you keep building on that belief. You repeat something that you can actually reach for and believe, and keep improving that belief. You can build it up to something better, but you can't start with something so far off that you're actually compounding what you don't believe. Because when you can say it till you're blue, I can say I'm a tall black man until I'm blue in the face. I'm not going to believe it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't work like that.
You're saying trans is not a thing. Agree. Anyways.
Well, the idea is like what you said.
Different topic for a different day. Go ahead.
To say what you can believe and then expand upon that.
What you
reach to the next until you can believe it. Until you can believe it.
Yeah.
Once you believe it, you'll see it. It's not when you see it, you'll believe it. It's when you believe it, you'll see it.
Yep. You can.
But I mean, at some point, you're just delusional.
Yes, exactly. That was the point I was trying to say. And it's not that simple. Just believing isn't the only thing you need. Because there's a lot of people walking around with delusions, believing their shit.
A pinch of fairy dust helps.
Yeah.
In order to actually manifest, you need masculine and feminine in balance. That means logic and belief in union, in balance. So if you're believing, I can fly, you're not using logic, not using the laws of the universe that you have to abide by. And you will never magically fly unless you build yourself some wing contraption that applies to those laws.
Exactly, Sarah.
I've seen people attract some pretty crazy things with just their energy being really excited about it over having to create it physically with their own hands. I have seen that. And there's all different ways we can get there. And I think that's the joy of being human, is that we get to play in it all, right?
Maybe.
I think that's what we're here doing, sharing experience with others that they can experience for themselves in their own individual way. Everybody is special and nobody is special. We're all the same. And with God, all things are possible to those who believe. Can, man, only believe. Whatever you believe to be true becomes true for you. That's my experience. That's anybody's experience that I know.
Can I grow another penis?
If you believe, bro.
You can grow up and not in your own body and then graft it on.
I've always lamented the fact that I can only really have sex with one chick at a time. So you're telling me that if I just believe it hard enough.
Yeah, if you believe it hard enough and do the research, you can graft one on if you grow it on a mouse or something.
All right. Well, so this is where we cross the threshold from positive affirmations into.
It's a belief we can't actually reach for, that we can't actually believe.
It
comes
in a way that is
research, mechanical research, yes. Then figure out
natural to this world. Somehow, some way, miraculously, I've experienced it. I've watched my reality change before my eyes based on my own thoughts.
Yep. I have too.
You changed your perception.
My reality changed based on my perception,
all right.
based on my
Explain
thoughts.
it then.
Yes.
Explain it. Let's unpack it.
Okay. I said, I'm broke. Then I said, money comes to me easily and effortlessly. I had to meditate upon that. Within 2 minutes, I looked at my phone. There was a voicemail that said, hey, blah, 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 blah. It was like a $2,000 deal, whatever the case might be. I saw it happen before my eyes, based on my perception, based on my experience, based on my thoughts, based on the words I was saying to myself.
One time
I've seen it again and again and again and again and again. That's only one experience. It's miraculous stuff. It's not stuff that can be explained. That's what Jack was saying earlier. It's like a mystery.
We have
It's a mystery.
Question in the comments. Was it a drug deal gone right?
No.
Did you sell somebody's catalytic converters?
No. I do landscaping and construction as my main source of income.
So you stole a bobcat. Just fucking around.
My kids are great examples. Like they've had, like my one daughter, she was just so like happy all the time. She was like in her own world and she loved baking. And then she would tell me all these dreams she'd have and they just keep showing up. Like this one time she's like, Mom, I want a double oven. And our oven broke down and we had to get it replaced from a used oven place. And they brought us this oven and they're like, yeah, it's so cheap because we don't understand what the bottom drawer is for because it's so small. And then they didn't know at the time, but it was actually a really expensive oven that had, or stove that had a double oven. They didn't realize it was another oven on the bottom. And they were trying to figure out what the heck it was for. So they sold it for cheap because it didn't make sense for storage. And then she got like this double oven out of nowhere, and we looked it up, and it was like this really expensive oven that they were just not that smart about. But how do you explain that right after she says that? Or my kids were all like saying to their dad at the time, "Oh, we want a cat, we want a cat." No, 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 no. As soon as he changed his mind, said, "Okay, we can get a cat." A cat literally was -40 outside, shows up at our door meowing and scratching on our back door that night. Like, what the hey? Like, these kids obviously have a way of allowing that we've lost as adults. Do you know what I mean? Like, just being really excited. Like, so there are examples like that, right?
It's been deprogrammed out of us. And it's the practice to try to get back to that. We've been conditioned through our whole life to believe certain things. Belief is faith. Faith is belief. They're the same. Whatever you believe becomes. You have to practice believing. That grows your faith. People with strong faith believe strongly in something. So what do you want to believe in? What do you want to believe in?
Belief
Hold
won't
on,
get you
Hank.
carried.
Let Angeline talk first, and then
If you
you.
think about it, though, my kids weren't thinking about what they believe, and I believe,
They
and I
just
believe
did.
for this, and they don't. They were just living and enjoying and allowing themselves
They
to
don't
be
have to
loved in
think
this
about
life
it.
or whatever, right?
They don't have to think about it because they haven't been indoctrinated with all this shit from the world, from the TV, from movies, from society. They just accept things. They want it. They believe it. They see it. Let it be.
Hank, you're up.
Okay, here's a counterexample. President Trump believes with his whole heart that he won the 2020 election,
He's an
but
actor.
every time we count the votes, he did not win.
He's an actor.
I mean, I think there just has to be some balance to it. I mean, like I understand where you're coming from, Lig. You know, like and different people are in different like stages in life of like how faithful they are to this reality. I agree with that, right? So, and yeah, we can all agree that we've all been programmed in a particular way, but we are living in a physical reality. And I believe this word belief is like very loaded though too. Like we use that for like a lot of things, you know, like we say it for things that we don't believe in actually, you know, like people talk about like, you know, I believe in God or spirits, but like, you know,
Yes.
you never, you know, but you never
Sophia.
say like, you know, like, you
What
know,
now? What?
you never say that I believe in the sun will raise tomorrow or, you know, the moon will be up there tonight. You know, I believe, you know, like, you know, so there's a difference, right? There's a difference between knowing and believing in stuff. But yeah, I agree that like if you practice enough and then you can move your faith to the point where, but it has to go hand in hand with actual demonstrable manifestation for yourself. Maybe it's not for other people, but for yourself, that this is actually working for you, right? And I think that's the important part of it, right? Evidence.
Yeah.
I have this thing that I always say, and it's always, I don't believe in miracles. I depend on them every day. Every day I count on a miracle happening. I don't ever try to limit myself on what I'm asking for looks like, what it's gonna, it's never a physical thing. I don't know how to explain it. Like it's always a mind of peace and stuff.
But why do you? But what is a miracle, and why do you depend on them? You know, like because in my mind, like this life, this moment, it's a miracle in itself. You know, but that's just me.
Right. Well, I've just seen miracles happen in my life where things just the most unexpected, I can't believe this really just happened, things happen for me.
Yeah. Yeah, like
So
Angeline was talking about with the double Dutch
right,
ovens and the cat,
right,
you know, things like that.
right.
Yeah, I think most of
So
us have experienced something miraculous or amazing or magical in our lives.
So, but I attribute it to being a miracle. You are calling it something else. People call it other things. I'm calling it a miracle.
That's fine. You can call it a miracle. I don't have any problems with that.
Okay.
But why do you depend on them? That's my question.
Yeah, miracle is purely subjective.
Why do I depend on them? Because I have to make it through life, and I need miracles to happen for it to be for life. I mean, life is life. Life and it's not always easy, and sometimes you just get unfair breaks or shakes, and you just depend on miracles to come through for you. Like
unfair according to whom?
I'm sorry. Unfair to
unfair according to whom?
To yourself. So you're the one in the situation, and it doesn't seem right what you're going through at the time. Maybe later, usually later, you realize that it helped or it helped you. But at the moment, in the moment of chaos or sorrow, you're not thinking right. So that's like what I mean by unfair. It just seems like you're getting beat down every time you turn a corner.
Could you also call that maybe trust in another way to describe it? I have trust that even though I'm human, God will show up.
Trust in, are you saying the miracle and replace it with the trust word?
I'm just saying, is that another way you could word it,
Okay.
or that it could be worded?
You can say that, but I'm not going to say that. Okay, so one time my car broke down, right? Like my car broke down, and it might not broke down. I locked my keys and my purse in it. And I had to go get a spare key, but I lived like 7 miles away, and I was going to walk. And I was like, damn, I don't want to walk to get my car. My phone was in the car.
It's a miracle. Chuck bestowed another miracle on us.
Yay!
Thank you, Chuck, for the memberships.
And so I was pacing, because I'm a pacer. When I get nervous, I pace back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And so I was pacing this parking lot, and the only thing I was talking to God. I was like, all right, all I can do is start walking these 7 miles, and I either need you to send me a friend or a tow truck. Like, that's all you got to do for me. Send me a friend or a tow truck, and I'm gone. And sure enough, I started walking, and with the first light I came to was a tow truck with this window down, listening to the radio. And I was scared because I was embarrassed. I didn't want to yell across the street, hey! And I was embarrassed, but I was on a time crunch because it was a red light. And I screamed, yo, I need help. And he was like, you got money in your pocket? And I just so happened to have a 20. I was like, I got a 20. And I was done. To me, that was a miracle because I was specific in what I needed. I needed a tow truck or a friend. Bring it to me. So to me, I consider that a miracle because A, I was talking to God. B, I was specific in what I needed. And C, it was answered. And I can never deny that it was anything. It wasn't trust. It wasn't magic. It wasn't me manifesting it because I was talking to my God.
Well, I think it's beautiful that you have a belief that allows miracles. Not everyone has that.
Thank you, James. And I don't want anyone to ever think, especially you or Sarah, that I don't respect y'all or agree with what y'all think because we use different words. I still think it's beautiful, y'all's faith.
She just thinks you deserve hell.
I know secretly some of y'all
I'm
do.
just kidding.
Nah.
But Tommy and Toilet Bowl Earth do.
I'm not. I kind of want to bring this up, and I don't.
Bring it.
It's like more personal, I guess. But and trigger warning for anyone who's had abuse or whatever. But I mean, I was born into abuse and born into sexual abuse and family abuse, and it was just through my whole life until finally got found out and went to court when I was 8 years old. And there was a point in my life where this stuff just kept happening to me, and I just realized one day it just hit me that I just knew it wasn't going to happen anymore. Like I could just feel that something was different and it wasn't going to happen anymore, even though there was nothing to explain why it wouldn't anymore around me. It's just vibrationally something switched for me that even as a child I knew. And it's like, that's always made me think that even though I didn't have the words I had now, that even as a kid, I knew that vibration can switch so that different realities were going to show up or not show up anymore. Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've spoken to other people about this kind of topic. I spoke to this one lady from Nigeria, and she grew up in a very horrendous situation though too, like starvation and abuse and sexual abuse and all this kind of stuff. But like she tapped into this kind of she called it intuition. So she talked about it like as a kind of an intuition quite a bit, like that a part of her, like maybe it's like a hope or something that was like holding on to something to
Or the Holy
survive.
Spirit.
She doesn't, yeah, but she doesn't know like what it is, but she equate that to be like intuition, and that's what helped her to get out of those situations where she was in. She was quite helpless before, but she brought that power upon herself somehow to be able to, and there were other like miraculous things that have happened to her to help her to get out of there, but that feeling was there initially, that belief was there to and then other things came about in a kind of a coincidental way, you can say, right, to help her to propel out of the. Now that may not be the case for everybody. I know we know that there are a lot of people who are going through difficulty and they don't really make it, but it's a very difficult topic because we don't know what God chose for them. We don't know what we chose for ourselves in terms of experience. We have the lives that we have, and it has meaning to us, but in the big picture way, it's a difficult thing for anyone to judge. Like, hey, this happened, and that's the idea of like karma that I get like a little bit hung up on, because people have this like, okay, that's karmic. It's like as if like they can just explain everything away as karma. I don't really see it that way. I believe in karma, but it's like it's more complex than maybe the way we try to attribute it to.
Oh, totally. Yeah. I was never alone. Like, I always felt source, God with me. The only sucky part in all of that was probably what I was taught about God that kept me in a conflict within myself of fully allowing that love, because I was also taught to fear him so much, which didn't eventually got to a point that didn't make sense to me, right? Which is where I began to get free from those religious fears and realize that he was just love. Even despite everything I'd gone through, it was just my own battle within myself because of the confusing things I was taught.
Yeah, that's strong faith. That to me is showing a lot of strength in terms of faith there, because like people who have gone through difficulties in life and still believe that God is love. I think that's very powerful.
And to Lindsay, I have absolutely no identity problems. Like, I am so happy with where I'm at. And I feel sorry for people who are still stuck in conflicting fears that don't allow them to just receive love for what it is.
In many ways, like I do believe that we choose the lives that we have, and that's also based on like your actions in the past, like at least in the schools that I was kind of taught in, it's like there's a little bit of wiggle room, of your free will being able to kind of nudge things like in different directions, so you can go towards the light a little bit more, you can go towards the darkness a little bit more, and God also allows you to go as deep as you want in those directions. That's according to his will in my mind, but you still have the ability to choose which direction that you want to go. Yes, there are circumstances where people seem to be in a very dire situation. You were talking about the elites and what they go through, but there are exceptions to the case where there are people who come out of that, and they become kind of the whistleblowers and the spokesperson of, hey, You know, maybe I'm one out of the 1,000 who was able to escape this SRA and MK Ultra type stuff, but there are people who do it. You know, they're able to. We don't know how they're able to do it, like of the kind of the abuse that they go through, but somehow they're able to do it. You know, and they become an inspiration in that way. So, you know, the idea that the suffering is the kind of the seed of enlightenment, of wisdom, right? Like you have to kind of suffer in this world, what we call suffering, in order to be in order to like kind of temper ourselves to greater things that may come. You know.
I don't know that we
I think
have
it's all
to.
part of
I
our
don't think that
journey.
we have to, but we can definitely use it to come out into our light, right? For sure. Like
Well,
I don't believe in karma. I don't. I just
But it's so trendy right now.
I don't know. It's like the new religion.
yeah, but here's the thing, like you know, like when I say you have to suffer, like Buddha says life is suffering. Like you cannot, in my mind, like it's difficult to separate suffering from life in a way, because like, you know, in this world of duality, pleasure and pain, they go hand in hand, right?
I think you
And
come here
so
knowing the risk.
oh yeah, absolutely, for sure. You know, you know what, but that's been kind of erased from us, our consciousness, because like things aren't a surprise if you know what's going to happen to you, as an example, right? So, and you don't know what the character that you are unless you're thrown in difficult situations or thrown in real situations. You can be a coward, you can be brave. You don't know until you're actually there. You can talk all kinds of stuff here online as you want, but unless you are actually there and have gone through it, you really don't know.
Yeah, that's literally why I'm here, to throw myself into more difficult situations and have it recorded, of course.
Yeah. One
This is not a
thing
difficult situation, but okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Not for
Yeah,
me.
it can be.
I guess it can
It
be,
could be
but
for
like,
some.
yeah, it could be for some. All
Look
right,
at
that's fair.
OTW.
you know, I believe there's
That's a
our
low blow.
highest
Poor little guy just.
I believe that there's our highest self, right? Like we can all picture our highest self, our best self, as being the best version of ourselves without the blocks and the fears and all that stuff. And honestly, I think that's what Source sees as well. That's like its highest life-giving energy towards us. And honestly, when we're on that side, I think when we see our parents, we see their highest selves as well. And we see that there's things in there we need for what we're built for and coming into this. But we always come in with the risk that our parents could be following their higher selves or be lost to them, right? And kind of stuck in the flesh and materialness of this world and the deception and the lie, that they're stuck in the fears, right? But I think there's always a gift in everybody, that we come here, both ourselves and in the people we choose to come here and be with. And like one thing I try
Yeah.
to always remind myself is that my kids chose me, and that my only job is to be myself as best I can, and to be my highest self and express my highest self as best I can. And even my daughters told me many times that their wishes for me were to be myself and to be happy. And that's like, to me, that spoke to me that that's what they came here for, because there's something in me that they came to learn from as a gift. And if I can't be that because I'm stuck or distracted or caught up in the world or whatever, then they're missing out on that. It doesn't mean they're not going to find their way, because they're wired for it too. And maybe they're going to have to go through hard things to get there. But I don't think there is fear on the other side, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I like maybe there is. I don't know, but it probably won't be the same as the kind of fear that we are experiencing over here. But like, yeah, like I do think that we choose to be who we are, and you know, by implication, you know, our children also choose to be with certain parents and such. But I do also believe that there are generational trauma that people need to kind of sort out. You know, there are generational like people our ancestor, if you look at like human history, like as the collective, I mean, there's been a lot of deception and war and, you know, carnage, rape, you name it, you know, all those things have been going on. And now it's not really that much different from what's been going on. Like a lot of people, especially like, you know, the most of us who are here, like we are all the Western culture, you know, and we may not have experienced so much of the like turmoils that people may have gone through. And we know about it. I'm not saying we're ignorant of it, but like it's like very different. We're a little, I mean, and that maybe that's our luck, you can say. I mean, like for me, I'm glad that I have had, you know, my homeless experience in Korea, you know, growing up with like, you know, desperate situation as an example as a child, and being adopted to a upper middle class family where I was actually, you know, doing better in terms of like on average compared to other
Anyang?
children. Annyeong. Yeah. And so, but you know, like it's just that the contrast helped me to kind of put things into perspective, you know, and most people may not have the opportunity to put things into in that kind of contrast and perspective of things. So yeah, like I agree with you that we choose, and we're also here to kind of like, you know, deal with our own issues, because you're not going to be dealing with anybody else's issues unless you dealt with your own traumas, right? And then you can heal from that, and then you can, if you genuinely heal from your trauma, and then you're like perfectly balanced and you've attained like your optimum version of yourself, then I think, you know, your ancestors and your future offsprings are going to be thankful to you for sure, because then you're already, you know, exemplifying that vibration.
Again, the expanding. We're all expanding, right? Even generationally, we're expanding. I mean, each generation kind of rebels against some of the old ways of the last generation to expand into new things.
But it's not always a positive thing. It's not as if it's like just because you know, because like by, you know, by logic, like if every generation is expanding or getting better, let's say, then we wouldn't be in the situation that we are. We're like, there's a lot of push and pull that's happening within this world, you know, like people are also choosing to go in the wrong direction of like, you know, being addicted or, you know, becoming murderers or, you know, things like that. You know, obviously
But
those
also
things are going
compared to
on.
the past and how soon we used to die and how ordinary killing people was and raping and all that kind of stuff, have we not as a whole, we've expanded even in those thoughts of how acceptable those things
I
are.
wonder. I wonder if we have actually progressed or digressed since the past. I wonder about that.
So,
Me too.
Nachakita, you bring up a really good thing that that is something I definitely learned and thought about in the Bible. You call them generational trauma. I call them generational curses. And the Bible does talk about generational curses and the importance of breaking them. So that was interesting that you brought that up, because I understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, it is a curse. It's a curse. I mean, like, however you want to put it. Like, I genuinely believe that, you know, like, there are spells in this world. There's magic in this world. Like, I think people can get hung up on these kind of words, but this is we're kind of programmed to think that, you know, things are kind of set. You know, things are kind of set in a particular way. But like, as you get older, you see that there are other things that are happening in this world. You know, psychic connections. You know, and in the yoga tradition, you can talk to animals, you can levitate, even you can disappear, you can live for 1,000 years. In my research, you know, in my research, I believe that we as humans actually live much longer than the average 70 years to 100 years that they told us. And then I think it is a part of programming to like make us believe, oh yes, you know, like people back in the day, they only lived to like 40 and you died of dysentery. You know, and I think maybe some truth to that. I mean, you know, they don't have the maybe allopathic medicine that we have now. Not that allopathic medicine is at all. I mean, that's been a more of a negative to humanity than positive.
Yep.
What we got rid of, naturopath medicine. We got you know, we got rid of all this homeopathic medicine. You know, this Ayurveda that is prominent in India. They kept that tradition because that was like, you know, baked into the cake of, you know, the culture of India, of the language, the tradition, the food, the healing processes, the yoga. You know, that these cultures were able to preserve it, while some other cultures, in the name of progress, they went in a completely different direction. But that's been gaslit to them to be better and more progressive for the past 150 years or more. And then the new history of things also that's been kind of passed down to people to gaslight them to think that they are, you know, in a better position now than they ever were before. Yet the Western countries are expressing more materialism, you know, like better cars, you know, faster cars. Yet, you know, you're driving in cities where you can't go more than, you know, 30 miles an hour anyways. You know, it's just nonsense. Like people have become illogical, irrational, and insane. They have literally become more insane now than I think they have ever before.
Okay, I'll accept your premise, Notch, but you had to explain why life expectancy in India is only 70 years old.
India is you know, like a poor country. So like in my opinion, this is my opinion again, then the history of India, like India was basically raped by Great Britain for probably about 150 200 years since they came, you know, with the East India Company and all that. They took about $43 trillion, like modern day equivalent amount of money out of there, and just turned people into like just turned the whole nation into like poor nation. They're recovering from that. There was a lot of starvation that happened back in the day, you know, a lot of chaos. So people are still trying to recover from that. But India is not any different from any other countries. I mean, the life expectancy of other countries is like no more or less by 5 or 10 years than India, anyways. Like Western countries is not any better.
What is the life expectancy, do you think, here in the US?
Uh, would it not be like somewhere between like 75 to 85 on average?
I think something like that. On the other side, though, too, they're trying to feed us more than ever bad things like crazy. Like they're trying to make us believe through media and whatever that horrible, horrible things are happening everywhere, even the weather and all of that, even things that have always been happening are just way more in our awareness than they ever were before and reported way more than they ever were before. So there's that side of the coin too, in that they're trying to make us see this. But statistically, is it true? Who knows? And why do they want us to think it's getting worse? Because they want control back of us, right? Why would they want us to think that it's actually getting better?
It's
They
it's
want
always
to
been the name of the
keep your That's how they keep your vibrations down. It prevents you from actually ascending, and then you can't unlock any of the junk DNA that actually gives you access to these things that we used to have, such as telepathy and clairvoyance. All of those things get unlocked when you can raise those frequencies within you and tap into that DNA.
We progressed further than telepathy already. We had telephony, and we have Bayesian statistics. That's all. Both of those are better.
How so? How are they better?
They work more often. They're more consistent.
Telephones?
Yes. Telephones and Bayesian statistics work better than telepathy. We can depend on them more.
That's because we can't access what we used to have access to. Eventually, when we all have access to our telepathy again, you won't need the technology. You won't need that mobile device that you have to carry around everywhere that uses up resources that are completely unnecessary when you have telepathy. You won't have waste. You won't have harmful radiation and frequencies being sent out through, 5G.
Yeah, but there's a reason why we went this branch on the tech tree. It works way, 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 way more often. It fails less often. That's why we went this branch on the tech tree. We can depend on it more. It's reliable. We can log it. We can repeat it.
So, like, I like this quote by Carl Sagan. He said that high technology is indistinguishable from magic. right? So like, you know, what we have here is technology. We are able to communicate with each other from across the world, and faster internet is allowing us to be able to see face to face. We couldn't have imagined this like 15, 20 years ago, etc. But you know, would you agree, Hank, that in the past that people, you know, people talk about it here in yoga, like in the, you know, when you go into Patanjali yoga, they talk about all, they list out all kinds of quote unquote powers. They call it siddhi. They call it siddhi, which means like, you know, a supernatural power, supernatural. I put that in quotes, but that it was a kind of a normal thing for, like, it shows it was kind of like a byproduct of your achievement as an individual. It's not that you're shooting for these things, but we are all capable of this. All of us are. It's just that, you know, you haven't unlocked that. It's like, it's kind of like, you know, thinking that you have a cart, and the next thing you know, you have a car, and the next thing you know, you have like the car's got wings and you can actually fly, and then next thing you know, actually you could go and interdimensionally travel. But it's like, according to what you think the vehicle can do, you were not aware of the capabilities, right? And so you just operated and you pushed the cart along because that's all you thought that it was, you know.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but like we were saying before, there are physical limitations. So if your car is not spec to go 10,000 miles per hour, don't you shouldn't bet on it.
So, could you not levitate then?
I cannot levitate.
Can
If I
anybody?
had some strings and I can make a harness, I can use the resistance of the
Can anybody?
harness. I can levitate. Yeah, like if I had a harness especially set up to make me levitate, I could.
I've only heard that people
Whatever,
that I've never seen it or done it.
whatever you believe to be true becomes true for you. Can you believe?
Yeah, I think so. I want to respond real quick to Hank. You said that, like, well, if your car can't go 10,000 miles an hour, you know, don't try to go to. Yeah, just find out how fast your car can go. First, can the car go at all? That's the first thing to do. And then get on the freeway or get on like the, you know, the autobahn and see how fast it can go. Like, why shoot for 10,000 miles an hour when it can only go 200 miles an hour? That's the limit. Find out the limit.
Yeah, mine's about 90 or so.
Okay, that's great.
One thing that happened to me when I was learning about like my complicated PTSD and all the fears and stuff that I was kind of growing up in and everything, and I was getting free from all of that, especially all the fears I was raised up believing. One thing that happened to me is when I got like so happy and realized that people on the other side were okay and started connecting on the other side. And there was this whole year where I was seeing people on the other side everywhere. Like even dogs that were following old men in the parking lots of stores. Or one day I was waiting in a lineup with a lady and I just kept sensing this little girl next to her, and I was like, "Hey, my heart always races when this happens, so I know I have to say something. I don't know if it's energy or what." So I'm like, "I just keep seeing this little girl next to you. She's about this tall. Her hair is this length." I just described her, how she's bubbly and running around, and then she started, like, just going through her purse like crazy and pulled out this postcard, and she showed me the postcard had some art from her daughter, and she told me, "My daughter just passed away from cancer. You described her perfectly." And I was like, "'Kay, 'cause she's running around the building. I think she wants you to know that she's here with you, and she's running around with another little girl, and I feel like this girl died before her, brown hair, something about a horse accident." And she just freaked out because this girl died a year before her in a horse accident. This was happening to me everywhere just because my vibration was so high and I had so little fear and resistance to the other side after this. And life gets caught up and a lot of things had to change for me because of what I had been in because of my beliefs and all of that, and then you get new things you gotta break forth in and whatever, but it was such a crazy time in my life that I don't even know how to describe, but we definitely the less fear we have and the more we're open to, the more we allow, like, with those extra senses and gifts that we have, right, online.
Yes, I finally looked up the statistics. The USA's life expectancy is about 10 years higher than India's life expectancy, Cynthia.
Is what? I'm sorry?
The United States' life expectancy is about 10 years higher than India's. I linked it inside the private chat.
Thank you. Yeah, because I have old people. My dad just turned 85. And he's still going strong. Angeline, what a beautiful story. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that.
You're welcome. I think my
Fear
experiences with
paralyzes.
Source totally.
Go ahead.
I think my experiences with Source and, like, how my experiences with love, Source being love, contrasted with what I was being told by the church, was starting to not make sense to me, to the point where I was like I was out on the streets doing street healings and stuff, and the church was like, "Well, you have to convert them, and you have to warn them about hell," and I was like, "But why? Like, why can't I just let them have an encounter with love and then let them have their own relationship, whatever that leads them to?" And there was all these pressures, and you couldn't find a church anywhere that was going out and doing these healings, and it was, it just started, like, frustrating me when I would hear people being prayed for, and they're like, "Oh, this is happening to you because of this sin," and God on the and I'm just thinking in my head, "No, God's not, like, condemning anybody or putting fear on anybody or saying, 'You have to be this perfect thing,' or 'This is your" like, God's not doing any of that. Man is doing that and using God as an excuse. And I started, like, getting really frustrated because my experiences of God were not matching up with what I was being taught with God, and that's when I dove deep into that, studying the original languages, the Bibles, the history, the culture, the theology, and I went into the schools for the 4 years in deep into those studies, and in the end, it, like, set me free from the Bible and from religion and seeing it for what it was, and that it was a journey of man's evolution of God, and that the more we evolve into believing the truth of who God is, that God is good and that we don't have to fear it and we can allow this in our lives, the more we're open to allowing to flow through us without fear, like the good stuff, because we believe that he's good, right? And yeah. As I talk, for whatever reason, I'm, like, going somewhere, and then I'm just talking and get to the end of a point and then don't know where I'm going, so I just stop talking 'cause I keep losing what I'm saying, but it's
No,
I don't
I
know.
understand where you're coming
Stories
from,
are enough
Angeline.
in themselves. Yeah.
We all have
Hi.
individual journeys.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry, Sarah.
I was just going to say that in a very different way, I had a similar journey with the Bible and Christianity and God, and I basically was told that the Bible was Dark's playbook, and it's actually Dark telling us what they're going to do along this whole journey for the tribulations and whatnot, and it's not actually God's word, it's the devil's or Satan's, but not like a being, like God's adversaries, people that are fighting against him, those that want us to be in fear, who want us to be afraid of God and afraid of death and afraid of not being saved. And, you know, the entire Bible, there's so much fear. And, like, if you actually believe in reincarnation, you're not afraid to die. You're not going to go to heaven or hell. You know, you just go to, because we know heaven's here. It's all around us. It's within us. You don't have to die to go there. But when the body dies, the soul still exists and it's living with God wherever that is in the non-physical realm. And you basically are deciding what you're going to do with your next life. And you're agreeing to come back here to reincarnate, to go on to the next stage, where you're going to learn whatever it is that you need to learn to develop your soul to get to its next level. Like, no one's going to fucking hell to burn for all of eternity. No, you're going to come back to life, and you're going to learn the next lesson you got to learn so you can get out of it. Like, it's a cycle. This is just a giant school that we're all going through to learn, which is what karma is. You're just learning a lesson, something to learn. It's not punishment. At least it's not supposed to be taken as punishment, which is what a lot of people think.
It's just consequences. It's just,
not even
like, it just means action.
Because you could get something wonderful as karma. It doesn't have to be negative.
But I mean, right. I mean, you can interpret it as a quote unquote bad karma or good karma, but that's your own interpretation. But if you really think about like the ultimate source, like if you say that God like ordained you to come to existence and to live the life that you live, this is what you quote unquote deserve, right? Our interpretation is going to be like, is it good? Is it bad? You know, how is it compared to other things? But it is God's will that you are here. But like, in terms of reincarnation, like I can't talk about all Hindu schools because there are so many different philosophies behind it. But there is an idea of heaven in Hinduism. There is a idea of hell also, and then there's an idea that you don't come back as another human being though too. That you might come back as a rock or some other thing. You know, it's very lucky. Yeah, like insects or something like that. So like to become a human being is considered a rare opportunity. It's a rare opportunity, and it's considered like a very like it's good luck essentially to be a human being, because you have an opportunity to progress to be even better and to attain even a higher standard of being, but only as a human being. Because if you come back as a tiger, you don't have many choices. If you come back as an insect, you don't have many choices. You just gotta have to live out your life as it according to the programming, right? But coming as a human being, your free will is greater than some of these other creatures.
Yeah, when you're talking about the karma and consequences too, again, I like to see the talk about like our expansion or our resistance to that expansion, right? Our allowing of that life-giving energy to flow through us, or our resistance to it, whatever that is, whether it's a block, a belief, whatever it is that's causing us to not allow ourselves to expand into what we're becoming. I guess you could call that, some people might call that karma, but I just think it's allowing that life-giving energy or resisting it, which causes us dis-ease, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's free will in my mind. Like, you have the choice whether you're going to allow. I mean, there's no blockages between you and God. Those blocks are like that we've created within ourselves. We have to get rid of all the obstructions. We have to but that's the ability that you have. Karma is just action. It just comes from the word kri. So like there are many interpretations, like physically speaking, like it's deterministic in physically speaking, but spiritually there's kind of like it follows the laws of dharma. Dharma is a universal law. It's immutable. It's God's law, basically. That's what dharma means. Okay, so it also pertains to morality. It also pertains to spirituality, and it also has a religious connotation, because religion is supposed to be based on spirituality, which is based on dharmic law, which is based on God's law. Okay, so there's kind of interdependency that is kind of going on there.
Yeah, I don't know that it's always free will though, because we're not always conscious of our blocks, right? Like the things
Can you be conscious?
Not always. Like you can can always have a desire. You can always have a desire. I don't know why I'm here, but I desire to go. You can always have the desire. And I think that if we're in alignment with wanting to expand, that things will show up that we need to show us what we need to see. But I don't think we just know everything and decide, oh, I'm
No, you
not
don't know
right?
everything. You and I don't think you can know everything, but what I mean is that we were coming, like, as a baby, we are ignorant of the world. As a child, we're ignorant. As a young adult, we're ignorant. We're ignorant to many things now, but we're not in the same position as we were before. So where is this like level of consciousness or awareness is coming from? There has to be some amount of will or desire within us to want to gain knowledge through experience or through the scriptures or through reading. In some way we have brought that upon ourselves. That doesn't necessarily mean we're like, once we are not ignorant of the things in the past, that doesn't mean we aren't ignorant to the other things that we are right now and will be in the future. Like, we are where we are right now in terms of our awareness, but we're not in the same position as we were 10 years ago. And some people choose to be more ignorant and they go deeper and they double down on the direction that they go. And some people choose every day to try to enlighten themselves, to be a better individual every day. So you make the choice every day.
You can say that.
It's both.
You can say that, but the fact is, nobody really chooses. We might have the illusion of free choice, but the thoughts, where do they come from? Can you choose not to be you? Can you choose to be me? Can you?
No.
Right.
But
nobody
you're saying there's no free choice?
But nobody
Okay.
can choose but to be themselves. They can't be faulted for that, and they can't be credited for that.
But we shape how that expresses.
This stuff comes to us. How? That's the mystery. So we have the illusion of choice. Once we understand consciously, then we can actually navigate. But we don't really have the choice even of the words that are coming in. When I contemplate that, I'm like, where do the words come from? I can't know what words are coming next to me. Nobody else can either.
You can decide what to think about. You absolutely can.
You can try. You can consciously decide, but still, can you decide to be somebody else?
This is a very slippery slope, because
can
when you talk about
to be somebody else, can you decide to be somebody else? Can I decide to be you?
In what sense are you talking about? Because a thought is not your identity. It's not who you are. So if we're talking about, can you control can you manage your own thoughts? Absolutely. It's something that more people should practice doing.
What impulses you to think that next thought? What impulses you to think that next thought? Do you have any control over the impulse of the next thought that you have?
Yes. If I decide I'm going to sit down and write a speech.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
You do not.
That is given to
you're not responsible. So you are not responsible for the things that you say. So you can't be accountable for the things
once
that you say.
realize that you have that consciousness and ability to direct that. Until that, you have nothing.
Who directs it? Do you direct it?
That's a question.
I'm not sure that you've got this thought process.
Okay, so
confusing.
So
I say it's God. I say it's God. Everything is God. I leave everything to God.
Hallelujah. What's up, Cynthia?
So we can control our thoughts. I've definitely talked about that on here before. But what Lig is saying, I can control my thoughts if I'm having a bad thought, and I can get it out of my head, and bring in good thoughts. But then there are also times when I'm just either in a meditating, praying, driving, and sitting in silence. A thought will come into my head that is inspiring. It is something I need to do. It's something I need to act upon. And what he's saying, that those are God's thoughts that come into your head. Superficially, we can take out thoughts. Yeah.
Is they're all God's thoughts that come into your head.
Right.
Whether you like it or not.
A lack of
but he's saying it's all God's thoughts. And y'all,
I can guarantee you that ain't true. There's implanted thoughts like a motherfucker.
Right.
From
And then there's also
there's demons running around
demon
put thoughts into your head. Your own shadow will put random thoughts into your head. And just thinking in general are you actively putting thoughts into your
When
head.
I say the Bible is real, I mean that. It says, I kill, I make alive. I wound and I heal.
God damn it, Lig. Can you make your sentences be coherent to the conversation? What the fuck does that even mean or have to do with
That
anything?
means that there is only one God. Hear, O Israel.
Okay, Lig. Somebody else talk.
I'll shut
Even
up.
if there is one creator God, yes, but that does not mean that there are not other beings out there that are trying to put thoughts into your head.
But he's 3 people.
Yeah, like that's kind of where I'm at though too. Like I don't know where you are at LIG, but like I feel responsible for my thoughts. I feel responsible like this entity. And then yeah, like we can argue that, you know, what is you? You know, there's multiple layers of you, right? There's the physical us, there's a kind of the astral us, and there could be like a soul us. So that I'm in agreement that there could be multiple versions of you. And then if you can connect to the divine, right? You can have divine versions of yourself, but in this dualistic world, there are polarities where on one end you do have evil, what we call evil, something very heinous, you know, or asymmetrical, and you have something that is good, that is symmetrical, you know, that's harmonic, dissonant harmonic type of thing that's happening here. And
So
they can influence you. They can influence you, but
So
you
what's
have to
the
be
difference
aware of what you
between
are.
those people that are evil and those people that are good? Is one
lot.
better than the other? Are they blessed?
In my opinion, yes.
What happened? Those guys that are evil, that don't know that they're evil or that they're doing what they know to do, are you better than that? Or are you different than that? Or are you just, you know, lucky that you didn't get to be that?
They
Well, like
chose
again, luck.
That's
Who
your
made
free
that
will.
choice?
They
They
chose-
make that choice to be a dumbass? Did they make that choice to be evil? Did I make
First, you need to define
choice
what
to be
evil
a
is.
fucking
Because just
dumb
because you don't like
motherfucker
something
growing
doesn't
up?
mean it's
Did I make
evil.
that choice and then I got to learn? Or did it just be me? This is what I'm
No,
saying.
you
can't
making the
judge
choice.
anybody. You
You
can't.
make the choice.
You can't. No,
You
not
ma-
until you know that you can make the choice.
I
Can you
understand
make
that
the choice?
it looks that it
And then
seems
still,
desirable
where do
to
the
absolve
words
your.
come from after the fact? Where do the words?
You're gonna make a choice not to talk over me or anybody else.
I think we're missing something here, to be honest, because I can see what he's saying in that, like, there is a time in our life, especially growing up, where maybe we don't realize we're not our thoughts. You know, like we can be programmed by television or movies or whatever, and have these thoughts and not be aware that we're not that thought, right?
Yeah. People definitely identify with them.
Agree.
With their
We can
thoughts.
agree there. Yeah, we can agree there. But
I
to
disagree.
say that we're not. Oh, go
I
ahead.
was gonna say I disagree very much with the conclusion that we're not responsible for any of them at all. I think that absolutely everybody needs to get more in the. I mean, there's nothing that shapes your life more than your thoughts. It's kind of absurd if you think about it that people are just completely have no concept of managing their thoughts at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it's like
Some people
probably
really
like the biggest issue that humanity is facing right now, really.
to really be able to control your thoughts so you don't have those downward spirals really requires you to understand what is occurring when you're having a downward spiral. Because if you identify with those thoughts, it's going to continue to pull you down, and you're going to believe it as true. You're going to believe that it's you, and you're going to just continue on thinking it like a giant loop. But when you can step back from it, when you can do self-reflection and recognize, okay, I am hearing these thoughts. These thoughts are not me. These thoughts are demonic because they're negative, they're fearful, they're hateful, whatever it is. That's not God. You know, it can just be your own shadow that's going through a loop, and you just need to recognize what's occurring, stop the thought, flip it on its head, and tell yourself a different thought.
How do you know it's not God? Sarah, how do you know it's not God?
How do I know it's not God?
Yes.
God is not going to tell you that you're a terrible human being who's fucking stupid and an idiot and can't help, like, whatever thought. Most people think they're dumb, they think they're unlovable, they think they're unworthy, they think they're horrible, they think that, you know, that is not God.
So you have faith that it's not God. You can't.
Most of that is
God.
programming from the world.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, we could assume most of it's programming from the world, but you can't. We have no way to prove it's not all of it. We can't prove it's all of it's not programmed from the world.
You can't prove God. You just can't prove God. God is not meant to be proved.
The Bible.
Well, yeah, but like, where's faith if the God can be proved anyway? It's like faith is important part of this world. You know, a lot of this world is a combination of the things that you can see, things that you can experience, but also things that you cannot see, and the things that is beyond your experience though too. And that's where intuition and such that you have to kind of tap into. You have to develop those kind of abilities to be able to see those things, quote unquote, see those things. But I agree, like, you know, like, you have to determine what is good and evil. You have to understand what is God and not God. Like, nobody can tell you what that is. We can express to our for ourselves and have our own journeys about what those things are. And we get to a point, more or less, we are in agreement. Like, yeah, like, killing babies is bad thing. Let's not go and kill babies for no reason, as an example, for maybe even any reason at all. But like, you know, like there are things that we can agree on very easily, you know, and we can start from there.
So instead of determining what's good and evil, I just use a hypothetical imperative. I just set a goal, then functions towards a goal will be with the imperative. So I don't bother with faith. I use context. I use assumptions, and I have far fewer problems because I don't have to have a crisis in faith. I just need to look at what my goal is, then look at steps towards the goal.
So you're merely being logical, and that's fine. You know, that's your path. You know, it's like you need to see things from your perspective of like, okay, these are words and this is what it means. And so like what I've just said is like actually quite meaningless to you.
Not necessarily. It's meaningful to me, but faith just has a whole bunch of problems, so I try not to use it.
Okay, don't use it.
Well, I definitely used faith. There was something you said earlier, Notch. You said that you can either choose, and I forgot what you said, or you can choose to continue to be enlightened and better yourself. What was the other? Like, it had to do with Christianity and Bible, obviously. But do you think that someone that follows the Christianity and not even that, we're not even going to use faith or the Bible, you think they're not doing better to enlighten themselves, or are they? Is the Bible enlightening?
I have problems with labels in general in the first place. I have met good and bad Buddhists, good and bad Hindus, and good and bad Christians. Okay, and majority of people who claim themselves to be a Christian or Hindu or Buddhist or whatnot, they think themselves doing God's work and they're in the path of righteousness and all this kind of stuff. But they also put down other people. Not all obviously, but like when you ask, let's use Christianity as an example. You take all the Christians together, all 100% of the Christians together. How many of them will say that they are following the wrong religion? I would say zero. If they're claiming themselves to be, Christian, they all will think that that is the best religion. Yes or no?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, then out of the 100% of the Christians who claim themselves to be Christian, what percentage of them do you think are genuine Christians?
Well,
Do
I
you
don't
believe?
know. I don't know. I don't
I
know
mean,
their
would it be
heart.
100%?
I don't know.
Okay, let me ask you, like, are you a genuine Christian?
Yes.
Are all Christians like you?
No.
Okay. So are there Christians who are less genuine Christians than you or are there could it be possible there are Christians who are even more genuine than you are?
There could be people who aren't genuine who hide behind the word Christian or the Bible, as is
Okay.
evident with Angeline.
Mm-hmm. That's my point. Really, that it's really that simple. Is that
But
people who
I was
claim themselves to
asking, do you think that people who follow the Bible are not enlightening themselves, or are they? Because when you said, or you can choose to enlighten yourself and seek the truth and work on being a better person. That's what I'm asking. Do you think that people who follow the Bible aren't doing that?
in my personal opinion, at least from my experience, I have read about people like certain saints who come from like Orthodox Christianity or Christianity, who to me seem very enlightened, you know, and they're very humble, and so I think it's very much dependent on the individual and how they carry themselves and the kind of the environment which Christianity is part of. It's like, you know, if you're born in a certain region, you're going to be more likely of that religion compared to another religion. If you're born in the Eastern traditions, you're going to be more of a Buddhist. Your chance of being a Buddhist is like 100 times more than being a Christian. Like Christianity doesn't hardly exist in certain areas, as an example. Or in India, you will have a higher chance of being a Jain or a Hindu or a Buddhist compared to being a Muslim or a Christian. A Christian would be the lowest around in these regions. So, like, just by statistics itself, you know, like it will be different in different regions. But that being said, very few people in any religion actually really achieve quote unquote enlightenment according to what I believe. But there are cases of people being enlightened in every and all religion, as far as I see it.
So you think a person's enlightenment, you're the standard for it. Like you judge it by what
I am not the
believe.
standard.
No, but I'm saying
I am not the standard.
By what you believe, they wouldn't.
This is my discernment. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I have my own like a ideal about what I believe to be enlightenment, and that might be a very subjective thing. But yeah, I make the judgment. I make the judgment for sure.
Okay. Do you think that people who don't align with your thinking, do you think you could ever really have non-biased conversations or relationships? Not romantic relationships, but friendships with them? With other people?
It really depends. I mean, there are a lot of people I have like I panel walk with that are not necessarily in alignment. But you know, my general attitude is that we meet where we can meet anyway, and I don't put myself in a position where I'm better. I don't put myself in a position where I have experienced more or whatever. It's just that hey, if we agree on something, great. Let's if it's something that can be discussed, let's discuss it. But there are a lot of things that it's very difficult to discuss though too, because you get into the nuance of like, hey, what do you think God is? How do you define God when God is not definable by the very nature of that? So there are things that we can go into in terms of philosophy and spirituality, and then we try to like it's like a Venn diagram. Like with some people, it's going to be more overlapping, and some people it's going to be a little bit less overlapping. So it is what it is.
Okay. Well, thank you for answering my questions.
No, not problem. I love these discussions, and that's why I'm like addicted to them, because I like to know people. I like to know about myself, and I like to engage in these type of conversations with everybody, because everybody does have something to contribute. Just, not that we have to agree with each other at all.
Right.
Yeah. Anything else? Any other questions?
I think everybody in here has wisdom, and we can all learn more from each other.
Yeah.
I didn't hear.
Yeah.
I said not according to Nachakita. It was
Why?
a joke. It was a joke. It might have been too soon.
Okay, I'm sorry. I mean, like we give LIG a little bit of a hard time about like, you know, like are we responsible for it? I mean, and this is a kind of a free will discussions I've had with a lot of other people, because it also is very similar type of idea. Like there are people who believe that there is such thing as free will, and there are people who believe there is no such thing as free will, that everything is kind of like, you know, already, you know, programmed in. You know, it's like you like we're always making the best decision according to what our perspective at the time. So it's like it's not like you were deliberately trying to sabotaging yourself. Like, you know, that would be a theory on that, and people get into the discussion about like, is there free will or is there not free will? It's a very similar discussion as what we were talking about here.
Yeah.
Like, who's responsible? Who is responsible? Are you? So I meet people at the halfway. I say, okay, that's fine. Like, let's say there are demons and angels out there and they want to influence you, but you know, you still have to take some responsibility for that. And some people are a little bit weaker than other people, in my mind, and they might be easier to, like, you know, manipulate, let's just say, other people, you know, like in my mind, like if you like true will, like your individual will should be aligned with God's will. This is my like my goal in life. Not that, so like I am like an individual, you know, and God gives me the free to be an individual, but God has kind of an idea what the optimal way of being and living, and then there are people who have come before us who exemplify that. Like, I have nothing wrong with Christ. I have problem with Christianity. I have no problem with Christ. I follow Christ. I believe in all of Christ's word, and I believe him. He existed physically in the past, and he was an avatar of God, because we need a template. God says that, you know, humans, you're a little bit confused. I gave you free will, but I need to come around and show you what's up every once in a while. So figures like Jesus has to come for us. That's the standard. That's the standard.
How do you, if you don't read the Bible, how do you learn about Jesus?
How do you know I don't read the Bible? I have a Bible right next to me.
Well, okay, how does someone who doesn't read the Bible learn about Jesus? Because because that's interesting. Because like a lot of people,
No,
like
they
I'm
learn
under
about
the
Krishna.
assumption you
They learn
don't.
about Buddha. You know, they learn about Muhammad. You know, depends on which religion that you're coming from. They learn about other examples of people who have achieved according to their standards, like quite high. You know, and even to live like the a small version of that, like the whole of humanity would be very different if like any of these examples that I just mentioned, like Buddha, Krishna, Muhammad, perhaps, and I don't know much about Muhammad, so I'm not going to speak about him. But like Jesus, and if people live even like quarter of their life, this whole world will be different. But we don't.
You actually don't need to know about Jesus to know what Jesus taught.
That's not what Jesus taught.
Actually, in the Bible, it tells you that God's word is written in your heart.
So
you know
if
it.
everybody
And
has
children actually know it. Before they've been corrupted by the world, they already are connected to God. They understand it. They are taught and indoctrinated into the bullshit from the world. They are that connected to God. Just like Angeline was talking about her children being able to manifest, and they're just naturally able to do this. They are that connected. It is the world that puts this bullshit on us that we forget, and we lose that connection, that direct connection, and we have to basically excavate ourselves and rediscover who we truly are, because we get bombarded with this bullshit of this world. You don't need the Bible, you don't need Jesus, you don't need any of that. It is all in your heart, all on its own. You can go directly to God, right to the source.
So do you think that some people have broken hearts, black hearts, so damaged hearts, or do you think everybody has a good heart?
Well, in that verse, it's talking about the seat of your soul, your heart, that soul. So not the actual like feelings of your heart, like emotions. But no, not everyone has a good soul. There are dark souls out there.
Yeah. I mean, I'm in agreement. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Do you believe most people are good?
I don't think anyone is good nor evil. Like, no one is 100% good nor 100% evil. We have the capacity to be both. Even a dark soul can turn into a light soul. A light soul can turn into a dark soul. This is where your choices and actions will determine the outcome of your soul's journey.
I believe that most people are good at their core, and that they've done bad things, and that they can be redeemed.
Okay.
That's what I believe.
Okay.
Most people are good. We've been taught to divide and conquer. To divide.
And
You're
what do
this,
you
you're that, you're
mean
this,
by
you're that,
good?
you're this, you're that. We've been taught. But most people, if you had a one-on-one conversation with pretty much anybody, you're gonna, have a bond, a human bond, a spiritual bond. Everybody.
Some people just suck, though.
Well,
People aren't
probably.
human. They're the ones that have dark souls. They're not human.
But
Who?
most people are good. And if you watch TV, you're taught that, this person is this, and this person or this group is this, and this, and this. And that's why I love coming on these panels.
Most people may have good intentions, LIG, but like they make shitty choices, and I mean, like,
but their heart, their being inside, they're good. They think, if you ask somebody, are you good? Most people are going to say, yes, I've done some bad things, but I'm good. I am good.
And good things
good, right?
happen to them. I mean, I try. I've done bad things. I've definitely done bad things. That's for sure.
But you're a good
I mean,
person.
according to the public's opinion, you're second to least good on the panel. So
who's first, Flo? Who's first?
Yeah.
Well, Satan is technically first, but
and I'm number 2.
Second to Satan?
No, not
Satan's number 2
I
after
feel
Satan.
like I'm good.
All right. Should we go over the poll results because
Yes.
I didn't tell you. All right. So most evil dude on the panel was Lig. Hank and I tied for second, and Notch, you're definitely not evil amongst the dudes. Most evil woman was Cynthia, followed by Sarah, and Angeline is an angel. Which I thought was interesting because the last time she was in a poll, she was also most likely to be a sleeper agent. So she's not evil, but she's maybe a sleeper agent.
You guys are horrible. All of you guys.
In the championship round between Lig and Cynthia, Cynthia's beating Lig, but Satan is on the panel and Spirit is definitely winning in first place over Cynthia.
I can't even comprehend how somebody would ever think that I was evil based on.
That's what everybody who's evil says.
I can't comprehend how someone would think Lig's more evil than I am. The people are just stupid.
You've got to step it up. Yeah, you got to step it up.
Yeah, I know. I need to start
my own
training
self.
harder.
I'm not evil by any means. I love everybody.
You're not.
I'm literally red.
But
Come
that's
on.
what an evil guy would say, LIG. Evil guy would say that he's not evil, right?
The harder you resist it, the more evil you look.
I'm literally wearing red.
I'm going to say I love you anyway.
Red,
How about
what
that?
else you want?
That's non-consensual love. That's pretty evil.
It matters not. I love everybody, no matter what.
Everybody? Do you love devil and the demon? Demons
That's
as well?
not everybody.
You love everybody?
And I don't believe in the devil. I believe only in God. God is everything. There's only one power, and that is God. The devil is only doubt, going against what you know to be right. That's the devil.
Yeah. I mean, I know where you're coming from, and I agree with you in that sense that if you have absolute faith, no matter what happens, with whatever ignorant people are out there, right, and they torture you or do anything, then nothing will get to you, and I mean, I agree with that. But like in this world of polarity, even like the best of the individual has a smidgen of evil in them, and even the worst of the individual has a smidgen of good in them. It's a little bit like a yin and yang type of situation for me.
I have lost the evil. It's no longer in me.
Completely?
I live by the
Completely?
golden rule.
Absolutely?
The golden rule is absolutely.
So that's definitely not a good sign, what you just said there.
I agree, Flo. In fact, denying the fact that you have the capacity for evil, I would argue, is Satan. You need to actually recognize that
I didn't
have
say
a,
I don't have the capacity for evil. Never did I
You said
say
you
that.
don't have
I
any
said I
evil
have
within.
lost all evil. I don't
Okay, what do you
participate
mean
in
by
it. It's not a part of my being any longer.
I feel an exorcism
Everybody has a
coming on.
capacity for something. But I've learned better. I live by the golden rule. If you live by the golden rule, then you're not going to do evil. Why would you? It's not against somebody else. It's against yourself once you understand that. It's karma. It's the same thing. So learn that, experience it. I had to go through hell in order to get to where I am, which is heaven now. But I'm not evil, and I'll defend that, and I'll express that. I'll not just comply.
How are you in heaven, but my room is shinier than yours?
So you're being rebellious.
I didn't hear you.
How are you in heaven when my room is clearly more shiny than your room?
Well, maybe you're in heaven too. Heaven is a state. You can achieve that state by living by the golden rule. When you live by the golden rule, that's heaven.
He's going into a rage.
That was it. You see me. Furious.
Calm down, Lig.
I think I would have just rephrased something that he said, just because the way he said it came off wrong, but what he intends, I think, is different than what he actually said. So I'm going to rephrase it in my head to what I think he means. So I don't think that he's talking about following a false light. We'll put it that way. Because evil exists. Evil does exist.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It
And
exists.
and LIG, I mean,
don't
like you might.
participate in it.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to, participate in. Well, I mean, we all like you work with money, you have to buy products, and then you're participating somewhat with some of these corporations that do evil things, and then if you pay taxes, some people might argue that you're actually funding wars, but that's a different topic.
Yeah, taxation is right.
I stand on human liberty. I stand on freedom. That's it. I don't pay taxes. I won't pay taxes.
As your lawyer,
I
I'm
do
gonna
what
have to
I
advise
know
you to shut the fuck up.
I do what is
Yeah.
right, and that's all.
I pay my
If you do
taxes
what's right-
every tax round, whatever length it is. Even if they
I
say
pay extra taxes just in case somebody's watching.
yeah, and I donate to the government too. So
It even says that taxes are voluntary, and those who choose to pay them are choosing to pay them. I don't choose to do
plead the fifth.
anything that is not right. If I know it's
As
not
your
right,
lawyer.
I'm not going to do it.
And
As your lawyer.
subjects change now.
So,
I
Lig,
plead
what
the
stuff do
fifth.
you have that they'll be auctioning off at the next tax sale?
I bet it's his hat.
Hank, you already
You have enough
some-
hats, Hank.
You have enough. You can't have more dapper ass hats.
Yeah, but I have less than dapper hats. Instead of room for
America.
So do you think America represents freedom?
I think the idea of America represents freedom. I think the Constitution is the best thing that we have to go on, so I study that.
Do you
First
think that
Amendment,
the right
Second
to
Amendment.
bear arms has been infringed upon?
Not mine.
Do you think that searches and seizures are always reasonable?
Absolutely not. But I'm not. This is what I'm saying. We all have
Not
to
my
stand our
problem.
ground. We have to stand up. That's the whole point of this conversation, or these, situations, these panels, is that we're spreading the word and giving encouragement to other people to stand up and do what is right.
No,
Which
my point
there's
was
only one law.
confront somebody who pissed me off. On this panel, that was the point of this whole stream, was to confront somebody who pissed me off. There was no more virtuous, nothing virtuous at all.
Did you pour it off, or did he just push it out and didn't come up?
No, I mean, it got done. Like, I'm not still mad at her. I still think she was lying, but I don't hold grudges very long. Too much
Why do
energy.
you think she was lying? Because I certainly did not get any indication.
Did you come in at the beginning of the stream?
For this live one right here?
Yeah.
I think I missed like 30 minutes of it.
Okay, well, you go back to it. Because of everything that she says and everything she doesn't say.
Well, I personally think you took something she said personally and it upset you.
I know that you do. She was lying. She was lying.
What was she lying about?
About how she doesn't, we covered everything in exactly what you missed. She was lying about not being condescending. She was lying about the nature of the verse, the intention of the verse. It wasn't aimed at me personally, but it was definitely a scumbag verse. It was a holier than thou verse. There's literally no fucking way to interpret that in any way except for as superior.
I didn't take it.
I think what's upsetting, though, and this is just my interpretation, is that people are welcome to whatever, express themselves. Is that when people are being called out on it, and they kind of like, oh, I'm like kind of like, I'm hurting some feelings, and people are like not taking this very well, so I'm going to backtrack. And then if there are other people who are also going to support that kind of way, like the cowardice type of behavior, you can say, right? It's not to actually confront and be able to discuss the situation and put it to bed, really.
Right.
I think that's where the
that's really what,
is.
And then Jack's bullshit just sort of added fuel to the fire. But yeah, ultimately it was a douchebaggy, arrogant verse, full stop. She denied it and lied about it and tried to bullshit me and gaslight everybody watching, which pissed me off way more than just the original arrogance.
That's the thing that pissed you off. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Not.
But I mean, Sarah,
thing.
if I told you, if I know that you and I have different beliefs, and I say, I can see God, but you're blinded by the devil. What the fuck do you think that is? Is that not arrogant?
But that's not what she was saying.
That's what she was saying. What else was she saying? What possible other meaning could be taken from that?
Well, there's another interpretation flow, which is that the devil is actually blinding people to prevent them to be able to see God. There's a difference, right, between that and what you just said?
Mm-hmm. Which is actually what that verse is talking about, that people are, their eyes to see are being blinded by the material world that the devil is using against them.
Right. So when you go into a group of people and you read one verse out of all the ones you had written down, and that one verse is that one, what you're saying is, I see things correctly. Anybody who doesn't see them the same way is blinded by the devil. And that's bullshit.
It was also the verse that came from her devotional today that she wanted to come
I know you've been covering for her the whole stream. She had a bunch of them written down. She wouldn't answer direct questions about why she chose that one out of her whole list of what she wrote down, or about who she thinks is blinded on the panel.
And then in the
She
comments here, she
provide
admittedly
her
said,
perspective,
and
but
then in
wasn't
the
able to
comments here,
provide
though, she admittedly said that it's because she cares about our souls, which means there was an agenda behind it.
Yeah. I think that is fair point, Angeline, that you make.
But is that wrong?
Well, lying is
why would
wrong.
you take it personally if it doesn't apply to you?
Look, you're the most evil one on the panel. You're in no situation.
But I agree with him though. Unless you actually think you're blind, you're not going to be upset by what she said. Like I wasn't bothered by it. I didn't think she was talking about
You're
me.
a fat piece of shit.
I'm not a fat piece of shit.
I know, but do you see how if I kept telling you that, it's not a good thing? If I called you a PDF, like that's bullshit though. That's also bullshit. Just to assume that, or to the claim that you'll only be mad about a label if it's true is just overt bullshit.
Yeah, I think
I won't interact with you anymore, but I'm not going to think that it's true.
Why would you stop interacting with me if it didn't bother you?
No, I said if you're just never mind. Okay, I understand your point.
No,
I just didn't see that. Like I don't share the same perspective as
Okay,
you.
that's fine, but I want you to explain how you did see it. Then.
Well, I was more focused on a different part of that verse than the fact that we were blinded. So I was more focused on the fact that it was talking about the God of that age. That was the part of the verse that.
Okay, that's not that doesn't matter. Nobody gives a fuck.
I know, because I wasn't butthurt over being blinded by the devil.
I want you to tell me how the fuck that can be interpreted in a non-insulting way. Go.
Well, we already just said.
How?
That the devil is
No,
blind.
Lig, you can't say. Sarah wanted to have this conversation. Sarah can speak for her fucking self.
We have all been blinded. Okay, everyone has blind spots. Okay, we don't always see God in everything. We see evil in a lot of things. We think a lot of things that are good aren't actually good. We think a lot of things that are bad aren't actually bad. Like our perspectives and our viewpoints of things are humanized. Okay, we don't know the truth. We don't. None of us
don't know.
You're all fucking blind.
You don't.
We have snippets
she
of.
did not say that. She said a lot of things. What you just said is not at all what she said. She said she was trying to save our souls. She does not include herself amongst the blinded.
Explain that it's not insulting. You didn't ask me to say what she meant.
In context, there is no way for somebody to come in preaching that shit on the heels of yesterday's conversation, bringing that Bible verse, the one she selected out of all of her list, and for it not to be insulting. You have to do mental gymnastics to try to make it not insulting.
I wasn't a part of yesterday's conversation. I didn't have any of that context, so I didn't
Then
bring
why
it.
the fuck are you trying to put your 2 cents into it? You don't know what's going on.
Without that, there wasn't anything insulting. You are bringing in a prior conversation and attaching it to it.
It is still superior to bring that into a group of people and lay that claim out there. It assumes that you are not blinded.
No, you assume that he thinks that she is not blinded. She never claimed to not be blind.
It's implied.
Let me ask a quick question.
And I was
Sarah,
correct about the implication because she's trying to save her soul. She confirmed it later.
Yeah, that's the question I wanted to ask. What do you think about like her statement that she was trying to save people's souls? Like, what do you think about that statement?
I gotta get my cigarettes out of the truck.
I got some mirror flow.
Sarah, you.
Me? I think there's nothing wrong with wanting to save people's souls, but to think that we actually can is a bit, God complexy. But I mean, we all, in a way, are trying to save everyone's soul. Like this conversation right here, we're all trying to, in a way, make ourselves better. So it's sort of the same thing.
Okay.
LIG, like when you're pointing, you're actually pointing the opposite because you're mirrored. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll say that
If I point like this, what's pointing back at me?
If the stove is
Very good,
hot, and I know the stove is hot, then I feel responsible to say something to you that the stove is hot. So if she has some insight, she's only trying to be helpful, productive.
That's
I
the
don't
fucking
know.
arrogant part, Lig.
I don't know.
She assumes that she has insight that I need.
But maybe not. But I'll tell you what, if the stove is hot, I'm going to tell you the stove is hot. So if she gets that or knows that, then, you know, let her share that and then touch the stove if you want.
Oh, I will touch the stove.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't sear me, then I'm going to say she was a liar.
Well, it could be. Fair enough. But at least she's trying to share. That's all. It's not necessarily got to be offensive. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's fine. And like nobody's saying that she can't share, and people are going to respond to it based on the shares that she does have. But you know, we can have these kind of discussions, you know, logically, reasonably, respectfully with each other, you know, without trying to kind of like backpedal a little bit or gaslight it. You know, like people have these tendencies. I'm not claiming that Sophia did, but if people see that. That would be upsetting to people because you're actually insulting my intelligence. Yeah. I hate that. I really personally hate that.
I don't know
like
what
when
happened.
People think that I'm not
exactly.
I wasn't there either,
wise,
but at least from what I've gleaned. Well, I appreciate that. You know, but like it's just that you know, like we want to have an intellectually honest discussions, and people should be open about what they actually genuinely think, and we can respond to it. And it's not I'm not bothered by like, let's say, what somebody thinks about me. They can call me you fucking banana, you fucking bitch, or whatever, and they have the right to say it, like as an example, you know. And it doesn't need to apply to me as an example, but I can say that you're an asshole for saying that kind of shit, and then I can also choose not to interact with that person anymore based on that, those criteria. It's like it's just the way things work. So don't say it from the beginning what you don't mean, kind of deal. You know, then you're going to get what you're going to get.
I think we're all here to help each other if we can. I think that everybody in here has a good heart and a good soul, and we're all trying to give and learn. That's what I believe.
Probably.
The only reason I'm here. I wouldn't be here otherwise.
But would you agree, LIG, that there are people who are like, I don't know, like I'm going to use an example, like a Kenneth Copeland type of
Brian
individuals
O'Shea?
who are just kind of. Why, you have a problem with Brian O'Shea?
No, I love Brian. Go ahead. I was just kidding.
But like I have met a lot of people who like presented themselves as like gurus or, you know, sadhus and babas. Like I met a lot, and that's why I was a little bit traumatized, because I was on a path when I left Korea to seek out the truth, and God put me on a path in my mind, and I associated and donated. I donated money and time for these people, and later on I find out, you know, they're a little bit not right in the head, and they had like, you know, sexual perversions, you know, they claim to be like sannyasins, which means that you're a renouncant, right? You don't have materials, you don't have a house, you don't have a name for yourself, and all this kind of stuff. And it's considered a big sin, actually, here in India and Nepal. But in the back, you know, they have actually several women that they're kind of like playing around with and such. So women and money is like a very big deal in terms of like spirituality, that people who claim to be spiritual and they presented themselves. So it's like mass hypocrisy. We're all hypocritical to a degree, but the biggest hypocrisy is that when you say you're spiritual but you don't actually behave it or actually, you know, live that kind of life, that's a huge hypocrisy. And I have issues
a
with that.
question for you. Why do the women get with the hypocrites? Why are they attracted to the hypocrites that's the fake spiritual guy who actually gifted them?
I have no idea. That's their business. Maybe they think it's power, you know, like maybe they think that this person has power and status, and, you know, and maybe they were put. I mean, there are different circumstances. Like this one guy from Nepal, like, for example, like his had like a tight like bodyguard and stuff. Like his brother was a bodyguard, and they had women devotees. And one of the women came out and said that she was like locked in, and she was like basically a slave to the cult, and they threatened her and put her in fear in that type of situation. And the public did not see this side of it because, like, you know, it was a cult. It was a cult where she was programmed to say certain things. And only when she was able to break free from it, she opened up and you know, start to actually talk about all this kind of stuff. But that's like one of hundreds, if not thousands, of cases that actually occur here in India and Nepal and other parts of the world.
Hey, Flo, Lindsay's asking for the link to the panel.
So, like in my experience, like
sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was saying he went to his check, Lindsay. I'll remind you when he comes back.
Oh, I'm back.
There he is.
Okay, so just to finish up, like this is a subject that is of you know, very big interest for me. Like I basically, you know, gave up you know, work and possessions just to kind of follow a certain path, what I believe to be a spiritual path. And you know, I read like, you know, the missing years of Jesus, and Jesus lived in India, so I followed different places where Jesus lived. I went to the place where Jesus is supposedly buried out of interest. This is my own archaeological, you know, anthropological research, just for my own sake, not for anything else, you know. And in my journey, I have seen a lot of different types of people who are, I would say, they take advantage of people. They take advantage of naive people. They take advantage of you know, religions, right? And they know how to do it. They're very clever. They're very, very intelligent, actually, the way in which they do it. But the only few people are able to see it. That's the thing. But it taught me a lot. It taught me a lot. I mean, it was like a lesson in itself to be engaged with such people and understand what their tactics are. So it wise me to, you know, how people can be in this world. This world is fucked up. It really is. I'm sorry to say. There's a lot of really messed up people in the world, and they're very high intelligence. They have high cognitive ability, like kind of like the Hannibal Lecter types in this world. And if you don't wise up to them, then you are the dupe. It's just like sitting at a poker table, and if you don't know who the fish is, you're the fish. You're the fish.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who even have spiritual gifts, like really good spiritual gifts, and they wind up using them for really evil things. I think that's one of the dangers in a lot of religions, is that people put people with gifts on a pedestal, and then they get away with like really nasty things. Like I've
Yep.
experienced a lot of that.
100%.
You're absolutely right. For me, I can say that one thing that I find is that when I read the Bible and I learn the teachings of Jesus, I'm able to discern when somebody who's talking to me about their church or about their Christianity or about their walk, and they say they're Christian, you know, I can discern if it comes from a good place or a bad place. Because some people do have ulterior motives for being in churches, but people also have interior motives for being in their jobs, for marrying people. You know, I'm going to marry you to get closer to your kids. So that same rule applies to the church, and that's just the way I've always looked at it. So I've always thought to myself, well, I have to be wise in the word myself, and I have to learn it myself to discern, even amongst churches. Not my church though, because I've been there a long time, but it took me a while to find my church.
That's what I was saying earlier. When I grew up in church, and I saw the hypocrisy that was there.
I mean, let's face it, like this religion in general is like chum in the water for con men. If I were less moral of a person, I would 100% absolutely have a Christian channel, and I would be
That's
praising Jesus and passing around the super chat plate all day long, and it would make bank. I mean, it's quite tempting. I'm not going to lie.
But we can't say every church is that way. The same way we can't say every Christian's bad. The way we can't say that. So
I didn't
you
say
have
that, but
no. I'm
Mhm.
saying in general, like overall. I'm not talking to you specifically. I'm just speaking. So we have to be wise enough to decide to be able to recognize a good church or when a church aligns with the word of God. And for me, I can only know that
Wisdom-
word from the Bible. Okay, I'm done.
Wisdom comes from experience. Experience usually comes from bad decisions. So we have to learn.
Yeah, Flow State, I'm with you on the Christian channel. If I was less moral, except the fact that too many Christians are stupid, and I don't want to be around them. So I wouldn't do that for that aspect.
Brother, these are our flock, and they need herded to the Lord.
Thank you, Hank.
I think when you believe when you know everyone has gifts and everyone has access to gifts, nobody gets put on a pedestal. Like you're just aware of it or you're not. You're practicing it or you're not. But when you're in a specific religion, you think that certain people are favored with God, or it's because they're part of this religion or whatever. And then they can use these gifts and it can be for good, which puts them on a pedestal, and then they do bad things and people think, oh, well, it must be God's will because God chose them to have these gifts out of everyone here, because they don't teach you that everyone can have those gifts.
So when I was staying at an ashram with some genuine yogis, they gave me a book to read, and I was able to copy some notes, make some notes, and I made a list. So in the book, they talk about like characteristics of a genuine spiritual teachers. There's a few of them. I don't know how much people are actually interested in like listening to the characteristics. There's about 15 characteristics. Would you guys want to hear some of it or not?
Mm-hmm.
Affirmative. I would like to hear some of it, Nachikita.
Okay, I'll just go through a few, and then you guys can stop me, and then if you guys have any questions or whatever. So, number one, genuine spiritual teachers have no ulterior selfish motives. They always think of the spiritual and mundane well-being of others. Okay, that's number one. Number two, they're not. They do not crave anything like praises, honor, or fame. If praised by others, they feel embarrassed, yet they are always eager to give praises and honor to others. Number three, they are beyond lust and greed. Both lust and greed are rooted in selfishness. Genuine spiritual teachers are totally unselfish. Number four, they do not crave money. The scriptures of Hinduism say that one cannot have eternal life unless one has renounced wealth and the craving for progeny. Okay, the New Testament says no man can serve two masters. Ye cannot serve God and mammon together. Okay, so should I stop there? I mean, like, or do you guys want to continue? Because I don't want to take up the panel, and I know Lindsay just got here, so if she wants to add to the conversation, how do you guys feel?
So far, I am not convinced of the existence of general spiritual teachers, but I do want to hear more details.
Same. I want to hear more.
Yeah,
Keep
so
going.
these are characteristics. These are characteristics of a genuine spiritual teacher. So it doesn't mean just because that they are exhibiting these characteristics, that doesn't necessarily mean that they are genuine spiritual teachers. You guys understand?
Not exactly,
Where's the
but
noise
maybe
coming
I should
from?
hear more details.
I understand.
I think you're talking about an idealistic notion of a teacher. You're muted.
They're just characteristics. They are just clues to determine what for yourself whether or not you're dealing with somebody who is a genuine spiritual teacher or not. But just because they exhibit, because high intelligence person reading this, understanding this, may exhibit these characteristics to fool you, is what I'm getting at.
Amen.
Why is there static noise? Is there static coming from somewhere? I don't know. Okay, should I continue, or does it do?
Yeah.
Does any of you guys have questions?
No, carry on. I'm gonna play with.
Found it.
Yeah, Lindsay, you've got staticky mic for some reason.
Okay, I'll just continue. I'll be real quick, okay? Number 5, genuine spiritual teachers do not look
Heard that
upon
before.
themselves as either teachers or saints. So they themselves do not consider themselves as teachers or saints, okay? Their natural humility prevents them from doing so. Number 6, they never write books or autobiographies to glorify themselves, okay? I'm going to shorten them, okay? Number 7, they're not interested in any kind of publicity. Okay, number 8, genuine spiritual teachers may start, what's this word?
Good thing Jack's
They
not
may
still
start
here.
they may start organizations, but will never name them after themselves. Okay, they may start organizations, but they will not name it after themselves. Number 9, truthfulness is one of the most important qualities of a genuine spiritual teacher. If they lie, they are not fit to be a teacher. Lying is a big deal. Okay, so you cannot be a spiritual teacher if you lie. Period. Number 10, genuine spiritual teachers practice what they preach. Number 11, genuine spiritual teachers are not mysterious mystery mongers. Okay, they do not mystify religions. They do not want to give people the claim to have miraculous powers, nor do they ordinarily want to display them. So even if they have special powers, they don't display them, and they don't, play around with like mystery, like, oh gosh, like it's like they have to be logical. They have to explain what they're talking about, and they just won't, they won't just let you say or get away with like, well, nobody really knows. Like, they have to know what the hell they're talking about.
Just have faith.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just have
Anything
faith,
Word
yeah.
Wizard says.
Number 12, they are never depressed nor morose. Okay, so I mean, they have very good attitude. They're not like, whoa, gosh, believe in God. Like that would be horrible spiritual teacher, because they're not exemplifying what they're teaching. Number
Outta here,
13, they're
bum-ass
naturally something like that. Okay, number 13, they're naturally nonviolent. Okay, they're kind and considerate. They never become really angry. They're never really angry. They can pretend to be angry, but they will never genuinely be angry. Okay.
All right, well, I guess I'm not a guru
Sometimes,
anymore.
so they may show a mock anger to display their students for their spiritual good. I mean, there are many stories about that. Okay, number 14, humility is a special distinguishing quality of a genuine spiritual teacher and saint. All great spiritual teachers and saints are humble. Number 15, the last one. In addition to all these qualities, a genuine spiritual teacher should also be a student of a genuine saint of a proven reliability. So they usually come from a school, so they come from a lineage where they themselves were taught by a genuine spiritual teacher, and that genuine spiritual teacher was taught by other genuine spiritual teachers. So these are the qualifications.
Well, Jack Talcott's fucked. I'm out of the running.
We all are. We're all fucked.
I mean,
None of us are genuine spiritual teachers.
Paul might be in it.
I agree with you.
I think Paul would agree that Paul is still in the running.
Yeah, Paul would agree that Paul's still in the running. I don't think I'm in the running because I think the first 5 totally knocks me out for sure. I'm not sure just actually the genuine spiritual teachers on the planet. So,
I
never. The key point is that
no.
I don't think
the
Jesus
key
even
point is
fits that book's categories because he didn't learn from another guru, and he looked over tables and got angry. I don't think he even fits all of those categories.
Yeah, I would
think,
say there's no one living that could be a general spiritual teacher, and I would go as further and say no egregore can meet the qualifications of a general spiritual teacher either.
I agree.
I think Paul feigns anger, just like what you were saying.
No,
he
Paul
feigns
claims he
it.
feigns anger. Paul is legitimately angry all the fucking time. Pull your head out of your ass.
In fact, I'm also legitimately angry all the time, but I'm very good at hiding it now.
So, okay, you guys know what aporia means? Aporia?
No,
No.
I know what agram means, but that's a different
Abhor?
word. So.
It's to be pissed.
So
I
it's the
abhor you.
opposite of no. It's an opposite of a paradox. Paradox is an idea where two opposing viewpoints, but like they shouldn't exist, but they do exist. Okay, this is like a paradox. Okay, paradox is a part of this reality. Aporia is the opposite, where logically something should exist, but actually doesn't exist. Logically, it should exist, but doesn't actually exist. So what Hank is saying, like for example, is like he doesn't believe that genuine spiritual teachers exist. Well, why doesn't Hank believe that there are genuine spiritual teachers who exist in this world? Because he has never met one. We can talk about it, we can be logical about it, but we have not seen examples of it. Right? That's the problem.
Yes, and pretty much anything that needs resources cannot possibly be a general spiritual teacher.
Well, I mean that doesn't make sense to me, but whatever.
Because they need the resources. They can't be detached from everything. They still need resources just to do anything at all.
Okay, so is this genuine spiritual teacher? Is this his full-time job? This is all he does? Or can you have a genuine spiritual teacher who's in your life to teach you a lesson and then goes?
Those are called karmics. And we all have multiple karmics in our lives.
I mean, we're all
those
teachers to each other.
Are those genuine spiritual teachers?
They're not necessarily
No,
around teaching you something about spirituality, but the end result is you learn a lesson that you need in order to reach spirituality.
Okay, well, what about the people that you go and you have the spiritual talks, and just like a random person, you have a talk about spirituality, and you never see him again? Was that a teacher that just came in for a moment that was specific to a faith and religion, and you were like, dang, I never looked at it like that?
That can be anyone. You don't have to actually be a teacher. If they can open your eyes to see something you couldn't see before,
that would be a spiritual teacher. So what I'm just trying to say, like, I'm trying to understand is that, like, he's like, if he's saying there's no genuine spiritual teacher, are we limiting teachers just to the guru that lives up in the mountains type teachers? Or can we also include in the teachers that are just momentary? Are they the same equal type of teachers?
You can't. I think it's dangerous when you start to attribute, like, okay, if because somebody is living somewhere or wearing a certain way that they become a teacher. That's all an appearance type of thing. You can get very, you can fall into traps in that way, right? So you have to understand, like, in my opinion, like, what is the these are qualifications of a genuine human being. So, like, you can say on one hand that all of us are teachers to each other. All my ex-girlfriends are teachers to me. That doesn't mean they were all good or all bad, but they were some kind of a teacher to me in some way. So these interactions are important in that sense. But the qualifications of a genuine spiritual teacher, you have to have these qualities, to be one. But to be a profession, it means that that's the problem. Like, you become like a professional. So so what comes first? Like, you're relying on the money, or are you actually being a teacher? Because in history of like yoga, they don't have like like a payment system to be a guru to student. What they did is what's called a guru dakshina, where you actually gave, as a donation out of gratitude for the lessons that were taught to you. So there's a fine line between those two ideas.
Hey,
does that make sense to you?
No.
Nachikita, can I ask
Can
how
I
you
say something
spell
here?
Aporia?
Can I say something here? Right. So hi, I'm Mrs. J. Hello. I
Hello.
have a neurological. So I have a neurological disorder. So I do stutter sometimes. And I get my words muddled a little bit. So please.
But we'll
take
still probably make fun of you, so don't expect any special.
Yeah. Crack on. Please. Oh, please. Yeah. It's just, I get things muddled sometimes, so I just have to take things slow. And I'm really glad I was able to join here because you've all been so respectful, and I could listen to the conversation and not go, they're all arguing, I can't listen to this. So it's been a real pleasure this morning listening to your conversation and being so respectful to one another. Regarding what you're saying about teachings, and then also then saying to Hank, well, you haven't seen that. We have to take into consideration that Hank can't do that. Hank is in wherever he is. He doesn't have the ability to go and do that. So what Hank needs to do is actually educate himself. Hank has to work on himself. You have to work on yourself. You have to see what's going on with you inside. Since my accident, I've had to do that. I've had no choice. Yeah. And you have a choice, because you can believe in God or not believe in God. That's okay. That's absolutely fine. If you want to go and do that, crack on. If you want to spend your life searching for something, if you want to spend your life absolutely searching for God or searching for Allah, that is your path to do that. You have that choice. But what you have to do is learn. There's the searching and the learning. You need to learn whilst you search, rather than the search. Stop searching and start learning, experiencing. Go on.
So I have the ability to find one, but I'm saying there's no such monster. Obviously, there's no such monster that can even be one. So I have the ability to find one if there's one there to find. And I'm saying we can't, there's nowhere there would be that at least I can interact with it.
Yeah, there's a difference. If you say that none exist at all because it requires resources to be one, and then so they're mutually exclusive. Like, because they require resources, they can't be a genuine spiritual teacher. So that is your kind of like logic, in how it's working. What I'm saying is that like if you wanted to find, and then you were genuinely interested in find, you're going to go through a lot of mud in this world, but you may be able to find. But I would say that it's a kind of like a sweeping statement to say none exist in this world. I think there are genuine spiritual teachers as described here in the way I put it, and maybe even beyond. It's just that they're not readily available for everybody.
Yeah, but that is in every religion. That's in every religion. There is absolute, awfulness in every religion, but there's also absolute spiritual awakening and understanding in every religion, because everyone is tapping into the same energy, the good energy or the bad energy, God or the devil, good or bad. It doesn't matter how you dress it up. It's all the same.
Yeah, I mentioned that before, that there are decent and good individuals I have come across in every religion, but also very bad people though too in those religions as well.
So here's the thing, like Paul enslaved when accused me of being a general spiritual teacher, but he's damn wrong, because I know from an internal perspective that I'm just trying to figure out how to get rid of the girlfriend. So sure, some people can pretend to be a general spiritual teacher. some people are very good at pretending for a very long time, but I'm saying that there's an ulterior motive, and we could just know just by how the universe works, everyone's going to have an ulterior motive just so they can keep existing to teach.
Everyone? Everyone?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely everyone. You can have some pretending to be a
Including yourself.
Presbyterian.
So you have an alternative. You have an alternative motive when you get engaged with somebody. Like, you know, if you wanted to be in love with somebody, it's not that because you love them, but you want to just have sex with them. That's
Absolutely.
the motive.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Or
got it.
they're smart and they just want to use their power of mind and try to take control over part of the universe. So absolutely.
Well, we appreciate you being so very straightforward and honest with us.
Did I zone out or something? When did we go on to just wanting to fuck a person and that's why we get engaged? I missed the transition.
Well, that's me, and I'm honest about it.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Like you're saying that everybody has an ulterior motive, like there are no genuine people in this world. And
Yes,
so my
like there's
question to
people
you
that
is
pretend to
that
be breatharians that breathe and eat and drink water, even though they pretend to be breatharians. Yes.
So going
doesn't
back
mean
to
just-
Sophia, which is why I jumped on. So going back to Sophia, which is why I jumped on, she had an ulterior motive. Just like I had an ulterior motive to come on here and have this conversation. It goes on and on and on. You know, it's just everyone has ulterior motives about everything.
Okay, so explain to us what your ulterior motive is, and what was the fame motive or the motive that you initially wanted to present yourself. Like, I want to talk to people, but in actuality, what is it that you're planning on doing?
About Sophia, that's why I jumped on, and then I listened to your lovely.
I think it's false to think that anybody has just one pure intention ever. There's always multiple facets to every event in life.
Even if you don't understand them or can, even if you can't identify them.
Correct.
Okay, I don't disagree with that, but at the same time, I would disagree that like just to say that everybody is like a kind of like I don't know, like a scoundrel, or they're not honorable, or things like that. That's something that I would have disagreement with. You may not understand. That is more on the innocence side, but there are people who intentionally manipulate to get what they want. They're very Machiavellian in the way they do things, right? So there's a kind of a range. Yeah, there's a kind of a range that we're talking about. So just because we do something and we're not aware of the things that we do, don't put us in the category in this kind of like a Machiavellian manipulative category. There's a fine line.
Agreed.
That's exactly what Machiavelli would say.
Yeah, and I'll say that. Yes, put me in that category. Yes.
I also think sometimes I can learn spiritual lessons from non-spiritual people, from non-believers. So,
I got you.
So
that's incidental.
No,
it's not incidental.
No.
Yeah, it is.
No, it isn't. Nothing is coincident. Everything happens as it should. Do you think that we're all brought into this room together by some happen chance?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Like earlier, it wasn't God. It wasn't God. It was me waking up, turning on the old internet, putting on YouTube. I hadn't been on Flows before, so I thought, I met him last week, so I thought, I'll pop on. You know, that's what happened there. There was nothing else. Nothing else.
Your whole life is like that, right?
Lig, I feel like my bearing for whether or not you live in the real world with us has been lost when you said that Paul feigns anger for people, and I'm still stuck on it. Do you believe what you were saying?
I've seen it. Yeah.
No, I'm not saying it has never happened. I'm not saying it has never happened. Do you believe that is
abhorrent or whatever?
What?
Can you spell that? I'm trying to look it up.
ABHORRENT.
Are you deflecting from me, Lig?
Abhorrent means hateful.
That was what was on my mind, so I was trying to get that out. I mean, you can stick on Paul. He doesn't.
No, I'm trying to suss out your discernment.
Like that.
I'm trying to suss out your discernment.
I think what's come
Well,
across.
I appreciate
just
you.
on a personal
I
view, looking at
appreciate
what you
not
do, Lig,
Chiquita.
is you talk over the top of people, and
I
also you can be a little bit condescending.
Say it again.
Which is a little bit. I think those two things, where you talk over the top of people and are a little bit condescending, it actually puts you in a little bit of a bad light. And I think that's what's happened today with the way things are. Maybe, I mean, I know I have myself, I can do it myself, which is why I see it in you. And that's why I'm just saying about it. So maybe look at that and think, right, I'm trying to say this. I need to look at the way in which I sound and how I sound to people when they're listening to me, because actually I might have some good shit to say.
I appreciate your advice. Thank you. Not Chiquita. Can you spell that word for me, please?
It's in the private.
It's in the private chat.
Okay.
Even put the definitions for it.
So what percentage of the time? Yeah.
I appreciate you for all the qualities that you have. I've seen truth in you. I've seen truth in Paul. So I can't,
I'm not saying he's without truth. I'm just trying to suss out how much you think. What percentage of the time from the hip would you guess that his anger is feigned anger to teach somebody else a lesson?
50.
50.
That'd be a
I would say 15.
Well, Hank is less
I've
crazy.
seen him do it. I've done it my own self.
Everybody's
really
done it, Blake.
Yeah, I don't get angry, but I do go off on people.
Everybody gets angry.
As a point.
Are you cold?
I very rarely get angry.
Lig, are you
and
cold?
It's only by those people that are very close to me that could even trigger that in me. Because I really don't give a shit what anybody else thinks as far as things go. Nobody has that power over me. I don't give them that power.
Lig, are you culted?
Culted in what?
Hey, Daddy Paul, love bomb me some more. There you
go. I didn't bring Paul's name up.
I brought him up as a reference point. You're the one who's awkwardly, yeah.
Well, I'm going to defend you if somebody comes behind and says some shit about you. I'm going to say Flow
I would
State's a
hope
good
that
guy.
you do it more accurately. What
Yeah.
percentage of the time when I'm angry do you think it's to teach you a lesson, or anybody?
I've not seen you angry, as far as I know.
You have. You might not have noticed.
Well, you weren't animated about it.
I'm going to put fake anger at 15% for you as well.
I have self-control, and I don't remember one single time I've ever done it online to teach somebody something. Actually, I don't think I've ever done it to teach somebody something.
It's just a different panel, different community.
What does that mean?
It means that if you go to Jack's panel, you're going to get a completely different environment than if you go to Paul's panel.
I guess what I'm getting at is you can't let people gaslight you into believing absurd shit. And when somebody loses their temper, if they can get away with saying it's for you, I didn't do anything wrong, I'm acting this way for you, they'll of course do it. It's just typical gaslighting. You have to have a little bit of discernment.
I'll leave that up to you.
I'm just saying for your own good. Like, I'm not culted. I don't have Stockholm syndrome. I'm not OTW.
I told you I love everybody, and I can
I'm
find
not in denial about
everybody.
And I'm not in denial about the dark sides of my personality.
Yeah. Well, I can learn something from you, and that's what I look for, and I appreciate it. And it doesn't matter who you are. I may not like you, but I wouldn't be here if I didn't. I mean, I wouldn't spend the time here if I didn't. I've got other things or better things that I can do with myself. But I can appreciate pretty much anything that anybody has to say, even if I don't agree with it. So I appreciate what you're saying.
Even all right.
That was good, right?
Flo, would you say he's blinded?
That's what I don't know. That's what I was kind of trying to get at, but he's not being cooperative. I don't feel like pushing it. I think that he is willfully ignorant.
I would say he needs corrective vision aid. I would say that.
Well, I could
think Hank, on the other hand, has his thumb pretty well on it. Like,
I want to
Go ahead,
interject,
Hank.
but I don't know when I can and when I can't.
man, you just get in where you fit in.
Okay, can I fit in here really quick? That's what he said.
Absolutely.
I will. I wanted to say that I don't think your intent is good, but with it, I'm talking to you, Lig, and Sarah too. I think both of you have excellent intentions, but where you fall short, or where you sort of put yourself behind a wall, is in your sanctimony. Because imagine me talking to you about something I'm an expert in. Let's just say it's psychology, because I study that a lot. And then I come to you with an idea and I say, Lig, it's really nice that you think that. But here's my psychoanalysis of you, and you're completely wrong. And I feel sorry for you because you don't understand. Do you see the sanctimony in what I'm saying? Do you understand?
I didn't hear everything. It was kind of cracking on me. So I didn't quite get your full message, and I apologize.
Convenient.
No, really, I didn't.
I'm talking about the wall that blocks you and Sarah from getting your messages across. And I pick you too because you're both, fervent in your religious beliefs and claims. Not because I don't like you. It's solely for that reason. I think what gets in place in the way of the delivery of your message and your messages, is that you both come at people with sanctimony. And I said, for example, and you don't mean to. It's just that you know you're right. You don't just think you're right. And I made the example of, say I'm an expert in something, and I named psychology because I wrote a lot about it. I really know I'm no expert, but I know maybe more than the average Joe or Josephine. Now, I'm going to turn that into, I'm going to psychoanalyze you both. And I feel sorry for you both because you are hampered and handicapped by things you cannot see. So I'm going to tell you how to get around that. Can you see, when I say it that way, how I come across as sanctimonious? Because I'm making that parallel to you two, and how what's stopping you two from convincing other people of your point? It's the premise that there's something wrong with them.
I'm just speaking my own thoughts.
Yeah. And I appreciate your sanctimony.
Sanctimony? No, I'm not trying to be sanctimonious. I think you said I appreciate.
You're doing it, so it's called projection.
Okay. See, you took that personal.
Psychological. You're brilliant.
I'm trying. Oh gosh.
Yeah, you're trying to help me. Thank you.
No, I'm not trying to humble you. See,
trying to help
okay,
me.
you know what? That is a good analogous example, because I was thinking of.
That was great.
Yeah, I'm trying to help you out, and you're thinking the same thing. Yeah, I'm trying to help her out. Yeah, I see your point.
You're brilliant. You're above. Smart.
Okay.
No, I know that
unsolicited advice is not good advice.
Sound as if I know everything.
I didn't ask you for
that. I know
that.
that I don't know everything.
Well, an ad hom isn't a
Life
good way
is
to argue
good.
either. An ad hom negates your entire premise from the first place. And so you're offended by me, so now you're throwing out daggers, which is, come on, dude. You should know about logical fallacies.
I didn't ask for your advice.
I did not give you advice. I'm trying to make an analogous.
That's what you just did.
Okay, how come everybody here can say what they mean to you and actually put you down, except for Angeline? And I say something that you perceive as an attack, and you're offended. When we're just trying to have an adult No, she's just, she doesn't do that. She's just innocent in here, but everyone else has had something. Everyone else has had some degree of, criticism or a disagreement.
I never even talked to you, Lindsay.
We're talking right now.
Yeah, I'm
So
talking
what?
with you now,
Yes,
based on
thank
what
you.
you said.
Right. And I
And
find
I
it
said-
interesting. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, if somebody comes at me, I'm going to come back. That's all.
You saw
love
that as
you.
an attack. I didn't. I'm right here.
I didn't say it was an attack.
I was told that we could all kind of talk and express feelings, and if you want to confront someone, and I would definitely not be one to be mean. That's not my intent. I don't have a problem with confrontation though. And then you pull the sanctimony thing when you say, "Oh, I appreciate your feedback," to all of us. It's like your way of saying, "Shut up, I don't really." No, I'm not telling you that. It's like your way of saying,
Well,
"Shut
it's
up,
like
I
you're
don't
judging.
relate."
I'm not judging you. I don't expect to be judged. I didn't do anything to you.
I think you judge,
I
and
didn't
I
do
think I
anything to
judge.
anybody. I only care. I
I
love.
think
That's
we
it.
both
So
judge.
if you're going to come at me, I'm going to come back. That's all. So
You're
don't come
really
at me.
offended. You're really offended. That's too
Well,
bad.
you did. You verbally attacked me for no reason. I did nothing to you.
Sarah,
And
do
I
you
wasn't
feel the same
talking
way?
down to anybody. I wasn't talking like I'm better than
No,
anybody.
you were
And
attacked by people
you
all along in
interpreted
here.
it that way, and you came at me. So I'm going
No,
to come back.
that's gaslighting. I interpreted it.
What happened then? You tell me.
I think you felt attacked, which was not my intention. And this is a lot about what we're talking about, and a lot about what Nachikita was talking about, how you have good intent or a useful intent, and you don't mean to hurt people. But when you speak truths or call them on their stuff, or that it's a paradox, or it's a
I
challenge,
speak generally.
then
I don't
you got
say
offended.
you should. I don't say you should to anybody. It's a rule for me. You should.
Listen.
You should.
I just met. Let me start
You should
again.
not be the way that you are. How about that? You should.
Right. That's a great
not
example
be
of sanctimony,
who
which
you
is
are.
what you're doing to people.
Right.
You are doing that to people.
Except I don't do
saying
that.
You
I
should.
say life is good. I
Yes,
feel good.
you
Good
said
things
you
are
just
always
did
happening
it.
to me.
Okay. Well,
I'm
flow
responding
flow
to
encourages.
your conversation to me. You brought the whole
Can
thing
I
up. I'm
say
responding.
something here?
We
I say
can
something
agree
here?
to disagree.
Please do, Miss J.
Right. So basically, how things work here is the person who you are, Lig. Okay. What you need to do is not think that everybody is on the
Don't
attack.
tell me what I need to do.
Okay.
It's not your position.
Somewhere
Back
in this
it up, Miss
conversation,
J.
you got
Back it up. Back it
Flo
up.
called you out on
Don't
stuff.
tell people what they need to do. It's not your position.
Do you remember when I said sometimes I may get my words slightly muddled?
Well, then
It was
maybe
not
choose your words
said with
differently.
Don't
maybe
tell
it
her what to
was.
do,
Maybe I
Lig.
was. Maybe I was
Exactly.
saying.
I know I'm a hypocrite in my saying.
So, this is kind of something like Sarah Flo, really kind of just talking to y'all. Remember, like I think I brought it up to y'all earlier before. Like sometimes people, like the John Thomas, like they just say things so matter of factly that they don't have. There's not emotion behind it, and so that
Yes.
can come off. That
Yes.
can come off aggressive or attacative, or that word that Lindsay's
or
used.
bitchy.
Yeah. And so,
I have
and
that a
then
lot.
Sarah brought up, and I was saying, well, but women, we speak with more emotion. And she was saying that you have to have the balance of male and feminine and masculine energy. And so I think sometimes that energy is missing and it gets misinterpreted. And this is how come these panels are good, because there's an even balance, and that so we can lack what others
I can
don't.
also, I think you're right. I can also acknowledge my own bluntness and the fact that that has gotten, me into trouble many times, especially when I wanted to be friendly with someone, but being, they think I'm coming off as brutally blunt. But in my family, that's the way we were. You say it how it is, and you just,
Right.
So to me, it's not.
Yeah.
I don't hate this guy. In fact, I
Right.
can
But
see his
see, and
heart.
he's feeling attacked though, because you're talking the way you grew up and you know how to speak. So now he's feeling
Right.
attacked, and
Right.
he's now on the attack. And so earlier I brought up, if we see that someone's feeling attacked, even if we're not attacking them, do we need to pull back and get better control of the situation so it can be well understood and received?
But is that, excuse me, because I really don't know any of you, so I'm just seeing this so on the outside. But is that being attacked, or is that feeling like a victim? And then,
Ooh, that's a good point.
And then going rah.
But okay, so it's in a can we just say uncomfortable state, and so he's
doing his taxes or something.
He doesn't
It's a
care.
matter of
That's the problem
communication.
I have.
It's a matter of communication. So like everybody can agree that we all have good intentions and we mean well towards each other, in my mind, right? Is if something is misconstrued or not understood, we have to ask for clarification about what it is that they want from the interaction, right? And then if they cannot paraphrase it or put it in another way, then obviously we're going to have a miscommunication. But if the understanding is there, then we can kind of dive into, hey, okay, I get what you're saying, and then I can agree with this and not agree with that, et cetera, right? So we have to clarify what it is that we're trying to intend here.
Absolutely.
So,
and this is not the first person's feelings who I hear whose feelings I hurt. And I guarantee you, if each one of us just sat down to onion rings and a beer or Coke or whatever it is you want, we would totally get along, and I'm not a bitch. But yeah, I can calm down on the bluntness. But I guess it's more important for me to speak from a place that's truthful and authentic than it is to be liked for what I'm not.
Absolutely, and I think that's a great quality. So let me ask you real quick, Lindsay, is that do you have any ill will towards LIG or Sarah or anybody here?
No, there are things I don't like, but mostly just like all of us, we probably have things that bug each other about. But I don't know people well enough. I know a few of you decently, but mostly I'm thinking, I look at people's hearts. I know that sounds corny, but when judging people that are way, way different from me, I look at their hearts and their intentions. And then I'm able to say, okay, he doesn't, Lake doesn't think like me, but I'm, interested. I want to find out more. I want to find out what's behind this. And it doesn't mean I don't like him. There's something about him.
No, it's not about. Yeah, I mean, just like you don't care if people like you or not because you want to be brutally honest. I think it can also be said about the Sarah and LIG. And
I think we all care to a point.
Here.
We all care to a point, but not to say, hey, you know what? I need to have 50 million friends because the things I have to say aren't, I care more about being popular than I do about being liked or authentic. I don't need to be that way. And so, maybe that comes with age or just being comfortable. I don't know. Maybe I'm a jerk. I don't know. Maybe I come off that way and I need to learn something.
Okay, I just want to give Sarah and LIG a chance to respond if they have anything to respond. Not that I'm running the panel or anything. Sorry.
Well, earlier today, I was mentioning that the truth should be spoken no matter what. And I'm glad that she spoke her mind and what she thinks and believes. I can't adjust anything if I don't know what she thinks. I know that I can speak very definitively and very confidently, as if I know with absolute certainty that I am correct. But in the same sentence, I will also say that nobody actually knows the truth. We all just believe what we believe, and we have our experiences, and we can only make our decisions based off of what we know at that moment. And every moment we learn more information, and our decisions will change throughout time. So I know that I don't know everything, but I will certainly speak as if I know what the fuck I'm talking about. But if you really ask me down to the nitty gritty, like, and when I'm by myself, I will constantly question what I think, what I believe. I will go through doubts. I will think, okay, is this all just in my head? So I don't actually know anything with certainty. I'm just speak with certainty.
Can I ask, my lovely? So why don't you trust yourself?
No, it's not about trusting myself. It's the fact that I know that things can be manipulated. I know that our mind can play tricks on us. So I'm constantly confirming whether or not this is the truth or is it an illusion.
It breaks my heart knowing that you spend time questioning. You spend all that time questioning whether God is real or God is not real.
No, I know God is real. That's not what I'm questioning. I'm questioning whether or not
I know, and I know that you question it, and I know you question it. I know that is a fact.
I don't question whether or not God.
Yes, you do. Don't lie.
No, that has never been
lying. You're lying.
No.
I'm confused about what's going on here, because first she's being talked to because she's like being talked to because she knows everything, and now she's being talked to because she's saying she doesn't know anything. Like, is there any winning here? I'm not even quite sure I understand what's going on.
You said you can talk definitively about what you do know, but you still question in your head, right? You have that internal dialogue that says, how do you really know this? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I constantly will confirm and validate what I know and think.
You're constantly questioning, my lovely.
Isn't that normal?
Yeah, you're just questioning things.
Hey, Sarah, just admit it. Admit it. You don't believe in God at all.
That has never been a problem for me. I have always believed in God.
And I still stand by that you question it.
I don't question.
You know why? Because I was you. So I do know that you questioned it.
I'm going to tell you that you don't know me. Because I have never once questioned whether or not God.
It doesn't matter how much you lie to me. I know I'm telling the truth.
Okay, well, you can believe that if you want to believe that. It is not the truth.
It's not my truth. It's the truth.
She knows, Sarah. She knows.
She knows
Sarah,
everything that
you don't know.
All of my life.
And I know you do it too, Lee. So it's okay.
Yeah, I don't believe in God either.
I think this is just.
How do you know?
We all are
How do you
on our
know,
own
Miss
spiritual
Kay?
path, and at the end of the day, like, just because you observe us have conversation, we can never say that we truly know somebody.
Best question ever, Nikita. How do you know?
And I don't ever. I would not be shallow, narcissistic, or
fucking psychic. Me, that's what it is, folks.
No,
I'm
hang on. I would never question somebody else. I'm saying this in general. I'm not speaking on anybody on this panel. I'm saying I would never question another person's journey, whether it was real or not, or whether they were still constantly questioned. Flo said earlier, aren't we all? And Sarah just said, she's constantly, people are constantly evolving, and that's truly a sign of a well-balanced mind. So wherever she's at in her journey, wherever the next person's at, wherever I am at, wherever Chiquita's at, we're all at different spaces. And so part of that journey is we need to all get to a place to where we can respect the journey and honor the journey, because when we do that, we're honoring our own journey as well. And you came in here beautifully. First of all, Lindsay, I already love Lindsay. I love her. I've watched her before. You came in beautifully speaking on sometimes you're going to speak slow and sometimes your words aren't going to come out correctly. So I don't think you're even trying to be mean. But again, like, Lig and you brought up Sarah, you felt like, they came off way. And they say, they're not trying to be that way. And again, it's just what Nachikita said. It's our communication.
Let me jump in real quick, and then you all can carry on. And welcome the Bears. Thank you, Easy, again for boosting my numbers. Like, subscribe, and what we're doing now, as far as I can tell, is that we are unpacking each other. The women are mostly unpacking each other, although Lig in the middle there was getting his too. So carry on.
Yeah. And this is great because, like, people can take things personally or not personally, whatever. It's part of this metaverse that we have found ourselves in. But my question to you, Mrs. J, is that you know something about Sarah. So you've been in Sarah's position before, so you can see from Sarah's perspective that she is not being wholeheartedly honest with you about her beliefs in God. And I'm not trying to antagonize or provoke anything, but I want to unpack this a little bit because this is of interest to me.
Well, take it slow, but yeah, basically, yeah. In a nutshell.
And how do you know?
Because I've been in Sarah's position where I've been totally devoted to Jesus Christ, who is the Son of God. What I also did was I went out and had a little look. I went out and I had a little look. Just like Natch said, I searched. And you know what? I spent years searching. And you know what?
And hold on, I know the pinned message with the link says for Easy. I don't think that he's here probably, so anybody can join. We have one spot left if somebody wants to jump up.
And I've lost my lighter.
Yeah, I apologize. So like what position do you think Sarah is in that you were in? Like you know the position that you were in, so where do you think Sarah is at? And obviously I'm not speaking for Sarah. Sarah's right here, but I'm just curious,
All right. On a personal level, it because of gaslighting, what happens is things get flipped on their head. It's really bizarre how what we perceive, what we know, what we hear, what we feel, they all get jumbled up because of what we're told as children. And we get groomed into various religions, off to this religion, and that this one's better than that one, and and then you then get the Christians fighting other Christians who are fighting the same God who is another religion, and it's just so tragic. And actually, it's just the world. It's just what the world is. It's just who people are. And you know what? If you want to carry on searching and believing in a spiritual Jesus Christ as the Son of God, I have no issue with that. But I also know what it's like to be you, because I know you spend your whole life questioning. And what you just said was confirming, was justifying. That's what you said. But actually, I'm correct in what I'm saying here, because you're spending your life, as you just said, confirming, and that breaks my heart. It breaks my heart because you don't need to confirm anything.
Sarah was
What you need to do is just
be humble.
Lig, let Sarah respond.
Mrs. J, if you have ever seen me speak on any other panel, you would know that I do not consider myself a Christian. I don't believe in the Trinity.
Oh, you've got your own religion.
Angel. I don't follow a religion.
Oh, you got your own religion. Sorry, I misinterpreted it that you were Christian. So sorry, I thought you were like the other lady.
Christianity is actually part of. No,
so you have your own religion, your own belief, what you just believe in.
There's a new ager. I'm
not a new ager. I'm not following any particular religion or whatnot. I talk directly to God. I go directly to the source. I don't follow a book, even though there are good things in that book. There's also a whole lot of shit.
Well, take it back then. You don't believe in Jesus Christ.
I believe that most of the Bible is talking about Serapis, who is a composite god who combines Osiris and Apis the bull. And he was called the Christ back in 200 BC. And his followers were called bishops of Christ, which is the actual Christianity. And followers of the true Jesus Christ were called followers of the way, which is in the Bible, if you actually want to find it.
Not really.
So, no, we have not been in the same situation.
So, yeah,
we have
forgive
very
me on thinking that you're a Christian. Yeah, crack on if you want to do all that. So, I mean, crack on if you want to be a Christian. I just know what it's like. So I don't.
I grew up raised in the Catholic Church. I thought it was a cult even when I was in it. I hated it. I skipped church as much as I possibly could.
That's why you're going to hell.
I went to a pizza shop and helped make pizzas instead of going to fucking church. Okay? I found God in dancing and music in my bedroom. That's where I found God.
My ninja.
What I got a question just for, I was here listening to your convo. I know I wasn't in the chat. I just stepped away. I was doing a few things when I rated you there. But I just have a question. For that information you were just giving, where did you get that information from?
Are you talking to me and what particular?
Sarah, yeah. Like how Osiris and whatnot, that's where Christ comes from, all of that.
Multiple sources. I would have to fucking look it all up again. You can look into Serapis.
I'm just wondering.
Like, I know of one particular book. This one, Secret Teachings of the Ages.
Okay, so you do follow books then, right?
Oh yeah, every books.
Oh yeah, okay. Because you said at first you don't follow any certain religion, any books, but it seems like
I meant the Bible. Like, I'm not religious to the point that I think the Bible is the word and it's the only thing I should follow. That's what I mean. But yes, I read I read a lot, but it doesn't mean I believe every word that I read either. I use discernment.
How do you know that book you're reading is true and not the Bible?
I'm not saying that that book is true or false. I'm saying there are truths in everything and there are falsehoods in everything. No. There are divine truths in the Bible, but there's also a lot of lies and falsehood and half-truths.
So like your image of God is kind of whatever you decide it is?
It's not really me. It's more of, it's discernment. It's from what I know and understand, and like it's clear cognizance usually is what it comes in through. But as I said earlier, divine truth is written in your heart. If you want to, and by that, I mean the seat of your soul. If you can truly connect to your inner self, your higher self, your soul, or the self,
yeah,
you can know the truth. Now,
myself, I will answer that question too. So I would say yes. What my image of God is, what do I say it is? Yes. I'll answer in the affirmative. I was just gonna touch on the in oneself thing. So if in myself I thought murdering was the way to get to heaven, that would also be God then, by your logic?
No, not myself, the self, as in God, as in the self that exists outside space and time.
But what do you use to determine that?
Not my own brain.
Is it your feelings you use to determine that, though?
Is it what?
What are you using to determine that?
I don't really know how to explain that. It's more like an inner knowing. Like Angeline was trying to describe it. Like it's an intuition. It's an insight. It's a knowing. It's not really a
We all construct our own
feeling.
worldview based off our experiences and our logic and the knowledge that we've acquired. Even
And,
people who follow like the Bible, for instance, they're still choosing which parts of the Bible they follow because it's not all consistent.
Yes, and there is a religion that way to God is by murdering people. It's called Joshianism. I don't think anyone follows it though.
Be still and know that I am God. Be still and know that I am God. That
Thank you
is
for that
going
contribution.
inside. Yeah. That's what she was saying.
All right. I was just curious because of what I was hearing was like I don't follow a book, but then I heard you say a lot of things that I've read in books, so I was like I didn't understand. But so you're basically saying like what you feel is right basically is what is the divine.
I mean, I'm wrong. I'm not always correct.
No. I'm not saying I'm not saying there's a right or wrong answer. I'm just asking. Like I'm just trying to like question your theory here.
How do you know when something is true?
Well, based off of facts. Actually, God's the only thing I put faith in.
Are you Christian?
But
Well, I
how
believe in
do you
God.
know God exists?
Pardon?
How do you know God exists?
I don't know God exists. I believe God exists.
Okay.
So then wouldn't that not be a fact then? Because you just said you believe based on fact.
What would be a fact? I just said that. No, I just said that like God's the only thing I put. That's faith, belief. I just said that. I've had like personal experiences is why I believe in God, but I know not everybody has those same ones.
Okay.
So I was just kind of asking.
Let's just say she's completely delusional, just simply because we disagree with her, not to be disrespectful, but playing another card. Let's say she's completely disillusioned. What is bad about having the beliefs she has? For example,
I don't think there's
what
anything.
is bad? No, I'm saying let's play a little bit of devil's advocate. I'm definitely not saying that's for sure. Let's say there's some part she's delusional about. I'm trying to ask, what if this somewhat delusional thinking is not hurting anybody? In fact, it's actually helping her and other people.
I mean, but I don't think she is. I think that she's making up. I think Sarah has, in my opinion, probably one of the most sound metaphysical views I've heard. And I think that she interpreted Sophia completely upside down. But on the whole, I think she comes to the conclusions just like everybody else does, which is her own discernment and the information.
You're not understanding me.
I'm
not saying that she's delusional. Okay, I'm arguing that in a general sense, just by virtue of us not agreeing with each other's.
You're saying that being wrong doesn't hurt anything.
It doesn't have to hurt. Well, maybe she's right. I'm saying if her beliefs are vastly different than yours, or from a Muslim guy's, or whoever else, mine, doesn't matter. If they're not hurting anybody, they're actually helping people, then what's it to us?
I mean, I don't know. Nobody had a point opposing that, I don't think.
There's always an opposition to different religious beliefs.
God told me to kill her. Kill all the non-believers.
I don't really feel like I'm being understood.
Well, this is what I was asking about, like because it seemed like I was just confused about where you got your belief of God, because at first I thought it was Christianity when I was first popped in and listening, and then you explained you weren't, and you explained the other stuff, but I have read that in books, so I was like, it sounds like it's still coming from books. But then now you're saying it comes from inside of you, so I'm just wondering if you mean like feeling.
It's a combination of everything. like me when I was okay. I didn't always believe the same things. My beliefs have changed because of drastic life experiences that happened, you know, a handful of years ago that completely opened my eyes. I went through insanity, okay? And I have shifted my beliefs because of these experiences. And that's when I really did a deep dive in the actual Bible. That's when I initially read the Bible and someone else's interpretation, and I read it as most Christians read it, where my mind was indoctrinated into what they make you believe that it's saying. And then I had a woman explain to me, like she was someone I trusted, and she kept telling me that the Bible was dark and I needed to throw it away. And she and I would get into arguments, but she planted a seed inside my mind that I dove deeper into the Bible. And instead of reading someone else's interpretation, I read every single translation. And then I went into the interlinear. I went directly to the words, and I wanted to see how it was being translated and what it was actually saying. And it removed this filter, this indoctrinated belief of falsehoods, where I actually started reading the words instead of what I was being told the words mean. I removed the spell, essentially. And then I could actually see that, oh, they're fucking talking about Lucifer here. They're talking about the morning star here. They're talking about two different Jesus Christs in this Bible. There are two beings, both of them being called Jesus Christ. And then I just kept going into more research.
You know how I'm just curious. You know how to read like Aramaic and Hebrew and Greek?
Not in the way, like I can't like read it without, like I have to look word by word as to what each one means. Like I can't read it like I can't read Hebrew.
Like translating each word to English and then putting the sentence together?
Yes.
Well, even that wouldn't even translate.
It's better than what it is. But yes, I have to go and look at the root. I have to look at, you know, how they're conjugating and all that shit. But that takes for fucking ever. But it's far better than the actual English translations.
Well, no, if you're searching the English translation, it's exactly the English translation, no?
I'm not sure I understood what you mean.
It's a different translation that's mildly better.
Well, we'll translate words for what it doesn't actually mean. Like I'm trying to think of an example. Like there's an actual definition for the words, like the actual roots of the words, of what they mean. And then they have different words of how it's being translated. It doesn't necessarily mean that's what the definition is of that word, because sometimes they translate it into a different English word than what the word actually means. Like, for instance, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and with God, or whatever. And they say he was with God in the beginning, but it actually says this was with God in the beginning. And then it talks about self, autos or autos. It's not talking about Jesus. It's not talking about he or him. It's talking about the self. The self existed with God in the beginning. It existed outside of space and time. That is the self that I'm referring to when I say we try and connect to our higher self, our soul, the spirit, the God spark. All of those things is part of the self. It is not the mind. It is not the human being body. It's not the fucking chemicals in your brain that's being released. It's not your mind doing any reasoning and thinking. It exists outside of that. It is directly connected to God. which is what most people are trying to do when they're going within to find heaven, to find the kingdom of God, to find, conversation directly with God. Now, it might not be a literal conversation where he's speaking to you in words. He can speak to you in knowings, which is claircognizance, which is what my strongest gift is. Or he can do it through visions, like clairvoyance, or some people do truly hear him through clairaudience, or some people get it through actual sensations, through clairsentience.
So to get what you just translated there quickly at that starting there, and you translated it was this, and it was the self and everything. You're saying that you went to the Aramaic version of everything, and you translated that word by word to get that information you just gave?
The interlinear version is what I would go to, yeah. What is that verse? It's the one that everyone fucking quotes all the time. And then you've also got there's so many verses, it's not even funny how poorly translated it is.
Okay.
Do you want me to go find the verse? I can. It's just
No, I'm just asking if you're the one who did it, or if this is like some a YouTube.
Oh yeah, no, I did that.
Or...
No, I would go. I still go back and look all the time, especially when we're talking about a verse on any of these panels. I usually go to the interlinear to make sure to see what the actual word was, because you can look at all of the translations in English. They're all slightly varied and a little bit different. But then you go to the actual Hebrew or Greek or sometimes Aramaic. There's a little bit in there. And you can actually see, okay, this is what word was actually written. What does it actually mean? And then I look and see how they translated it into English and just see how close it is. And I compare them.
Okay.
Like in the beginning, it's talking about, it's being translated as God, but it's Elohim, which is a plural form of the word God. It means gods, as in spiritual beings, created the heavens and the earth.
Yeah, and lots of different there's lots of different religions that have multiple gods.
Mm-hmm. And I think the Old Testament is based off of Egyptian religions.
I think all the religions are based off the same God, and it's just different ways of reaching the people in those cultures. Like if you look at the depictions that we draw of the gods or Jesus and everything, it seems to be the people that are in that culture. They seem to match their facial features because, obviously, God is a deity. It's not nothing like us, right? So, we wouldn't even we wouldn't even be able to fathom the image of these things. So I think that all the religions, the fact that there's so many stories that every single religion has a story of a great flood. Every single one.
No.
I think they all do.
No, it's not true. I mean, point to the Great Flood and Scientology.
I've heard the same thing.
Scientology is not a religion.
All right.
Do not include Scientology in a religion.
Oh, gotcha now. There you
That's
go.
No.
There you go. Gotcha now.
No, y'all were saying science was a religion.
Spaceship is coming to save us all and blah blah blah. Let's
I can honestly say
the guy wrote more fictional stories than anybody on the planet Earth. Okay, literally.
So we have to go to Speaky and verify him what's a good or not.
Wait, you would count a story.
I mailed on Hubbard, by the way.
Have
Have you not seen my little thing down there?
That's weird.
Look at my thing here. Look,
yes.
it says I mail on Hubbard.
Okay, but Hank's technical gotcha doesn't matter to the conversation, and
Really?
and I don't know, Miss J, does Scientology have a flood story?
Scientology are quite clever in what they do. That when you get to sort of OT3 to 8, you discover the other worlds. You discover your past lives. So they have reincarnation, but they also have future. So you know your future and you know your past, and that the in the past, who you were in the past, they're called. It's all called thetans that get attached to your body, and these thetans are bad spirits, I suppose you'd say, and you have to release these. So you have to work on each one, and there could be thousands of them attached to you, which is really tragic. So you spend years and years and years removing these things from your body. How that works is they have these things called an auditor, and they have an e-meter. And the e-meter, they hold the special cans, and you talk to each other, you talk to the auditor, and back and forth you go. And when that needle fluctuates, that's your thetan, and that thought there is the one that you have to tell them, and that thought is from that thetan. Yeah, and it goes on like that, and it's like a spiral. But unfortunately, we go past that stage, and they then say your thetans. So you're not just removing your thetans, you're removing their thetans as well, and you pay hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'm very proud to say, ladies and gentlemen, that this weekend we had the very first UK Scientology protest outside Scientology St. Hill HQ this weekend for 3 days. They didn't know what the fuck to do, motherfuckers.
Wait, what was it?
We did a Scientology protest this weekend. It's the first one
God, I
in the
bet there was a
United
lot of thetans in that crowd.
Yeah, we finally did it. I'm very proud to be part of that. Yeah, that's one thing I've been working on for a number of years. So I'm really proud to, especially, it's very different. We have, you've got the United Kingdom Scientologists and the American Scientologists, and it's slightly different the way things roll because we're much more civilized over here.
And also, y'all, these contracts have to be signed. Do they have to sign them over there?
For a billion years, for a billion years. So I, 2 years ago, when I had my accident, I had no memory. I lost my memory, which was really horrendous. And so the way I dealt with it was by educating myself on the crazy cult of Scientology, which I studied daily for about 10 hours a day. But all I was remembering was about an hour of it. So that's how I got my memory to where it is today, basically. So I was educating myself on how this crazy cult is taken over. But I'm glad to say there's only about 25,000 left. So, there's not many left. They just own a lot of buildings.
What drew you to that particular religion after your accident?
Good question. It was by accident, really. I was listening to a podcast because all I could do was listen at some point. So I was in so much pain. All I could do was just lay there, and so I was listening to various podcasts, and I started listening to. I listened to this podcast about Scientology, and I've watched 3 or 4 films on them over the past however thousands of years I've been alive, and I decided to just do a little bit more research, and it just got my interest because of the connection between the occult, Hinduism, Buddhism, Christianity, and the Masons were all things that I had previously educated myself on. So those things I knew about, but I couldn't remember. So it was like this is good because this helps me remember about those things that I'd learned before my accident, and it was like a good thing for my memory, and so that's how it started. And then 2.5 years ago, I started working with some guys over in America. So actually, my accident was actually 4 years ago now. You forget about COVID, the COVID years, don't you? Right? Yeah. So, so I started doing some stuff with a guy in America who was going to Scientology buildings and saying that he was L. Ron Hubbard, which I found highly entertaining. Then I went online and I discovered that IamLRonHubbard.com hadn't been taken by Scientology, so I bought it. I didn't know
tried
what
to buy it out from you?
Sorry?
Have they tried to buy it out from you since then?
The conversation has been mentioned, but not to me, or to someone else directly, but not to me, which was 25,000. But I've said no.
Man, sell that motherfucker.
If I do, it will go to the Aftermath. It will go to the Aftermath Foundation, which is the cult people getting people out of cults. So it would go to that. But so I bought that website for £5. I then bought IamTheRealLRonHubbard.com as well for £5. I'd never built a website in my life. I didn't know what I was doing. I built 4 IamLRonHubbard.coms because they kept attacking it, but now they can't get it. Aha! I've got it now. I've got a really amazing team that look after my website for me. And I do all of the comic strips that I put on it because L. Ron Hubbard goes on lots of adventures. He's got a new wife. He goes gold digging. He's cleared the whole of the universe. I've written all these stories, and these have helped me remember. Yeah. So these have helped me remember shit. So it's like a way to help me remember.
What
I've
happened?
written
What was your
crazy
accident?
stories.
Did you get in a car wreck or something?
Sorry?
You said you had an accident. Did you get in a car wreck or something?
I fell off a platform at a train station. I didn't hit the tram, but the tram was there as well.
After you left Scientology?
I wasn't in Scientology.
Oh, after you started poking them?
No. I'd never poked Scientology before.
No, it helped her get her memory back. Scientology, that's actually.
I was wondering if Scientology tried to
fair game me.
Take her out.
Yep, fair game you.
They have done on the website stuff. They come at me about 8,000 times a week. But I've
listen,
got
those are no little trolls. Those are some serious bullies that got some power behind.
They go hard for that shit.
Yeah, no, I've just helped organize the very first protest in the United Kingdom.
I'm gonna hop off here. I just wanted to pop up because I heard your conversation. I hope you don't think I was like trying to attack your beliefs or anything there, sir. I was just questioning. I was just curious because like I like learning about these different type of things, honestly. And I just realized too, you're probably thinking I was attacking your thing because of my name. It says God's favorite. Literally, that's my thing. Like that's part of my brand on my channel.
Just part
like,
of the narcissism. It's nothing personal towards you.
That's fine, Figgies.
That has nothing to do with anybody. I just realized that right now as I'm about to leave. I'm like, oh shit, that probably looks like I was being an asshole. No, I do. This is like something I say all the time. But yeah.
That's fine.
Everyone
You're in
else
the
has
front.
a great night here. It was great talking to y'all. Great to meet all y'all. And
thanks for coming up and thanks for the raids again.
Yes, sir. Always.
Last time I hit my highest number last time, 120.
Well, next time will be even bigger, buddy.
Yeah. All right, be good, man.
Yes, you too.
Mrs. J, did you ever watch this movie 2012 The Master? I think The Master was like kind of like a parallel story or like a fictional story of L. Ron Hubbard. Do you know this movie?
I am remembering something, but not. I'm remembering that there was a movie sort of trying to protect L. Ron Hubbard, but I can't remember the name of it. So maybe, yeah, is what I can say to that. You'd have to tell me a bit more about it.
It has like Joaquin Phoenix is in the movie, and it's like you know, like 1940s, like the setting is like 1940s or 50s, but there's this charismatic guy, you know, he is like all rounded. He's like, you know, a professor and everything, but he's going around and he has a kind of a similar message to Scientology.
Oh no,
And
I don't. What's the name of the movie? I'm writing it down.
The Master,
The Master.
Released in 2012.
Oh, it was released.
It's a great movie. It's a great movie. It's
I've just written it down so I
yeah.
remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great, you know, it was just a crazy thing to do, and it was only because we found that the website hadn't been nicked, so we were like, oh, we'll have it. You know what I mean? It was one of those. It all sort of started from there, really, and then I just learned so much about it and how awful it has been to so many thousands of people. But it you know, it relates back to what, you know, I was brought up in a very strict, fundamental, born again Christian environment, and it's been cathartic writing stories of, because like L. Ron Hubbard's Jesus Christ, he's Buddha, you know, he's both, you know, so to have so much fun creating a man who is both Buddha and Jesus Christ, but also an alien, you know, it's been cathartic, just making shit up about him, about what would he do if he came back, you know what I mean? It's just been just like Jesus Christ. What would you do if Jesus Christ actually came back? Write about it. You know, what and it's like people don't write about stuff like that. And I just started writing a comic strip about it, and that's how it started, really. Yeah. It's been good fun. I've enjoyed it. Yeah. And now, as I said, to be part of this, it's been quite a movement of people that are helping, you know.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I mean, it's really interesting stuff because like spirituality, in my opinion, is very much like needed. Like people are thirsty for spirituality because there's so much you know, like kind of like, I don't know, like fabricated, like false, you know, gurus out there that's and they're all over the place in the world, you know. And I kind of believe that like where we are now, like in this time, that the evildoers and the elites have taken over pretty much the, you know, like most of society in many ways. And I think there's still hope for people. It's just that a lot of people are like, you know, having Stockholm syndrome. They're having they're programmed so much so that they're kind of stuck, you know, they're stuck in a loop, right? And what we're trying to do, like when we say we, of course, like the people who are interested in the truth, interested in spirituality, that's the we. I'm not talking about any like particular movement, we, but like people like us, we are interested in having to really hone in on what it is that we are intending here. Like what do we want to do for ourselves, and what do we want to do like as a collective? Like how do we want to like channel the energy that we have? Because there's a lot of passion. I'm very passionate myself. Like I'm very passionate to, you know, learn from other people and also be able to share with other people about my own personal experiences, all my successes and failures, more failures than success anyways. But you know, it's just about like can we learn from each other? Can we learn from other people's mistakes? Can we learn from our own mistakes type of deal, right?
Okay, so that's a really, and it's a lovely point, you know. As I said, I've had my life before my accident was insanely different to what it is now, you know. So I've got two flips of my life to look at, you know, which is rare for people. It's not something that happens to a lot of people, you know. But I also wasn't online. I wasn't watching TV. I just lived in a field with, you know, I was an artist, and, you know, off I went with the freaking fairies on being all fluffy all my life, you know, making things look pretty. That's what I was doing. And I was in a field with really amazing people. And I would sit around a campfire that evening and we'd talk for hours, just like we are now. So this has been so respectful, this panel. It's like we've sat around a campfire and had a conversation, which is so rare now. It's so rare. you know, and to be able to do that, to be able to sit around a campfire and have that conversation, you learn so much better. You learn so much more from people when you do that. And this is kind of like that, I've found. And we need to do that more. The one-to-one connection, the individual connection is needed. The one-to-one, you don't need to argue about shit. You know, just like have a conversation.
I try to keep it so that the disrespect is respectful as much as possible.
No.
And developing trust, you know, we're that's what I feel like that we're doing, you know, because similar people come, like very much like this community is very small. A lot of people have interacted with each other multiple times here, and you know, we kind of have you know, a feeling about each other or an understanding about each other, where we're coming from, what our history is, and all this kind of stuff. And more you get to talk with people and more you communicate with people, like better, you know, this relationship, this online relationship, it is a relationship, you know, and how I conduct myself, I would say, is like no different from how I would normally conduct myself, like in the physical reality. But maybe it's not necessarily the same for everybody else. But yeah, I think being respectful towards one another and just trying to hold each other, give each other space. This is all very important, and all of those things, you know, they're credit towards that trust that we want to develop with each other. I think that's very important.
So personally, I'm not interested in truth. I'm more interested in figure out how this fake guru thing. How why are women attracted to them, and how do you emulate that? I'm more interested in that, because
you want to emulate that?
Yeah, really, there are people who just said claiming that, oh, you can do this and that stuff to make a religion, and there are people who they're just atheists. It's atheist lies.
Okay, first thing is that the spiritual gurus do not wear a fedora hat. Okay, so you got to get rid of the fedora hat.
That's fucking bullshit.
Okay?
Don't listen to him, Hank. You're your own guru. You can't copy any other old guru.
I'll get a turban then.
Do you want to be a guru, Hank? Do you want to become a guru?
No, a fake one. I want to be a real guru. I want to be the fake one that women throw themselves after.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
I was thinking about starting a religion myself. I've been thinking about it for a minute. Maybe
and
you should
why
join
do you
my
want to
religion.
be a why do you want to be a fake guru, Hank?
To get women going at me.
Hank's interested in the ladies, and when you said earlier, women throw the sexual misdeviance that go on, that perked Hank's interest, and so now he's been interested in how can he get this.
Okay, but that's not always the case. I mean, you know, some of these people, they don't necessarily have women thrown at them. Sometimes they go and grab them and just like put them underground somewhere, though, too.
Could you imagine being a cult leader who can't get laid?
Oh my, that'd be horrible.
What's the point?
Well, unless they have a lot of money still, but then you could get laid. So,
right.
Usually they have a lot of money. They get a lot of donations. They get a lot of people, like, you know, like depending on like what level of guru that you are, right? Like,
what's the most lucrative level?
A lot of cult
what do you
leaders get laid. A lot of cult leaders get laid.
Yeah, for sure they do. For sure.
So the
I'm really in the wrong line of work, I think.
You are.
Yeah,
I think the Western churches probably get more money than anybody else.
Those things, you and I don't really believe in stuff, so we can't really have a hard time dealing with cult because we're too skeptical.
Yeah, but we can put on a show, Hank.
Do a
That's
poll.
what it's about. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you believe. You know, it just matters how you present yourself.
What should the poll be?
If you keep doing what you're doing,
We'll join the poll.
you'll have a
join.
cult.
Should y'all start the cult?
I feel like I'm already part of it.
Man, welcome to the squad. You're one of the ground level disciples. Your tithing rate is fixed at a low 4% of gross revenue, but locked in at 4%.
An MLM, I hear.
You're locked in at 4%, and guess what? As long as you pay your tithing, I don't give a fuck what you do. That's the beauty. That's the beauty of my new cult. It's the low guilt version of religion. Don't really care what you do. God doesn't care. I talked to him already. He said, do whatever. Just pay your tithing. 4% for you, buddy, because God loves you.
Doesn't God have enough money?
So
for
I
you,
got to
though?
give you $400,000 a year. Is that what you're saying?
It's not me, it's God.
Wow, I don't know what to say. Flo.
What?
I
just love you,
religion
Flo. I
was
love
that in a cult, the guy they're worshiping is still alive. Wasn't that the difference between a cult and a religion?
Pretty much, but we could just pretend the guy died already and came back. So that problem is solved.
So it's both a cult and a religion.
Yeah.
Okay. So is flow state Jesus?
No, he's better.
I'm not gonna die.
No, you already came back. You're the second coming.
All right, fine. I came twice. It happens.
Occasionally.
Wow.
I mean, this is just my personal opinion, and I'm like being 100% serious. But I do believe that the notion of Antichrist, you know, like the fake Christ that will be coming, and then I believe that the real Christ will come. But my version of Christ may not be everybody else's version of Christ. I think my version of Christ is a guy who's going to come with an AK-47 and ready to fucking tear the shit down, you know, and I want to be on that team, you know, personally speaking. But that's just me, you know, like people say, oh, he's going to be like cupcakey and he's going to get everybody together. I'm like, nah, that's not going to be my Jesus. My Jesus is going to be fucking, you know, getting rid of and chopping demons' heads off in this world. And I want to be a part of that.
You know
Maybe
what?
I'm
buddy?
evil. I don't know.
That is
I got the offer for you. But you got to donate 4% of your gross revenue to find out what that is.
Well, I'll donate everything. If you are the genuine Jesus, all that which belongs to me goes to you. Not even a percentage.
First, you have to believe that I'm the real Messiah.
That's the problem.
Then, no,
That's the problem.
That's because you have little faith.
That's true. That's the problem too.
Yeah.
I have little faith. That's why, you know.
That's what's wrong with you. That's what's wrong with you.
Yeah, we'll work on that. We'll work on
you
that.
are
So
deeply
a work in
flawed.
process.
You are fucked up. You are a fucked
You
up.
have faith increasing drugs. You have faith increasing drugs on you.
Hank, let me handle this. I got some demons to exercise from Notch. I'll leave them there until you come back. But it'll be 6%.
I have a lot of demons to work through, guys. A lot of demons.
It
No
goes
idea.
up 1% every 6 months. So the longer you wait, the worse, fewer discounts you receive.
So in like 100 months, basically, it will be 100% then, right?
No, you'll be dead at that point. That's too late. It's all right. What about you, Angeline? Feel like joining a cult? Super
I leave
chill.
for a minute and you're already gone.
Huh?
I said I leave for a minute and I come back, you're gone.
I agree. Welcome.
Of somebody with a gun taking people out and blah blah blah, and I thought, Flow State would be a perfect candidate. So we'll see how it goes.
Who just left the panel? Is that Cynthia? Cynthia ran away. Hank, I already
She got
knows
offended,
in.
maybe, by what I said.
Sarah?
What?
You in the cult?
In the cult?
Are you in my new cult?
Yep.
All right.
Designated you fucking Jesus. I'm in.
All right. Lig, I feel like you already committed, right? Did you see my Cash App in the ticker at the bottom? You know how to really cement your permanent standing, right?
Cement.
Mrs. J, I know that you're not a fan of cults. Could you reconsider?
Yeah, I'm not.
Well, you should join anyway.
This isn't really a cult. It's more like a social club.
The world's never had quite a smart ass Jesus version yet. You should embrace it. We need a new version every once in a while.
What the Bible didn't tell you is that the second coming
of Jesus coming back. There's been loads of people that say they've been Jesus, and
Well, I'm
people
not a
are
full. I don't consider myself a full god. That's too much responsibility. I'm just a demigod.
demi.
Yeah.
You're a demi.
Yeah.
Fact is, Jesus rises within you, whoever you
I know. That's
are.
what I'm trying to say. That's my entire point.
That's the coming back. The coming back is not coming. It's coming back within you.
No, I come twice.
When you realize it. Well, it's real.
Maybe 3
Rises
times.
within you. They say
maybe an arbitrary large number of times.
some Jesus is going to come back out of the sky, but that's not the fact. The fact is, once you realize that Jesus is in you, you are that Christed being. Once you realize it, that is the coming.
Correct.
I
Thank
think
you, Lig.
both. I mean, I think it's both. Like the individually, like people have to raise their vibration to a point where they are able to recognize what's true from false and see the reality for what it is. But on the other hand, I think there's going to be some manifestation type of thing that's actually going to happen though too, like in terms of fulfilling the prophecies, but also the creation based on the collective consciousness of the people. A lot of people are already programmed in a particular way, so collectively they're going to create a certain outcome that's kind of designed by the so-called elites. But you know, there's going to be a screw wrench or a wrench that's going to be tossed into that. That's going to come in the form of, you can say what, Maitreya, or what is the other word? You know, but they have like the Mahdi and the I forgot the Islamic terminology for it. And there's also Kalki. Kalki is the Hindu version of the second coming. So you can have different names for it, but ultimately it's the individuals who are able to be who are able to recognize these personalities for what they are. So I think that's the process. Like, are you able to recognize it or not? See truth for what it is or not? And all these discussions that we're having and trying to understand, like you know, and trying to hold ourselves and others people accountable is a part of that process for the individuals too.
All right, guys, I'm getting ready to wrap up. I got to get at least a few hours of sleep. I got some shit to do today still. Let's do final thoughts if anyone has them. But first, the poll is over. I don't know where it went, but I can't believe an equal amount of people voted for they said give me Barabbas. As many wanted Barabbas as wanted me and Hank to start a cult. Those people are going to hell, as are the smallest amount of people who said no, don't start a cult. So, Hank, we're starting a cult.
Hey, Plus 8.
Did we already start a cult, or were you already all in it already? Just think about that.
That's neither here nor there. What's up, Lig?
Are you Taylor?
I am Taylor.
On Cash App? All right.
Oh, yeah. You don't really have to. It feels sort of weird now.
You give him 4%.
Hold on, like I'm feeling a little bit gypped here because like where is the love bombing? There was like no love bombing. You just asked us to join the cult. We should at least have some starter benefits before we start being like.
It was enough love for
and-
Lig. Why do you need more love than Lig gets? What is it about you that's broken and needs more love than Lig?
You're not very good at this cult thing. You're not.
No,
gonna
because
get very
I'm not
many
trying to
people
love
if
bomb you.
don't-
I'm trying to talk down to you until you're like, oh my God, I need his help. It's like
Oh,
negging. It's like we're
sorry.
5 and I'm trying to hit on you, you know?
See, Angeline, the way it works is that you get your base. So you get people like already involved in your cult because you put yourself like ahead of everybody, right? And then when you have like an entourage, you can program them to start love bombing new members. But if you don't need new members like right off the bat because they'll just join you because they already are programmed that way, like love bombing is wasted on them. You know, you want to just, it's like a resource that you want to preserve. Right. So you love bomb people because, you know, you understand their psychology. You understand that they're a little bit broken and they come from like maybe like, you know, other cults or something like that. So you have to love bomb them first. Right. And then you know, you get other members to love bomb them as well, then they'll join the cult, and that adds, you know, more ammunition to your ability to love bomb others. You don't understand how a cult works, Angeline. I'm kind of actually disappointed that you actually, you know, you said that you're coming from a cult. You know?
You actually have to hold the love back a little bit sometimes, especially for people like you that are hesitant. So I think he was playing it right.
Thank you, Lig. That's why you're my #1 cult member. Lindsay, I'm going to need you to return the panel to Love Bomb Angeline so that you and Notch can have sort of a good cop, bad cop thing, and then I'll remove myself from the good cop, bad cop dynamics so that I don't. You know, I'm above that. I'm not associated. I'm a demigod. Come on.
Aren't we all?
No, we're not.
I'll be a strategist. So if you can afford to hire me, I can definitely improve your ability to be a cult leader. You know, so you know I have all the scriptures all ready to go. They're all you know compiled. You know, so for one easy payment, I can be your you know right hand man.
We
Ooh,
will.
You could make up a special star chart that makes him God. Just
It's like a
A special
package
what?
deal. Like this is for all like guru wannabes. You know.
I can be your wingman.
We'll
I'm a
discuss
great
that later.
supporter.
Thank you, Lig. You're way better than these. These other people need to be broken down. Put them in the isolation chambers.
I'm gonna build you up, not tear anybody else down.
God
I'll
damn
just
it, Lig.
build you up. I'm just gonna be like, that
Build
guy's
me
the
up.
fucking bomb.
Buttercup.
When I ask Jane to be, if she wants to be in the cult, her name's going to change to Jane Doe. You were Thomas. What? How's that go? You were Saul, and now you're Paul. You were Jane Don't, but now Jane Doe.
Later,
you
guys.
think you need 12 of us?
All right. Do you have any
I'm
final
gonna
thoughts? Notch. I'll go around. Any
Oh
final
no,
thoughts?
I mean like you know, no, like just if you want to be famous, you want to have power and all this stuff, go ahead and start a cult. A lot of other people are doing it, so get on that trend before you know it gets overused. But actually, the idea of cult actually is never old. They've done it throughout you know whole of human history,
Never
right?
like
So
this.
and then
Never like this.
if you're big enough, you graduate to being a religion. So you start out as a cult, right? You start out as like a little thing, but later on you can actually become a you know mainstream religion. That's the goal, all right? So
However, God
I've
sees
shoot for the
fit
already done
for us
stars,
to
that.
guys.
grow.
I'm already there. I am Owen Hubbard.
Okay. So you're an honorary member, I guess.
Thank you for having me.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, Sarah. I got you muddled up. I'm sorry, Lig, if I offended you. And it's nice to meet you all.
Thanks for coming up.
And I can't
Who's
find
next?
my way out. I guess.
Me. It's tea time.
10-4. 10-4.
I don't have anything to say. I'm going to bed. Good night,
Good
everyone.
night.
There, I got something to say. Like, you won in the vote for winning the knife fight, and I think you
Oh,
totally won the fight tonight as well. Like, seriously, like, what the frig was that? Like, everybody just came out of the woods and was like, Sarah.
So the
And
poll
you
was who would win a
totally
knife fight,
handled
and it
it,
was
like, amazingly. Just
it was
never stop
Sarah.
being you.
Who was in it? Sarah, Lindsay, Lig, and Miss J. And you won the knife fight for sure.
Win a knife fight. Well, there's
That's
first
because
time.
I had a gun. I wasn't playing.
Lig, we know that you're tough. You don't have to do one-upsmanship with Sarah.
Sarah's
night.
beast.
No.
Love Sarah. Good night, Sarah.
Sarah.
Who's next? Final thoughts?
I'm too tired to have
Life
any
is
thoughts.
good.
I'm not sure
All
why
right.
I'm
Go ahead,
still
Ann.
here.
You've been up here a long time. Thanks for coming up. Have a good one. Lig, trusty cult member #1.
Yep.
Any
With
final
life
thoughts?
is good.
And by the
feel
way,
good.
I forgot to I forgot to mention, just like every stream I put the links to the people who came up on panel in the description box below. So if there's somebody you're wanting to see, check back in a little bit and I'll be there. All right, Lig, this is your chance to sing the song.
Well, good things are always happening to me.
All right.
All right, man. Thanks for having me
All right,
up.
thanks.
It was fun. I was here way longer.
That's both of us. That's all of us, I
You
think.
caught my attention, bro. This is
I appreciate it.
Yeah,
All right, have a good one.
Fun. Keep it up.
Yep. Everybody in the chat, thanks for watching. If you haven't rubbed my thumb, please do that on your way out. If you're not subscribed, do that as well. If you're not in the cult, I don't know, you're fucking up. You really ought to consider joining. So I'm going to bed. You should go to bed too. I know a lot of you here have been here for the whole show, basically. So good night. And thanks again to Easy for the raid.